We're live.
Hello and welcome to Plat Chat VALORANT episode 230. Kurt wants us to stay positive again, and you know what? I'm here for it this week. I took a little break. I went on holiday. I'm enjoying my life again. Sliggy, you should try it sometime.
I'm all right, dude. Mid-season, that's crazy behavior. This is all the important games. You have no idea what happened
dude,
a week ago.
I've been stuck in the VOD dungeon for a while. I can't lie.
That's the problem. You got to play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I downloaded some of them on my phone using like the world's worst Wi-Fi at some pub that I was at, and then I've been catching up. But I was mostly just watching the Pacific games because they're actually playing playoffs. I got to be honest with you. When it gets to the EMEA segment, this is one of the weeks where I'm going to be out my depth when we're talking EMEA because it was like week 5 and I didn't care that much about some of the games.
You didn't miss that much. I mean, not every game mattered as well, so it's like I think you made a good choice, honestly.
Yeah.
We were kind of lucky in Americas that a lot of the week 5 games did end up mattering because that's normally not the case. Normally those games, dude, round robin is so silly, man. It's such a silly format.
Yeah, it is.
You get to the end of it and you're like, I don't know which games matter, and also like it's so confusing as to who ends up even making it.
Dude, the MIBR game, Mod messaged me like 30 minutes before I went live, and he was like, this is actually probably the biggest game of MIBR's year. I was just like, what the hell? It's for 1 point. And then for some reason, America's has different playoff rules to every other region. So the points, the points.
What?
The head-to-head is different. So the head-to-head in playoffs for America's, like obviously MIBR, if they get the same points as the others in America's, it goes for head-to-head through the year. But in the other regions, it's the head-to-head will be decided of who went furthest in that stage 2 playoff. So if it was different rules for Americas, like if they had the same rules as everywhere else, MIBR would be done. I don't know.
I mean, that's crazy.
That is
Yeah.
bonkers.
2025. Still here.
Yeah,
Still here. Different rules.
But also, even if they fix stuff like that for 2026, they're going to change everything for 2027 anyway, apparently. So, like, dude, it's all Mickey Mouse. Until 2027, the entire Valorant scene is Mickey Mouse. That's the reality of it. Let's talk about our members, shall we? If you become a member, you can support the show. Appreciate all of the support that you've all given. Now, I've got a special extra thing to talk about with the members this week, though, because when you're a member, I'll give you the normal spiel. You get access to the Discord, there's bonus content. I mean, maybe you'll get like priority access to tickets or something if we do live events again. But also, our members on their own, completely apart from us, have been hosting tournaments and show matches and that kind of stuff within their own community. And we're going to be playing against, at some point, with an as yet unspecified roster, the best member team. So if you can sign up with any skill level and they pair you together. Every team has like one good player, one bad player. So pretty similar to the Plat Chat team as well. And then we would end up playing against the winners. Now, I think they're just about to start a new season, a new tournament, for example. So if you want to join in, if you're looking for like a community that you can play some games with, then would recommend the Plat Chat member Discord, and you can become a member. You hop in the Discord and they'll be very happy to help you. So that's a sick little thing that our community is just doing all on their own without any assistance, and we'll give them a shout out by playing against them as well and fucking crushing them into the dirt. Our member question for this week, though, that I'll let you guys handle, is what was the most entertaining VCT global event of all time? And Dreadhead Morton says Champs 2021 is their vote, which is a wild one in my opinion.
That was probably the worst one.
They're a crew fan.
Champs 2021. That's a shocker of a take, is it not? Single limb.
Yeah, the format as well.
Were you still coaching Liquid at that point?
Yeah, we crumbled at.
You had a good.
Well,
yeah, but you had a good like
semis.
Yeah,
but
you made top 4.
But we didn't win. So no.
Yeah.
So no.
Your team was looking incredible at that point. The double
we were
stuff that
favorites.
you were running.
Yeah, we were favorites. So that's probably why I think it's the worst one. In terms of actual best event, dude, 2023 Champs was legit. If you actually look at the whole tournament, 2023 Champs was really good. First of all, we got to see FNATIC finally, after I've been waiting 8 months for them to lose a Lotus. That was really satisfying for me. I thought I was losing my mind every time I was watching it on stream, thinking, this Lotus has a giant hole. Surely this time for 8 months, Loud finally owned them. But there's also like little games in there. Even when it came down to groups, this was Billy NRG. There was a banger DRX Navi best of 3. And dude, all of these games, the lower final EG Loud was sick as well. It was a stacked event.
The one that I have 2 nominations that are different. Champs 2023 is a good example. Maybe this is a bit personal for me because it's the first tournament I fully co-streamed start to end. But Copenhagen, I really enjoyed. I thought Copenhagen, the FPX lowest run grand final was good. Obviously, ending with the Sugetsu. The Sugetsu storyline was quite cool. You know, coming in midway through the tournament, had some banger games, had some banger moments. The Leviathan games, you know, the TP into heaven, the sticking from Enzo.
Was that Copenhagen? I don't remember.
Yeah, that was all. That was all Copenhagen. It was like I really like that. You know what? Under the radar, it got shat on at the time, but I think I don't know how we are doing on the minutes, but anyway, it got shat on at the time, which is lock-in. I enjoyed lock-in. Looking back at lock-in now,
it was fun.
I really thought it was fun. Yeah, like the format was fun. Every game felt fresh, unique. It was like, oh, I have no idea what's about to happen. Cool.
Yeah, it was cool. I agree with that.
Did it get shat on at the time, or was it like
everyone said it was a Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, everyone was saying
everyone who didn't win.
Yeah.
The thing that was weird about it was you just had no idea what half the teams were going to do or look like.
That's what I liked.
That's why
it was crazy.
Yeah.
Do you remember that Team Liquid Secret game, by the way? That has stuck with me for years.
Yeah.
For years, this has stuck with me.
You know, there's a backstory.
That was an astonishing performance.
You know, there's a backstory with this. So when I signed to Liquid, I did Liquid content creator, and I said I would help them out a little bit. First month in, I watched the icebox, and I was like, okay, I'll give you guys an icebox because you're gonna lose 100% your first icebox game. Gave them a one and done icebox. Didn't choose to use it. This is what happens. This is what follows. I tried to help them. I tried to warn them. Dude, I remember this though. No one was shooting a dart. It was actually horrendous.
I mean, really, the scaling on the attack side was, it was nightmarishly bad. I lost all hope for this team, and this team won EMEA this year. That's astonishing, isn't it? I mean, 2023 was pretty special, actually.
2023 was sick, man. The K-Corp. It's K-Corp.
There was a lot of ups and downs. There was a heavy ups and downs in 2023.
Yeah.
K-Corp was awesome.
I think part of it was that all of the bad was funny. Whereas some of the bad now is not funny. So everything bad was funny in 2023.
It's so not.
You mean now?
It's not. Now?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Oh
I agree.
my god, it's so painful. Anyway,
dude, good. It's the positivity episode.
Apex are funny.
What world am I living in where I'm the positivity guy and Kurt's moaning in the background?
That's why I need the positivity because I've been living in agony for the past.
You've been on like
honestly
beaches of Cancun. Like, where have you been at? What's going on?
Dude. Exactly. I've been down. I'm nuzzling cows in Cornwall and shit. And honestly, like I've come back and I was watching some good ass games. Like I was excited. I feel like I've been watching some good quality Valorant this week. It rejuvenated my spirit and soul. So I'm down.
Did you
to
watch Americas
this week?
Did you watch
I watched Americas.
Sage?
I mean,
okay, good.
Dude, some of the Americas is obviously like those alpha games. Whatever. Throw them away. Throw them away. The Omega games.
I can't. I'm working the show.
The Omega games? that's what you get. You have like 2 unbalanced groups. All right, we're focused on Pacific though for this segment, so let's actually talk about Pacific because Pacific is another it's just been bangers all the way down, and we knew that it was going to be because holy crap, Pacific has got some amazing teams, and once you get into the playoff teams, they are really, really strong, and nobody looking stronger right now than PaperX. So let's start there. They make the Pacific Stage 2 Grand Finals. They book their ticket to Tokyo because that's where Pacific are doing their Grand Finals weekend. And also, I think was it even the game before this they qualified to champs? I think it was T1's.
Yeah, I think that was right. Yeah, I think it was the T1 game.
They've been clean sweeping, kind of dominating out here. They have been. I don't feel like I've watched a game where I've felt like they were really that at risk.
The map was just too good, I think. The map was really, really good. And then the only thing that people have been questioning them in is like Haven. I guess Ascent we haven't fully seen to like a proper level, and Corrode. But everyone was like, oh, their Haven's not good. Bro, they keep smashing people on Haven. So I'm pretty sure it's good. They've seen it 3 times now, different game plan every single time. The thing that I like about PaperX at the moment is they're coming in super prepped. They're coming in really, really prepped. I think the Paper X T1 game was like the biggest showing of that. They picked the bind, which I think T1 didn't see coming, and then they had such a sick pistol, man. That's such a sick pistol where they flashed through the
TP.
Yeah, they bought that old school one back. They used to do this with Forsaken like 2-3 years ago, and they bought this one back. And then on the third round as well, they had like a sick push with the Fade Eye from Hookah and B.
I've never seen
Shore
that
A. I've never seen that. Yeah, never seen that.
Yeah.
Dude, I watched the first 3 rounds. I was just laughing to myself, just like, oh my god, they're just gonna dominate this game. Like, there's actually nothing T1 can do because they weren't expecting the bind pick as well. I'm pretty sure T1. So, dude, it was. Every time I watch them, I'm just like, man, they're just everything looks good, man. The macro looks good, individuals look good. There's the occasional overheat, but it's like just a small amount, which is fine for them. Something's playing insane. He just starts games at 11-1, just opping everyone, and then if he chills out, then Jing takes over. They just look.
Yeah, they look.
They look so good. Like
Yeah,
I can't work out when I'm looking at the head-to-heads from teams. It's just like, where do you beat them? It's Ascent Corrode at the moment. That's your only hope. Because majority of the time they look like they're better. Yeah, exactly. So you got one extra map, and then you got to win a best of 3 somehow. So you got to win 2 of them. They're scary. They're really scary.
And there
This
was
is pissed around.
Dude, look at this flash.
Go on, TMV.
in the game against Talon as well on bind. There's like a group of rounds from like 5 to 10. Where it's just like when they play. The great thing about Paper X is when they play bad, it's still kind of fun because they're doing stupid stuff. But when they play well, it's so amazing to watch. Like, it's just so satisfying to watch, like, the plans that they come up with, and then, like, just, the individual skill on top of that. It's just, like, unbelievable when they play well. And against Talon on bind, there was a group of rounds where it's like, not, like, you can't beat them when they're playing like this. Like, no one will beat them if they play like this. And, yeah, and the T1 game, like, this actually started off pretty bad on map 1. Like, I think they were down, like, 5-2 or something at one point against T1 on Sunset. And they took a timeout, and it was like, oh, yeah, we're actually way better than this team, and we just need to kind of like focus back up. And they took a timeout, and then instantly they just revert to absolutely stomping T1, and it's just like they've got no chance. See, we've been praising Pacific all the way through, about how strong this region is overall, but it was kind of, it showcased to me like there's a gap between Paper X and the rest, right? Like, this is an actual tier gap between even teams that we think are pretty good, and this region is good. But even then, there's still a gap between them and the rest.
Yeah, I can get on board with that.
I do think that's true, but I also think that the rest of the Pacific teams, the teams that they're going to send to champions, are still only like one nutty run away from being on that level where they could win the tournament. Like T1 did at Bangkok, where it doesn't take much for them to also become really serious contenders for like deep runs. But Paper X at the moment, the form, the prep, I was amazed at how much anti they're doing. Like, that is not what I think of when I think of Paper X. But you reminded me of the pistol round against Talon, where I don't know if you remember it, but 3 of the Paper X players are just sat in spawn on defense.
Yeah. Dude,
on
bind. Dude, do you know what's funny about this as well? Is because if you look at the Talon. Okay, so it's so sick because first of all, Talon on their pistols obviously like to just fast hit and show info like really early on, so you can heavy rotate. The best thing is that Talon for the first 2 games on bind ran a 1-3-1 pretty much every other round on defense anyway. So when Talon go back and watch this, they're gonna watch the pistol. And it's so good to just see like Frost is gonna look and go, damn, they stole how we play the map for the pistol. They're using a 1-3-1 against us when we do this all the time. Like, it was such a little message to send, like, coach from coach. I loved it so much, man. That pistol was genius because it's literally just for Frost to watch and just get annoyed. That's it. It was just like, this is going to work. And when he watches the VOD review, he's going to be so annoyed. It was so cool.
It's really entertaining to watch. But also in this game, I mean, we're not going to talk through every match in a huge amount of detail necessarily, but this game, Talon won 3 out of 4 of the pistols, and they still kind of got... I'm not going to say dominated because, the score lines are fairly close, but when you're winning that amount of pistol success, which they have been all stage, and you're not able to ever even look like you're really like leading the game, that's a bit worrying to me. Like, that's where I think there's that kind of tier gap. They've clearly got the skill, but Paper X were a step ahead.
Yeah, and do Talon keep winning a lot of pistols? But I think the other thing that we brought up a little bit earlier was like game plans and just ults. When I watched the Haven game against Talon, it was so nice. And people used to do this with breach ult, you know, where you'd have like a breach ult and everyone would be scared to play A side itself. So they would often like leave A side and then push behind middle. And normally just the pressure of the breach ult alone on attack would mean you could walk over towards the site. They were doing that with the Waylay ult for like 3 rounds in a row. Literally, Talon were looking at the Waylay ult and were like, okay, let's gamble a site, let's let them take a site, and hopefully they use the ult there to hit it. They were just walking into the free site, and then next round, then they wouldn't use the ult. And then they had the ult for the next round. Talon would gamble again. They'd just walk into the free site again, with just using no util. And they did it 3 rounds on 3 buy rounds. It was insane. It was so good. It's just the pressure of having the ult that is using the Breach Fury with the Waylay. And the Waylay looks good as well.
Am I mad though for thinking, well, the Waylay was doing a lot of feeding on defense, a lot of bad, is it called refract or something? The like recall.
Yeah.
But dude, Forsaken was doing that in some criminal spots on their defense side to start.
Let's say there was like a boogie woogie type like Jujutsu Kaisen play out of Haven, like doors where like he jumped, swapped
that was
with
good.
Something, and then something against the op shot. Like, and to play devil's advocate like a little bit, because like the Glaze train is amazing for PRX. I feel like there's a lot of tools that Talon did have to like play that attack side a bit better against the op. Like they were up rounds so many, or up numbers so many times in rounds as well, from like Jip Boys having amazing like lurks or just moments in rounds, and then everything just crumbles. Like they didn't use these tools. Something kind of bailed them out on that half a lot in the beginning when they had leads. I feel like if this went to a map 3, I feel like I could learn so much more about both sides when they are challenged. But I feel like, you know, rip open the shirt and a Superman symbol, but the S stands for something, was just there for the first entire like half of Haven.
I think that's also because Talon are actually quite bad at Haven. When I was watching Talon play against DRX that game, that was not good. That was all Jit Boys being a superstar. The actual stuff that they were doing on the attack side of the map was nowhere near good enough to be able to beat like top level teams. And Jit Boys was just winning 1v2s left, right, and center, destroying people, because DRX also don't play the map, right? So I think they kind of like gaslit themselves into thinking that they were actually good at this map and could beat Paper Eggs on it. But I still think that Paper Eggs, if they play against like a team that's very competent here, I'm thinking the EMEA teams, frankly.
Sure.
I think that's where we'll get to see like this really tested.
Yeah, I think so. But it's been nice that we've seen 3 different approaches really with the Waylay on defense, where it's been like we're going aggro, like we're still going aggro in the first 20 seconds, but it's just different parts of the map is the main focus. So.
Yes, yeah.
So, but yeah, I agree. I think EMEA teams, but I think it would still be close. Like I still would.
There's crazy skills. They're insanely skilled, and they've got really unusual ideas. It's like, it's like the best of previous Paper X, where they would do weird shit that you'd never practiced against, but then also the form of the players is like probably peaking, and they're doing a lot of anti and prep on their opponents, which I don't know whether they really used to do as much of that. It does look good. Yeah,
it's just insane how good something's got at Euro. It's mad, man. The year turnaround he's done. Imagine, dude, that gives me hope for Aspas, man. I would be.
He's not trying.
No, but surely, I would just show him it. I would just show him just a whole month of the transformation of something on Euro and be like, mate, like this is you. You can do this. That's what I would love to see. Because the transformation of his Euro is unbelievable. I would say he was in one of my bottom 5 Euros of the year, beginning of the year. And now he's in my top 3, he might be in my top 1. Damn. That's crazy.
If Aspas needs a month to get good on Euro, he doesn't have a month.
I mean, yeah.
Even if
they kind of do now from the date. 3 weeks?
I mean, yeah, they've got 3 weeks, not 4, yeah. But yeah, I mean, they've got
February has the same thing.
It's like
time. 28 days. So it's like 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's close.
No, that's 4. That's exactly 4.
It's basically that.
Don't count the weekends. You're chilling. Like, you just take some time off. Yeah.
Yeah, it's no days off.
Somebody give me the anti-glaze.
Tell them to take time off.
The anti-what?
Someone give me the anti-glaze for Paper X. So we've been so positive. How does this team, like, if you're looking at from one of the other regions, what are you trying to attack? Sliggy's talked a little bit about the map pool being like very difficult to attack. But what are some other avenues?
It's some of the great things too, like on some of these maps, like Sunset, like info-less Sentinels and not playing with info as much, more so than assumptions, and then going for like creative retakes or finding like, you know, just really creative ways to use the util you have and kind of win on the util war by playing passive. Is I think ways they kind of countered T1, who are looking really organized. A way to counter that on the flip side is to like have better set executes and have like an anti against PRX's passive spots, because they tend to like jump into the same positions all the time. I feel like on defensive sides on a lot of these maps, they'll like be in key locations like you know, a top lane on defense for Sunset, or like always have someone backside when there's an ult on B on bind. Like there were times where a T1 and Talon, I think specifically Talon on bind, had like antis with showstoppers to get into backside and stop, you know, passive holes that are obvious from PRX's side, but they just don't happen often enough. I feel like a lot of the counters are like ultimates that could be used, but the economy is always better on PRX's side. It has to come from like just countering, I think, in the info game overall, because a lot of the times I think the comps that PRX go for just don't have as much information, and they rely a lot more on their prep or like a creative take and the skill of their players. So if you out info them a little bit, if you play a lot slower, I feel like if you're EMEA, it might be better. But the more I say that, the more I find it myself to be foolish, because then I feel like you give PRX the room to run all over you, right? Like you get to let them play. So it's kind of like a paradoxical weakness. Like it's their strength almost.
I thought it was funny because you went for Sunset. But the record on Sunset with this comp is like as in Viper Sage, if we're just counting those two, is 15 times played it, 13 wins, 2 losses. Like it's
I'm looking at their most winningest map. Like I'm looking at their biggest strength.
You look at
their weakness. Like I'm
okay, I see.
Because obviously
we'll ban that one.
But like it's a lot of repeated things is what I'm seeing, that like teams aren't able to lock down just because it's set up to be a very like an almost uncounterable, like uninteractive type strategy. But if they don't want to interact with you and you know where they are, you could like maybe double Sentinel is enough to like make retake that much harder for them to be able to do, right? Like there's so many options within like maps like Ascent even that runs double Senti sometimes. Even Sunset can run it if you want to. It's there. It's just how many times will you get to experiment versus PRX now, right? Especially in champs. How experimental do you want to be in your own like strat book against a team that will just be completely ready for it if it does happen, and also ready for your neutral the way you play it. So it's the whole thing.
I think that's the problem though. That's the problem with like they have multiple ways that they're gonna win. Right, yeah. They're gonna, like we're talking about, you know, they've got anti-strats now. They've got, you know, like their own wacky ideas that they've always had. They've got just like the paper Rex factor of like they push a smoke that no one else would ever do, and it opens up a round for them that they win that no other team would, because no one would think to ever push the smoke. You know, they've still got that in them. They've then obviously got the individuals are crazy, like, and any one of those things could beat you, and that's the problem. Like, even if you shot, like, you know, it's like whack-a-mole, you know, you whack 3 moles, but then another something's up is popping up all the time, you know? And so it's just they're just a hard team to beat, because they've just got so many avenues to win.
You have to kind of counter their routine more though than counter their strat. I think that's the whole thing, and it's so hard to like, you know, do that in a sense, because you can't really pick apart portions of a map.
Yeah, you'd have to like we're giga focusing for just Paper X. We're so good, like G2, we're so good, we're prepping for Paper X at the start of champs.
Yeah, and we don't see them till the finals, by the way. We're on the opposite side of the bracket. Like it's so hard. They're so protected. It's wild. A team would substitute up and protect every turn that never misses. Plus they have like 2x speed, 2x attack. Like how do you beat this team? You turn off the fucking Game Boy and go outside on vacation for 2 weeks mid-season.
Yeah, I mean, I had a lot of fun doing that.
You know what?
I downloaded Pokemon on my phone as well, so I could play it offline. So I was sat there on the beach playing Pokemon, fighting against those people that I've substituted protect up. All right, let's move on to our other team though that is gonna potentially have an opportunity to make it to the grand finals, defend their Pacific title. RRQ are in the lower bracket final at the moment, but are gonna, well, I mean, have already been on an astonishingly good lower bracket run, defeating teams that I suspect we would have thought more of than RRQ, to be honest. Maybe not every single one of them, but I think there was a lot of hope for Gen.G. We'll definitely talk about that game, but we'll talk about that game later from Gen.G's perspective. But eliminating Gen.G, eliminating DRX, who were top undefeated in the alpha bracket, not eliminating T1 because T1 are already qualified for champs, but a really, really good run here from RRQ, recapturing some of that special stuff that got them through stage 1 that they appeared to have lost a little bit around Toronto.
Yeah, I was watching, I can't remember if it was the first game or if it was the start of the Gen.G game, but I just remember thinking, like, when obviously it looked like they were going to lose to Gen.G, I just remember thinking, like, it's going to be so sad that Jemkin's not going to go to champs, because he, like, some of the shots that he's hitting are just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, his opping is just so unbelievable right now. It's going to be so sad to miss him a champs. And then obviously that happens, and yeah, we can talk about Gen.G a bit later, but yeah,
it's going to be so sad not to see Texture at champs. His opping's unbelievable.
Exactly, that's what it turned into.
True.
It slowly turned into exactly that. But as soon as they beat Gen.G, I really did think, like, I heavily favored them for the next 2 games. I really thought, like, this team now will beat DRX and beat T1. I had a real confidence that, like, once they had gotten over that hurdle, that they kind of found themselves again and could really push on. And I think for them, obviously, they've kind of gone very much in their own style, right? They have found something that they like, right? They're playing way more Waylay. They're like half the Waylay games worldwide are like them, right? So they've got like their own, read of what they want to do, versus basically everyone else, essentially. I mean, a double duelist obviously is still, like, it's still quite a bit of double duelist on some of these maps as well. So it's not like it's, completely away from, some of the other things, but in, playing like Breach Waylay, right? Like, no one else is really doing that much. So they've got their own read, and it's working well enough. I mean, particularly their Sunset. I mean, like I was saying in even the T1 game that they played as well, right? And it happened in both games where they start on defense side, and I'm like, guys, this isn't working. Like, okay, you beat Gen.G, like, good for you, but you've picked this map in your defense side. It's just, you just haven't got it. It just doesn't work. And then they come on the attack side again versus both Gen.G and T1 and run it all the way back and make it look easy. I even thought in the game against T1. Oh, sorry. Well, they didn't win against T1. I should say they should have beaten T1 on Sunset. Literally Stacks won them the game by winning a couple like insane rounds. Don't know what the chair is there, but
I think that was just their coach like running to congratulate.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I think that this team is somewhat fine and stuff. Again, on Ascent, they're playing Teo, right? Where they're running a double drone with Teo Yoru, right? Which I thought was quite interesting. So they're very much leaning into their own style, and that obviously has its benefits, particularly in playoffs, right? Where teams don't have a ton of time to prep as well, right? Throwing out some weird different stuff, I think is a good idea.
I think they might be one of the best anti teams I think I've ever seen. Like, honestly, I think they might be one of the best prep teams we've actually maybe ever seen in Valorant. It's crazy, the stuff that I'm seeing. Like you mentioned there, the Teo, like they were losing Ascent and they knew Ascent was going to get picked. They pick a Teo just because they're up against the Chamber Vice, and then that means they can take a lot of map control fast. They got double drones for the 2 TPs away in terms of the Chamber and the Yoru, and obviously for the trips and the Chamber stuff, they can use a lot of the damage from the Teo. So that map on its own should be studied, man. It was so cool, just purely because it was just such hard anti of just the coaches going, this will work, it's what we used to play. But then playing it completely different to how they used to play, and just pretty much just going full anti. Like they even had anti Visal, right? They knew T1 was going to go over towards B main and use their Visal, and then they had late trips at the back. They had good stall with one-way cages at the front, and then they had the Euro TP to back of site. Wait for the Vice ult to hit over towards site, TP into the back, so you have someone with the gun, and then there's 2 trips to play off of. This team is insanely prepped
those one-way
for each
cages
game.
Destroy that comp. The FNATIC comp gets destroyed by those one-way cages. They were getting so much value from that. Because they were putting it, for those of you who didn't watch the game, they're pretty much always putting like a one-way cage like on by the B door. And obviously this is a comp that, generally is going to play pretty slow and likes to do, a decent B splits are going to be, like a thing that they're going to try and do a lot. And mid splits in general. And so the time is getting a bit low in some of these rounds. They then pop a one-way cage as you're trying to come out, and it's just like they don't know what to do. Like T1, they didn't know what to do. Do we just run through it? And they would end up running through it because maybe the time was getting a bit low as well, and it was just like. And then it's just 2 free kills. Round over. We've won.
Yeah, it was so sick. I'm just impressed with this team because if we look at Toronto, and like my thought process was for them in Toronto, I was like looking at them thinking, man, they can really take their own way of playing the game and just win this event with just pure theory, like they're doing now with the Waylay and the Yoru. That's kind of what I wanted to see. So I love that they proved early on in the year that they could get good at the Teo meta by copying other teams, and now they've proven that they can have their own read on the meta and be insanely prepped, and that's it's such a good sign. Just going your own way and just going, yeah, this suits us really well, and they're looking like the best team of Waylay on attack for sure. Like on most maps when they use it. No other team is having as much success on attack with them. And I do feel like Crazy Guy's just playing great. And Monyet. Dude, Monyet and Cushy in the Gen.G game were just so fearless. Like it was such a diff of just like a team that is scared to lose against a team that isn't scared to lose. Cushy's just sending it through middle as soon as they take mid control. Just going fast behind them. Dude, I love watching RRQ at the moment. You can see every single... There's so many rounds where the coaches have put in so much prep. It's sick to watch. They're a great team.
It's funny because like it was always the Jemkin show. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I was saying it's like it was always the Jemkin show beforehand, right? Especially like the last stage talking about just them like Jemkin pulling them across the line. But now like you look at Xpharaoh as well, which I feel like is something we didn't mention in that DRX series on Corrode, especially like having so much impact from his position, becoming slowly one of my favorite Sentinels to watch in general. The whole team is seeming to level up. I'm always like waiting for a 4K to happen at a certain round 2. You guys are talking a lot about the prep that they have and the setups they have, but individually, just the talent they have as well is just crazy, man. Some of these sequences that Cushy was hitting, some of the stuff that Crazy Guy, we saw the clip of it on A side as well. It's crazy, like 180 flicks. The talent here, it's like Jemkin has leaked onto like all the players in terms of skill, and like now everyone is ready to just frag 24/7. It's a fun team to watch, and like when you talk about, I think beforehand, everyone was just kind of looking at DRX, T1, Gen.G, and PaperX to be kind of the Mount Rushmore of like Pacific in general, right? But RRQ are not just like a fifth team now to talk about. They're kind of in that top 2 almost slot of teams you would predict to maybe make it that far and maybe even make a finals in the international.
Yeah, I agree. The thing that's impressed me enormously as well is their corrode. I think that getting rid of the Vice and playing the double duelist, I was already pretty down for teams doing that anyway. But when you have the Waylay with the saturate on defense side as well, and you have all of these tight choke points where the saturate, or even on their B execs on the attack side, where the saturate lineups are just doing so much, I think that might just straight up be the best comp. I don't like. It's not even that RRQ have got their own flavor or something. It's just an incredibly good comp that's got like aggression on defense. It's got stall on defense. It's got really good sight pops. It's got good mid control takes as well. I'm in love with that corrode comp that they've got.
It combos well. Dude, the saturate is so strong. Like it actually might need a little bit of tweaking because it's huge and it's fast. Like it insta pops. That corrode where they lost the pistol, but then they ecoed them by... Dude, I didn't even realize this worked like this. You know, the saturate slows you down and then you stun. I didn't realize that those two stack on each other. So that they ecoed them by throwing them both at the same time, and I didn't even see a bullet like was shot from the other team because it's so slow for them to shoot, getting stunned and the saturate. So yeah, they got their own unique way of playing, and it's awesome, man. And I'd say that the coaches are doing so much work. Yeah,
the saturate's cool as well because it allows Jemkin to op, and like you know how when Texture does his neon op and he can take a line and then he can like skirt away with either fast movement or he can stun with the quick cast and stop a follow up. The saturate works similarly. It's just like quick cast stun to stop anybody from jumping on you. So it's a very creative look and it's working really nicely. I do like watching it.
Yeah, it's fun.
The topic title though, it's worth addressing. I mean, they did win stage 1. They've clearly got an interesting like read, talent, the ability to really deconstruct opponents. Do you think there's a chance that they can actually end up coming back through the lowers and winning against PaperX? BO5, no map veto advantage.
The big thing is apparently Batman might not be there, right?
Oh right, of course, yeah.
Because there's so I think the update at the moment is it's like visa issues. If he doesn't get a visa before he goes, he has to stay in the country to make sure he can get his visa for Paris. He already has a visa for Japan, but this is the visa for Paris. He might have to stay in the country for it. So there's a chance they don't play with Batman. And I think if that happens, I'm favoring RRQ. I think they should be pretty prepped, especially with 12 days until it starts happening. A little bit worried for Talon because they've obviously got to play him fast if they do get there. But yeah, I think it's all kind of working out well. I don't know who PaperX get. I feel like it all kind of comes down to who they get to fill the void of Patman. So obviously they'll look good. Get
Laz, dude, that'd be so
Laz to
fun.
play one game for PaperX.
Yeah.
One last run for Laz in front of the Japanese crowd. They go nuts. Surely they'd get Mind Freak, wouldn't they?
I would imagine so. You
It'd be
never
funny
know.
if Alex played and Mind Freak coached. Just
Yeah. Step aside. Yeah.
yeah.
I'll
They
do
get
it
the mold
myself.
at Alex. How many fucking times have I told you, Alex? Don't peek that angle. Let's talk about their opponents, though, in the lower bracket finals. Talon, who are not actually qualified yet for champions. The story in Pacific is cinema. It's so good because the two teams that are competing for the champion spot are the two coaches that have had the world's most fucking aggro beef all year. Not even all year, like all last year as well. But it's specifically peaking this year for sure. DRX are eliminated, and we'll talk about them next. But they are just sat there hoping and praying that Talon don't win this next game. And there is one champion point in it. Now, obviously, if Talon actually do win the game, then they qualify just because they, made the grand finals anyway. But essentially, the point is win and in for Talon, and if not, DRX take the spot. And Talon already had that same opportunity when they were in the upper bracket, and Frost was fucking mad after they lost that game 0-2. So, yeah, it's very entertaining. It feels like watching WWE sometimes when I'm tuning into Pacific.
It's just it's the best storyline, isn't it? you can't write it any better than this. That we still get to have a lower final that actually decides everything, and the two teams, the DRX and Talon, literally a couple of days ago they walked on and didn't fist bump or anything. Like it's still
Didn't even entertain the idea of fist bumping.
No,
it was
yeah.
a straight I'm not even gonna get close to you type deal. It was so much fun. And honestly, it's so good. It's so good having just actual bitterness. It's just
Yeah,
so
no, it
interesting
is.
to watch.
It is. Just when you thought the hate watch couldn't get any stronger, somehow they added the fact that if they now lose, that DRX can go to champs. It's so sick. It's the best hate watch ever.
I was watching this game as well, DRX Talon, and I was really invested in the coach narrative too. And then I was like, oh, what the fuck? Frost used one timeout in the entire match. He didn't even talk to his players.
Yeah.
They literally lost.
He was trying to flex. I don't even need to. Yeah.
They lost the map, and he still had a timeout in the bank. That is so strange. Termi used 5 timeouts. He's constantly trying to get his team on the right path. They lose anyway, by the way. Oh, it was good. It's good to watch. This team is very skilled, and they're doing incredibly well with fast pops, really creative site execs. Pistol rounds are looking really nice as well. I think the style that they play, where they do a lot of contacty stuff on the attack side before site popping, was just getting destroyed by PaperX when they had the read and just put an op in the game though. And so I think it's an inherently more inconsistent way of playing your attack sides, because you're taking so many risks before you to take the exec space by just kind of walking around.
Oh, look at that. Just straight turn.
Yeah,
It makes me laugh. The
nothing to
players'
do with
reaction.
it.
The players' reaction is always so funny. They're all
The
just
players,
smiling.
the players were cracking up before they even started walking out.
they
You're
knew
just
what was
oh, you know what's going down. Yeah, I do agree. I think when that op comes out, I think honestly they could maybe keep it a bit simple with some of the ults they got. Just simplify the calling. Just go hit a site and just use some kind of fast strat with one of your ults. I think that would help a lot. It's one of the common strats. At least if you look at RRQ as well, they do that all the time when they're going up against an op. They'll just start fast hitting sites just so that you either overwhelm it or it has to retake. I do like the map pool from Talon. I think the map pool is great for Talon at the moment. I think the individuals are peaking. I think Ty's looking really comfy at the moment as well. It's taking him a little bit of time to get there, but I think he's looking really comfy on the duel list. And I think the calling's kind of nice. I think PaperX was the only time that I was looking at the calling thinking this has cost you the game. But every other time I was watching them, I was looking at the call-in thinking like, damn, this looks nice. There was like a couple of rounds against DRX on Lotus where they did like they did C default, they did cleared B, and then they went over towards A and they opened the door, and then they inserted 3 on door and then went back and made C pressure, and then the 3 on door stayed silent for like 30 seconds and then hit over towards the A site. It was just like, it's really nice, man. They're doing some cool stuff. So this might even be the round. But when they're I don't know, man. When everything's clicking, it looks really good. I just think sometimes they can simplify what they're doing against like ops, and maybe they overthink some of the ult stuffs. PaperX had their number, like no doubt. Yeah. That was like the big issue. But in the other games, I came out of it thinking like really high up on Talon. Sick map pool. They're abusing a lot of the maps. We're seeing the Odin use the most for Cruise on Corrode. He's winning him. Really winning him over time. But for sure, just getting so many spams. I'm impressed with them. They look really good. But dude, it's going to be a hard game against RRQ just because RRQ get 12 days to prep. It's the team that you don't want to give time to prep.
My takeaway with Talon is that before the PaperX game was kind of a bit different. I think the other two that they played though were kind of similar in that they would start well. They would like start really well and they would look on form. The players are looking good. The calls are looking good. It all is synergizing well. Like they're calling some nice rounds. There's another one that you reminded me of, so you talking about that, where I think it was in the Nongshim game where Nongshim pitted C and they raise ult B and then go around into C. And then they've like fully pushed back site. They like own all of it. And the way they then played that post plant was really good. But then I've put round 18 Corrode versus Nongshim in, where Talon in this map, and this seemed to happen I think quite a few times to them, they have just won like 6 rounds in a row, and then they just seem to like mentally start to make mistakes. Like they just seem to almost like relax a bit and be like, oh, we've won, you know, oh, we're better than these, we're on form, we're doing fine. And like if Kurt can bring it up, the example that I've got, like they end up losing on 1v2 and then they go and lose like 5 rounds in a row, and it's like, you can just skip to the end because it's a clutch at the end that they lose. But you'll see, like, I think it's Thai who just runs out kind of on his own, and it's like, bro, it's a 2v1. What are we doing? And then it just seemed just to happen like a couple times to them, you know, where it's like they lost almost concentration, it felt like. So we get into a 2v1, you know, we know where he is, we just Euro ulted him, and like Primmy's on his way, what, you know. But we just swing out before, and then that ult missed somehow.
That's unfortunate.
And they lose this. That was unfortunate. Then we lose a 2v1, and then they would lose like the next like 4 rounds or something. And that just felt like, there was just moments like that I found across their games. It happened a bit in the DRX game as well, where they would play really well for like a stretch of rounds, and then just kind of like tail off. Yeah, so there you go. They'd lose then the next 4 rounds after that. And then it would take them like, oh yeah, we need to wake back up again, and then they would lock in and win, because they were playing way better. Like I was really impressed. When Talon are playing well, it's like, this is a really good team. Like a really good team. Like it's all there for them. But then they do, I think, have that in them where they can just kind of lose themselves a little bit and end up playing quite sloppy and end up, you know, maybe some of these maps were closer than they needed to be. Like with how well Talon were playing sometimes. It's like they could have won these 13-4 easy.
It happens with inexperienced players for sure, and I think this is like it's one of the, you put me onto like a good point where I like these maps where they're like really defense-sided maps, where like these mistakes, it's like a Corrode just looking like an 8-4 is kind of your average on defense. Like it's so easy to think that you're up by so much.
Yes, it's 8-1 and we've won.
Yeah,
and then it's 8-4 and then you don't win.
And then you're making so many sloppy mistakes, but then you actually get onto the harder side and you're just like, oh, dude, we could have played those rounds easier. Like, it's such a good little mental check for players that I really like I like having a couple of maps that are like super one-sided. It was always the same for Nuke in CS. Like, you have to keep on that mind frame of just, dude, we have to get like 10 here because we might struggle on attack. So I think it's a very good point that you say, and especially for like Corrode, that is the map where we might see that the most, of like inexperienced players being like, oh, it's easy. Look how easy these rounds are. But when you get onto attack, you're like, oh boy, really could have done with that round. Wish I didn't do that.
I think like combine what both of you are saying as well, or to expand on it just a little bit, the reasoning from where it comes from is that, or just to also preamble a little bit. The one thing I really like about Talon is like their compositions on all these maps and how they have a lot of actionable ults as well. Like having Gecko, having Deadlock in the business. Like you have to really think about, you know, where you want to put Thrash in comparatively to just having like, you know, a Cypher ult, or like, you know, Deadlock's Annihilation versus Cypher's Neural Theft. Like one gives you a lot of info, the other one lets you almost win a round. And they have like agent selections or picks on agents that just let them do that ult cycling and the ult rolling over and over again that keeps them in the loop. TMV, what you're talking about is when the ults are done and they don't have these ults anymore. I think that's where they start to get a little bit more lackadaisical, when there's no combos, where there's nothing to do and it's just a rifle up. The ults get them to that point, they kind of choke out on positioning, and then those 5 rounds is them building ults again. And when they have those combos, they're locked in once more. I think the DRX game, I think on Haven is one of those examples where they have such a big run on one of the sides because they have those ults to cycle through. But then afterwards, on the other side, they didn't have that initial build-up as much. They lost a lot until they had ults to play with as well. I think they rely on ults a lot to be in form, and when it's not there, then what Siggy's talking about with the lack of experience individually starts to come through a little bit. They don't have as much to rely on. They don't have the structure in some of these rounds, and then that's where the gap is for Talon. So fixing that, I think, is something to go towards the next level with. Maybe just using basic util. You don't need an Annihilation. You don't need a Thrash or a Showstopper to win the round and to, like, you know, make a play on backside to have an anti-strat. Learning that a little bit, maybe even just taking out a page from PRX's book in general from that loss could be a wave on getting better as Talon and moving on.
Dude, J-Boys was so good in this game. In this map, he just carried them in so many rounds. I wrote down round 8 and round 10 as well, where he just beasted them. He wins 1v2s in Garage and then 1v2s over in A to just open up the whole map for them. I think he looked nuts on that Haven pick. But I did want to highlight another piece of what I was really impressed with the coaching prep from Talon, which was the beginning of their Lotus against DRX, where they were throwing the fake C default util into a very quick B pop. Again, haven't seen a team do that. The theory was beautiful, and I think it just carried them through that game. And because we started this talking about Talon DRX coaching beef, I wanted to give the props to the Talon coaching staff, because that theory, they used it on round 1, then they used it on round 3, and then they did a twist on it in round 5. And it basically just got them 6 free rounds. They were up 6-0 before DRX could even figure out what the fuck was going on.
And they have been Nongshim's Lotus as well was good.
They've been doing honestly constantly stage 2 onwards. They've actually been having like really good prep. Like a lot of games they've been winning from prep, and even before in like some of the games as well. There's a few like Haven game plans and stuff I can remember. I'm like, you guys are winning just purely from prep. I do think the coaches are good. And man, I kind of want Talon to win just because I think first of all it would be cool. It's a cool story. But man, Frost being
give me that
like
post-match interview with Frost and specifically ask him, you've eliminated DRX. How do you feel?
Dude, I'm so down to see him give it. Like he's been having a couple of rough years, man. Let's just give him a win, dude. I want to see him, because that will carry him over for like a good amount of years as well in terms of like giving it. So he'll be really unhinged in terms of giving it. It will give us so much content.
I mean, next year he comes out versus DRX 2024 champs participant on his shirt. You know, sorry, 2025.
He's also. It doesn't matter how much he's been losing. Dude has always given it in every
that's what I mean.
He's ever been a part of.
Imagine how insane it's going to be if he has like this run to back it up. It's going to be outrageous, man. It's going to be insufferable, but it's going to be awesome.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
Yeah,
I want to live.
What
in
I
that
love
world.
about this beef as well is I don't have a horse in the race. Like, I'm not particularly attached to either of them, and so it's I wouldn't say I'm hate watching, but it's just pure entertainment. You know, it's just pure indifferent entertainment from my point of view. And
it's fun. It is really fun. Yeah.
But also let's move on to talk DRX for a moment. They've been eliminated, and their champ slot. They currently, like, I guess you could say they have it by default because it's Talon's to win and in, but. Before we talk about DRX and their matches and how they got eliminated, who would you rather see at Champions? Like, who do you think is actually more worthy? Because my thought is Talon as well.
For sure. How are they playing now?
But I wouldn't have said that
going further
earlier in the year.
You feel like you feel something watching Talon. I feel like
I think they're just more interesting as well.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it's better to like also watch a team win and make it than to watch that team that like lost out make it through points after someone fizzles out. It's like I'm not saying it doesn't feel earned by any means, but it's like you kind of are by default rooting for Talon because the momentum rides through, right? So
I just also think that they like the prep, the different comps that they run, the different style, they're more likely to get either upset wins or some kind of run going than a DRX team that that try to play very like, I guess, what's the best way of describing them? Because I don't know.
The DRX ceiling is like, it just doesn't feel as high.
It did at the beginning of the year, though.
Yeah, no,
Bangkok, I was
right now,
so on board for it, but
I think Abyss is coming back, like, and DRX were really good on that map, and a different meta, of course. But like, you look at the ceiling possibilities of DRX. I know we're like as hopeful for Talon and their possibilities. If we take that hope, put it on DRX, if they go on a run in champs, how good would that be comparatively? Like, which story is
why the fuck is the map and meta changing?
What?
Because
the kids,
everyone's
the children.
No, it actually is, man. It's going back to the bigger world thing of just dopamine. TikTok.
Wait. How are we complaining about Icebox leaving? That's only a
win.
No,
I agree. I'm not angry.
That's only a win.
Fair enough. That is only a dub.
It's the consistency, man. Because like you look at, Icebox is what it is. But like just having the relationship of all the stuff we worked for in stage 2 to be like the best of stage 2 and like, the world, yes. How does it look? We
were asking the question earlier, like, how does Paper X lose? Oh, because Abyss is back in, and maybe they're not good at Abyss because we have no idea. Just silly shit like that. Anyway, sorry, we're tangent. Let's talk about DRX again. DRX ended up losing in the playoffs. They were the top seeded team coming out of the alpha bracket. Before they played in playoffs, what were our expectations to remind the viewers?
Dude, I thought they were sending it. I thought they were going. I even had them. I thought their stage 2 performance was pretty good. Like I really did, and it felt like they were ramping up per game. And then,
you were saying Hyunmin was getting better and better and better, right?
Yeah, and then they just
still played well in some of these games.
This is the only team in playoffs, apart from maybe Nongshim, where I was just like, where are you guys? Like I felt like when they're all on, the level's really high, and then I watched, because even the RRQ T1 game I was watching, I was like, damn, this feels so high level right now. Some of these rounds are just like to the highest level. Like I would be pleased if I'm watching a champs kind of vibe. Then I was just watching DRX here, and I'm just like, the fuck is Flashback doing? Why is he lurking 4 times with his ult? Why is he peeking this? Why is he doing that? And I'm just getting annoyed at just all the individual mistakes that all these players are making, and it was just so sloppy. They just ended up being inconsistent, I guess.
Do you think it was I think they choked at Bangkok, personally. I think that they had a great meta read. I think they had players in incredible form, but I think they, inexperience, really hurt them. Do you think that's something similar here? When the pressure's on, they've just let it slip?
See, I didn't feel that for Bangkok. I felt it was more just them changing up comps, because they changed up all their comps, and they were even the maps they were good at. So I thought it, but you might be right, because I thought it was down to that. That's what I put it down to. But this was a melt. It really was. So I think, if that was your takeaway from Bangkok as well, it definitely lines up here. They melted. It's as simple as that.
I mean, this was a nice round from Hyunmin.
Yeah.
They had a couple of these on every map, but like generally their approach, like especially on some attack sides, to I think Corrode, especially when they were playing it against RRQ, like it was, dude, genuinely, what am I watching? Like just Corrode's been out for a while now. There's a lot of good tape on some of the approaches you can make on this map as well. But yeah, some of the lurks from Flashback in general away from his team were never actioned on, and at the same time, like 5-man executes on B site just never work, and they tried it over and over again. It just wasn't working. Like I feel like I was watching deja vu of them trying to take mid link and then just dying to like Jemkin or someone, and it happened like 4 times in a row, and there was no adjustment whatsoever. It just looked like loss, man, like pure loss from a team.
I actually quite liked what they were doing on their attack side of Corrode. I think they lost 3 big rounds in the middle. They lost round 7 because they had an atrocious toss, and they also lost. Yeah, I mean, we're watching here them lose in round 12 to RRQ defending it pretty well. But they had a pretty abominable 5v3 on round 7, and then they ended up losing it again in round 8, and then they got ecoed. So there was like 3 rounds in the middle that really were like pretty bad. But I liked the patience with which they were playing on the attack side. I think it's a difficult map to attack on generally. I mean, that is just like silly behavior.
Yeah, not the best.
It's not the best
example.
clip to showcase. But if you're looking at rounds like 3, 5, and 6 early, like in the first quarter, they had some like good macro approaches to this map. They were focused on mid, but they were taking like good B splits where they push people back properly, and then they pop into B from multiple directions, controlling the map nicely. They had some fast A split rounds as well. But
Agreed. But like in general, like the meds would wear off and they would forget about like how good splits are on this map. And then there was another 5-man take on a rifle round. It's like, because I was on the same page as you. Like there were some, every split I love. Any split on Corrode in general from any team, dope way to play the map. Take mid control, have someone on an extremity, we're good. But like,
I was much more annoyed about their icebox personally, because I think that the way that they play their icebox at the best of times is that Hyunmin's definitely the tip of the spear, but they have a lot of people with that. And I felt like it felt like they were scared. Everybody else was scared, apart from Hyunmin is sent in like a catapult on the A site to try to distract, and then they just sage wall and try to get the plant and never try to assist him. So it's all down to whether Hyunmin just gets the entry or not. Because if he doesn't get the entry, then your sage wall's getting blasted through. You've lost a bunch of players and it's over. But if Hyunmin does go in and get the kill, then okay, you've maybe got an opportunity to win the round, but you haven't played it well. You've just asked Hyunmin to carry the burden of your sins upon his back. Or occasionally Mako just like walks through his Viper Orb in mid and takes the timing, and does he win? Does he lose? It wasn't, there's no team in that. It's just, are they going to find the entry or the timing on someone?
Yeah, I agree with that. They got sage diffed on Icebox. They really did in terms of just understanding.
they did.
And also, I feel like when I watch DRX on this map, I swear they spam B hits and they look great. Like normally when I watch DRX, I'm like, just get Hyunmin top of yellow or back of yellow. He's gonna kill everyone. And they just kept on spamming A hits, and I was like, I swear you guys rarely A hit when I watch you.
I remember watching this game and they went for
It's the 4 to 10.
nth A hit, and I was like,
It
here we
was
go
a
again,
lot.
guys.
Yeah, okay,
Let's see if it works this time.
It's mad. They just carried on doing it. It's the same thing. It was,
RRQ had a slow orb lineup for the jump up with
Yeah. For the
when
Killjoy
the attack
locker.
side has Killjoy locked down, and is that deliberate or was that just him fucking winging it?
Nah, it's
that's
deliberate, man. Dude,
kinda
I'm telling you,
crazy.
these coaches are nuts, bro. They played a Haven. They played a Haven where I can't remember who it was because she was buying a Marshall on defensive Haven for a pixel lineup, so he could double scope in to make sure it was like pixel perfect, like, and then would sell the Marshall and then buy a real gun. I'm telling you, these RRQ
that is
coaches are
wild.
doing some next level shit.
The thing that freaks me out though is that I was watching Americas and I'm seeing Mitch throw a shock dart that breaks a recon as they're retaking, and I'm like, nah, but that can't be. that's not deliberate. There's no way. You just missed your shock dart there, Buster. What hope is there for DRX if they do make champs? Because that is a reality.
Like TMV said, Abyss is back. They'll probably get that relief of just maybe we can't. They've probably accepted that they aren't going. So if they do get to go, it's like, oh, this is an event that we didn't think we could go. We can kind of go all in, and it's just an opportunity. And I feel like if they play with the no fear, because I like this team when they play with no fear. I don't want to see baiting. I'm seeing so much baiting in this team. I want to see someone swinging for someone else. I want to see jumping around corners. I don't want to see you baiting in the most important games. So I think just having that thing of just, we weren't meant to be here. Let's just play fearlessly. And I think that's when this team works. And again, I think their ceiling's kind of high throughout the years. Maybe it was a little bit high because of Teo meta, but for sure,
I think
that
Freeing
helped
was
them.
so good at the start of the year. I haven't seen that level from Freeing recently.
It was like top 5 on everyone's lists, like of players.
For sure,
Like,
yeah, he
back
was up
then,
there.
Yeah.
So it's just the fact they could get back to that level with the right mentality. But I'm telling you, how they play now, it's so individual. It's the calling's not good based off ults, and everyone's fucking baiting. It pissed me off. This game pissed me off, man. I was just like, actually on my stream, I don't think I've ever called anyone out for baiting. I did it like 3 times in this game. Why is everyone baiting here? Just swing with your teammates. It felt so odd. It felt like I was watching a team. It felt like I was watching, like, you know, Apex are out and this game is only to put yourself in the shop window. Then I expect a bit of baiting. This is playoffs to go to champs. I was so confused.
Let's move on to talking about T1. who have got their spot in Champions. They have secured the position based on champs points. They didn't make the grand finals, but I don't think it would be. I think it's very difficult to be too doomer about this team. Like, I think that they actually look reasonable. They've lost to Paper X and RRQ, but am I wrong in saying that this is probably the best look we've seen from them since Bangkok?
Yeah, bro, DH, man.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, he looks
Seems like a big upgrade. Holy, like
Feels like a low bar you said though.
Oh,
well, no, I mean,
After Bangkok, they were pretty bad.
okay, no, I mean, but like Bangkok was like.
Don't get me wrong. I agree. I'm with you. That's just,
but like saying it's a low
feels
bar.
like a low bar.
But Bangkok was an insane peak. With everything in T1's year, you've got to say, like, they didn't look good before Bangkok particularly. They didn't look good after Bangkok. For 2
This is perhaps the
weeks,
first time they've looked good.
Right, apart from...
They've looked extremely good for like a week. And then this is the first time they've been good.
Surely very good. Can we give them a very good?
No, I think we
very
can.
good to very good. I'd say on the road.
Okay.
I'm telling you, the T1 RRQ game was pretty high level.
Yeah,
it really was.
Yeah.
There was so many rounds. There was like I can't remember what it was. Was it Haven? Was it the Haven I was thinking of? There was like a fast C, and I was like, the level of understanding of that is going on right now. Of like they wanted to fast flood, but then they were like thinking of all the util. Dude, I just remember looking at being like, this is just a really high level rounds, and I'm looking at T1 thinking, man, I'm excited to watch them now. I haven't been excited to watch them this whole year. I'm so excited to watch them. Actually, after Bangkok, I was excited to watch them and heavily disappointed. but now I'm like really excited. DH is sick, man. But dude, when he did a clutch and he just went, "I am DH," and I was just like, I fucking love this guy, bro. I fucking love this guy. He's sick, man. He's so good.
I didn't know that. Wait, when was that? I missed that. I was doing VOD reviews, so I've been skipping all of the like between rounds.
It was something. It was something on Haven. Yeah, he won like a 1-on-2 on A site or something.
He did the fucking Shio Pokemon cry.
He did it so sick.
I am DH.
I am DH. He's so sick. He's awesome.
Yeah.
He's really good, man. He's actually really good.
He is very, very good. Yeah, I mean the benching Sylvan in order to put Carpe in, no. But benching Sylvan in order to get DH in, yeah, that's made a big difference. He's also just much more willing to take fights. He's way more willing to actually get involved in rifling battles, and his timing of util like early enough to set him up to be able to take those fights is really strong.
I think he takes control of situations. I don't know for sure. I haven't listened to comms, and I think that's something that like Sylvan really lacked. But I think he takes control of situations. I think this is the clip, Kat. I think you've done it. I think after this one, it goes to his cam. Yeah, dude, what a play though.
Yeah,
damn.
That's sick.
And then, Kat, is there any chance you get sound on it?
It'll be in the replay.
Let me get sound real quick.
It's on the replay. It's so funny, bro. I was cracking up for so long.
That's really good. One of the things, just while Kurt's bringing that up as well, you notice that T1, when they're defending on bind, always have somebody deep in hookah just listening at the start of the round. I haven't really seen anybody else doing that. They just they like start the round at the back of hookah, just ears open for fountain pressure. Just like nice little things like that. Are we ready to hear whether DH is actually DH?
What a trick play to land down double digits! Very nicely recollected from him there. The operator as well to be gifted back over to Buzz as a bit of a prize. I won that round for us.
We'll have to wait for the replay.
But well done from the forces of T1 as well to at least still get some damage in the rounds.
It's a good build-up.
You can see that the spray got a little bit away from Izu. But it was from another deficit situation for T1. 3 versus 5 for that mere moment in time. A double delivered by Meteor. And within the scrap as well, DH rotates as quick as possible and works that retake to a T. Double digits now for T1 and a timeout brought out by...
That's really
so
good.
sick.
That is really good. What is the ceiling for this team? Can they win?
Am I a little crazy to say they can win?
Well, you've got to clarify because because
would
would you think that they're favourites? Do you think they're going to be in the pack of teams? Do you think they're an outside chance to win? You've got to be more because I think there are a bunch of teams at Paris that could win.
I think they might be one of the best chance of the outsiders that people won't think. Right. So if I say that my group of like likelihoods at the moment for what we see in G2, Paper X, Heretics, FNATIC, maybe Liquid,
Sen,
and then Sen. I would say those 6 probably favorite at the moment. Outside of that,
that's a lot of teams that.
Oh, sure. But that's good. That's good, man.
That is true, though. It's true.
The most stacked event we've had.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
But I think RQ are out the dark horse still.
RQ
Yeah. They're with T1. But I feel like, don't know, man. Don't know. Just because maybe it's just because we've seen what they did in Bangkok. That it's just like you can't count them out. We made that mistake already. We got to learn from that.
You know the funny thing about what you just said as well, though. The funny thing about what you've just said is, despite all of our Pacific glaze, you mentioned one Pacific team and 2 teams from EMEA and Americas. I think.
But if Gen.G was there, mate, I would have said.
If Gen.G was there, we'd be slamming them in. If Gen.G was there, we'd be slamming them.
I would have said Gen.G, but they're not there.
Yeah, well, Gen.G would choke in some portion of the tournament, surely. Yeah.
Take a big lead and lose.
Let's talk about Gen.G then, shall we? Because we have to. Let's set the stage before we even go into playoffs. They fucked their year at the end of stage 2 group stage, really, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, getting the 4th seed, so you start in the lower bracket.
Not
for
even
a team
that,
like
the
Gen.G.
points as well. It meant that they were
The
below
points is the
DRX
thing,
on points.
Yeah. I mean, this game was good from Nongshim, right? This was a really good game from Nongshim.
Yeah.
But, oh, good God. Like, you've got
They
a
win
very
that game.
difficult...
If they win that game, even if they then lose 2-0 in playoffs, they'd be in DRX's spot where if Talon don't win, they go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a rough one. But...
And also the
set
way
the
they lost
stage
is also extremely rough.
Yes, exactly. Because having said that, well, let's do a little more stage setting, shall we, TMV? Tell me about what's happened earlier in the year for Gen.G. Have they been, like, losing leads earlier this year?
Well, you see, there was this Masters event that people went to in Canada. And you see, Gen.G were there. And for the first part of it, oh my goodness, they look like the best team in the world. In fact, they actually destroyed the eventual winners of that tournament called Paper X at one point. And then they might have choked massive leads on both maps against a little team called Wolves, the little engine that could. Wolves. They managed to choke big leads on both of these maps. And then they played against G2 and did the exact same thing on Icebox and choked a massive lead again. So, yeah. They do seem to have a bit of, during the Wolves game when I was popping up, I said that they had no chin. They've got no chin. As soon as you punch them once, they'll just completely fold. And it happened in the Wolves game, and then it happened in G2, and then it happened here as well. It is unbelievable. I do want to shoot them a little bit of bail in terms of the Sunset, because we did see RRQ, the T1 game, played out in a very similar way, although T1 were able to, just about get it over the line. But the T1 game also started with T1 destroying RRQ on their attack side Sunset, and then RRQ running it back quite heavy on their attack side. So I'll shoot him a little bit of bail there, but at the same time, you should not be throwing this fucking lead. I mean, to have this happen multiple times in a year is truly unbelievable. Considering, again, at moments of this game, Gen.G look unbelievable. Like, when they play well, they look like we're saying, if they were at champs, we'd be putting them in the group to go and fucking maybe win champs, because they look unbelievable at their peak. And so then to just have this happen again is like, it's otherworldly shit.
I mean, it's the Sunset game, which is the main one, right? It's a 10-2 lead into...
It's not even a 10-2 lead. It's a 10-1 lead, and they throw a 4v2.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should have had an 11-1.
You're talking about you've
Should've
got
had
to
an
step on their
11-1.
throats, like in the first half.
Yeah,
They
that's
let
true.
not
one
an-
round slip. They needed that round.
What pissed me off as well was I was watching it yesterday in the America's green room, and I was watching it with some of the other talent. I was watching it with, in fact, the 2G coach as well. And a lot of us had not seen the game yet, so we were doing a bit of a VOD review of it together. And we were like, dude, I better see the most amazing shit from RRQ in this attack half. Like, in order to justify this, it better be the best waylay shit I've ever seen. And then some of the rounds, Jemkin is just feeding and dying first on repeat. And the amount of 5v4s that Gen.G had on their defense was astonishing. They had, what was it?
18 first kills this
18
map.
first kills in this map to 6. To 6. And they lost 13-11. They didn't even get it to OT. They didn't even get it to overtime, guys. They went up 10-1 and they couldn't get it to overtime. What are we talking about here? And then what I'm watching as well is that even in the rounds where Jemkin isn't dying first, they're like team stunning him and shit. There's a round where they're trying to like dash to punish a drone in mid, and they fucking team stun the guy, and he's like, oh, well, now I can't do it, can I? They still win the round anyway. This was, the defensive rotates made no sense from Gen.G. Their deadlock massively punished. It was
That's true.
a shocker.
The deadlock stuff could be a lot better. But dude, they had such good pistols coming into this as well. I remember seeing their defense pistol, and I was like, "This is a stroke of genius." The one where they put the wall down over towards B, and it has that little gap where you think you can crawl underneath it, and there's two people waiting. I saw that, and I was like, "Well, this is done. This is for sure done." And then they had a 2-pass and hold over towards short. You know, like the one-way box on A site.
High-low setup.
Bro, they hit like one bullet. How they hit one bullet? You got a high-low setup. It's a pistol round. I don't get how they both died. And then that just snowballed into just...
Well, round 15, they
whiffed a
died to
lot as
smoke
well.
spam as well. So, like, the pistol round, they should have won. And then the bonus round, or their anti-bonus, they were in a good position. They're in a 5v4. They've got a deadlock wall down in A main. A main, you are not allowed through. They rotate to cover the gap in mid. Start spamming through a smoke, spammed back, 3 of them die. It's just... But then the thing is, it wasn't luck after that. Like, from round 15 onwards, they just had no chin and they collapsed.
Yeah, they melted after that, for sure. Dude, is this the...
That's the high-low.
I just don't understand how they got one bullet off. They did one bit of
We
damage.
were in
that's it.
chaos. No mouse.
They lost 2 really crucial rifle rounds, round 18 and 19, by not rotating enough players to B and not trying to hold backside B. And they just were playing like set retakes on B with this comp, which I think is a nightmare. I don't think you can really get away with that.
But then I felt like the melt carried on into Corrode. It's what I mentioned earlier. It felt like RRQ, when I was watching them, just fearless with plays, especially Monyet and Cushy, just fearless with plays. I'm looking at Gen.G just petrified to make any kind of play. It's the classic that we've spoken about like for years now, like the fearing to not lose. Like RRQ didn't fear to lose. They didn't care. They just played their own game. They were just
thought they
playing
had
to,
lost at
to
one
win.
point, I'm sure.
No, yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, and then Gen.G, they're so scared. They're so scared to make any plays. And then when everyone's scared, everyone just makes mistakes. So no one does anything to like actually win you rounds. You start getting wrecked.
This is our first team. I mean, do we want to talk too much about Haven and Corrode? I feel like it's not as relevant necessarily, but
I mean, Sunset is the main. That's how they lost it.
It's the main offender. It is the main.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I did want to ask though, because this is the first team that we're talking about where they are definitely done for the year. So we've talked about like PaperX, RRQ, Talon, T1, DRX. They've all still got chances at least, or have guaranteed that we'll see more of them later on. Gen.G are done for the year. I'm finding it hard though to say that this is like a failure of a year or anything. Like, I'm finding it difficult to be too harsh, I suppose, on Gen.G. Like, obviously they have disappointed. They've disappointed themselves. They've disappointed like what they could have done, their potential, and yet they were in a hyper competitive region and did still show flashes of brilliance to the point where I think this is just one of those things that kind of sometimes happens in sports where you get like a bit of a shit year, things don't go your way, but it's not like you should overreact and try to blow shit up or make enormous changes, anything like that. Just kind of run it back and hope that you don't troll as badly in 2020, 6.
The way that I read this is like this is the first team, and maybe the only team this year, that got punished by going to EWC and like doing well there. Because they came third at EWC, right? And then they kind of came back and they were a little bit rusty. Whereas you look at RRQ, got wrecked at Toronto, so they kind of had more time. Got wrecked at EWC, so they had more time. So that RRQ actually had a little bit more prep for that first initial game, which was one of the reasons they got put into the lower bracket. So I think this is our first team that actually got owned by playing EWC, personally. Or like going so far in EWC. That's my read on it. Because I think if they don't go into lower bracket here, I would have rated them against other teams.
Also, it's just unlucky to be in the lower bracket when you're 3-2. Most teams that win 3 games in most groups across the regions, 3 games will get you a 2 or a 3. I think there was only 2 groups where I think KC are the other one where they won 3 games and are a 4 seed. I think everyone else didn't win 3 games. So
that's
even that was unlucky. You're in a group where that just happened to happen as well.
But they didn't look bad, other than the melting. Like as soon as like if you actually, it's just gentlemate's theory though, isn't it? it's just they look great until they don't.
I have a fear of 12.
Yeah. I'm just wondering because like it feels like, although they were punished for going to EWC, like you're saying, to fix the melting, you'd want to play more games in general, to have that confidence, to be in more situations. So it's like almost oxymoronic in a sense of like how they're presented with a status this year of being able to fix that problem, especially right after Toronto. But then this is happening again. It's odd.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar to Cloud9's choking problem as well. That's oxymoronic.
Well, I feel like, dude, I hate that narrative, but it's not NA.
You literally said a whole sentence just for a terrible pun.
Sorry, terrible pun.
At least he laughed, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
No one else, you're just fucking cackling to yourself.
I'm sat there chuckling in a sea of -2s. What would you like to see from Gen.G moving forwards? Is there anything different? I've knocked myself off.
They have a performance coach? Get one if you don't.
Yeah, it might be as simple as that. I guess we Jesus. I guess we see what the theory is with Lakia as well. What happens there? But Munchkin said in an interview that he was gonna delay his military service. So in theory,
that post sunset or pre-sunset?
That is very much. It was post. Yeah,
it was post. Okay.
Yeah, so that's when he should be full of emotion as well. So I feel like I believe it.
Yeah.
But we'll see. You never know.
Yeah. I mean. Anyway, let's move on to some of the other teams though that are out for the year that were in the Pacific playoffs. DFM, they have unfortunately not fulfilled Paper Thin's hopes and dreams of them making an international event this year. Yeah, unfortunately so. I mean, this is the positivity episode, TMV, but do you want a little bit of negativity?
They made it to playoffs, Japan, DFM, let's go.
That is, yeah.
Got instantly eliminated.
Well, I mean, they were still pretty far away from making it to Tokyo, right? That was still that would have been a dream, like more so than even making it to champs or anything. Like making it to Tokyo would have been incredible for these guys. But
they made it look like a Viper wall was like the fucking best thing ever. Like caveman discovers fire type shit. Like they had no idea what to do on Ascent against Nongshim's fucking like slanted right side dice wall. Like I think the immediate fix was like to put every form of KJ util on it, and then like no one's ever gonna be at dice on that side anyways. And they end up coming in from tree, Nongshim instead, and see all the util. They're like, why the hell's a turret and alarm bot there? Break it all anyways, and it has no impact. And it's like every fix you try to see from them was just like, dude, what do we do? And then you see T1 come in like the next day and like just have a chamber ready for it and like every TP play ready for it. But it was crazy to see DFM's approach to that wall and like the approach to this series anyways just get dismantled by Nongshim.
Yeah, they really did get dismantled by it, and it's like it's a great example you're talking about because Nongshim have the wall, they have a smoke over towards A, creates passive pressure, and it's hard to deal with because people might lurk out and they can burst out. And yeah, they had like 2-3 ideas, but they just weren't fully thought about in my eyes. Like they didn't really fully like have, if this happens, this is how we react kind of vibes. And so it was like 3 potential ideas that might work. Then they went through all of those ideas.
Round? Is this where he just runs out?
Oh, dude, this was crazy as well. There was a couple of mad rounds like this as well, where it's just like the comms are essentially bad. We should just be turning in sight. Yeah, I thought the prep was just a little bit bad. And then they did have a plan at the end. They called a timeout, and then they got the judge to just play in front of all the util, and then it's just like it was just essentially too late. You were making mistakes elsewhere around the map. That's actually something we didn't say about T1. That they handled this really well, man. The like Nongshim wall. It was. Nongshim must have DFM must have watched it and be like, oh, for God's sake, we could have done something like this. But obviously they had the best comp for it because they used the chamber vice. But yeah, the ideas weren't. I don't want to blame the coaches, but the ideas weren't thought out enough in my eyes to like counter this.
Yeah. And randomly, like I don't know why DFM's like jogging my memory on the 2-1 Nongshim game, but like it felt like Nongshim came through this matchup and then time traveled to the T1 matchup immediately and felt like they already played these halves against DFM because they never once touched that Viper wall again, I feel like, on their attack side. And like Chamber was just left in wine 24/7, never challenged again. The good things from DFM throughout, I feel like, it was still nice seeing like Akame take a lot of control over the team and lead them in spots where they were sometimes in the lead or had good rounds. There's been lots of talks about like, I don't know why this rumor is even true in general, but Ospos wanting to move over to like Japan in general. So like looking at what team he could go on, DFM is kind of like a question. Who would you replace on the team? Akame comes up a little bit because you don't want to like completely take over the Yoru off the team, so you have to replace the dive duelist. That's like as interesting as DFM is getting, I guess, in the off season as we roll towards them. But
I mean, that's insanely interesting. If that happened, that would be a ridiculous.
I mean, yeah,
it's them or Zeta, right? If he wants to play in Japan, like I'm just pulling this out of like the one guy.
I mean, he's not playing in Japan anyway, though, is he?
Yeah,
like
he's got to go tier 2 for that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but if he wants to play in tier 1 Japan, of what is,
I think he did want to play in Pacific though. I think that's one of the reasons why he was thinking about joining Bleed.
Yeah, that's because the money was incredible, mate. I'll be saying that too. I want to go Pacific if they're offering me like 2 million or whatever. Like I'll go anywhere.
Let's move on to talking about Nongshim then, shall we? Because Nongshim, yeah, we've just watched some of their like them being their opponents, but they also barely got started in the playoffs and then got eliminated. But did actually have a pretty successful end to their year in terms of have got that spot back into Ascension, which a lot of other teams haven't. Both of the EMEA teams insta-relegated. 2G insta-relegated. So Boom
G2
barely make it. Yeah, well, G2 already through. Yeah. Is that what you said? G2?
Yeah, like G2 like the only Ascension teams playing in Ascension are the Pacific teams.
Well, no, it could be China as well.
Well, China.
We don't know yet. Yeah, because
like you're watching it, like you know about it. Tell me about the Chinese tier 2 scene.
Well, no, but I know about XLG.
No, but he knows about the tier 1 team.
I know about the tier 1 Ascension teams. I don't know about the tier 2 teams. Yeah, but I mean, I would imagine that they are significantly better. But the fuck do I know? Yeah, but that's going to be fun. And Nongshim, I feel like actually they're making enough experimentation, creativity, like playing pretty well right now to the point where I don't know enough about the Pacific Tier 2 team, but I would Tier 2 scene, but I would expect them to do pretty well, maybe even be able to win it all again.
Yeah, I think they would. I think they would have learned a good amount here. Like they had some when they had time as well. They had some like cool comps, like their Lotus trap play comp with the Cypher Waylay was pretty cool. They can bring that one back. I think they thought it was a one and done. I think it's a one and done, but sometimes it's worth actually just seeing if a team can beat it. It could be similar to the DFM game where they didn't like actually anti their wall. I think that Nongshim has a lot of potential and started showing us good signs, map dependent towards the end. So I actually feel good for them in Ascension, especially with 2 slots, right? For sure they're going to be looking better than Boom. But I think they would have learned a lot. Like I think the T1 game that we were mentioning a little bit earlier is a good example. Like once that wall starts getting counted over towards I want them to have like a backup plan, like a new plan for them to have to deal with on the fly, because they should have known that eventually this would have got punished. So I want them to kind of think of that extra layer of this should get punished, that we need to, if this happens, we're going to have the backup plan of doing this, even if it's on the fly. Like just the coaches should have it ready, just like some kind of theory that would help them a little bit. It's just that extra step, and you only really get that from like playing at a high level and getting punished like this. So it's great learning curve for them. And dude, I don't know, I think they look good. They got their own little way of playing maps. They kind of found a good balance with Danby at the end.
Yeah,
I think
that'll be fine.
Levels up.
One thing you have to remember is last year in Ascension, they didn't lose a map until the grand final.
Yeah.
So
They're better
they
now.
already destroyed tier 2 competition, and they were pretty good in tier 1. Like
They'll be fine. Albi was good as well.
I'd be shocked if they didn't finish in the top 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. Albi was very good, map dependent as well.
Pacific is not happening again this week, though, because they're taking that week break in order to set up for Tokyo. So if you are a Pacific fan, consider China, because that's happening at the same time as Pacific. That's one of the reasons why maybe you haven't been able to follow it if you are a Pacific fan, because they do tend to overlap pretty heavily. Something that I'd like to see them fix for next year, by the way, whether it's like the same thing that Americas and EMEA do, where they shift the days slightly or something like that. But it would be nice to not have them literally overlapping. Anyway, in terms of just catching you up, I know that we don't regularly do like a full China segment, something that I'd like to do heading into next year as well. But for now, I know that some of us, I know that TMV, you were following the EDG games at the very least, because I saw you co-streaming that. Shayo, you normally watch quite a bit of China stuff as well. I don't know if you've poked your nose in there, Sliggy.
Sometimes, if it's like an extra third map when Pacific finishes, I'm like, yeah, go on, let's check it out. I was kind of on board for FPX run, but
yeah,
so many people were, and then
that didn't go great.
Let's set the stage a little bit in terms of like group stuff. You've got if you're used to watching China and you're expecting EDG to be dominating, that is not happening currently. It is the least. I mean, ever since EDG didn't win last stage, it has been the least EDG dominated that China's ever been. They've been struggling in terms of their roster and what roles to put people on as well. But you've also had teams that nobody was expecting, I would say. Teams like All Gluers and Thai Glue, as TMV used to call them, who are now in playoffs, and Tai Lu, for example, actually still in the upper bracket as well. So it is a very different time for China. It does feel like a bit of a new era, the latter half of this year. So let's have a look at some of the games. I mean, the audience might be familiar with three big names come to mind, the ones that I put in the topic title: EDG, Wolves, and Trace. Starting from the end one, Trace are a team that a lot of people have seen play. I mean, they were at Champs last time. TMV, they're dead.
Gone. They're gone. So for those of you who haven't been keeping up with Trace,
goodbye.
Had never this year, I don't think, ever got back to like, where they were at Champs. You might be thinking, oh, they made it to Champs. They kept kind of, the core of their team. Well, no, they just never they never got to that level again. It's kind of crazy considering that, we were looking at players like Kai and Fong Fong or whatever and thinking, wow, these guys can shoot. These guys are good.
They made it to Bangkok. They had the worst international performance of all time.
Yeah.
And then MIBR beat their record. MIBR somehow made Trace even more irrelevant because Trace don't even have the record of being the worst team anymore.
Yeah. And they've just never got there. And then this whole this stage, they've just never, they never refound anything. They were just too scrap. And that game, EDG Trace, oh my god. So for Wolves' sake, I needed EDG to win. EDG had to win that game essentially for Wolves to have a good chance.
Can you explain why? What's going on with Wolves?
The Wolves didn't make the playoffs, okay? We're just gonna move past that. If you're asking why, it was a big conspiracy. They didn't make the playoffs. Okay?
They played like shit. They got destroyed by one of the worst teams.
They're still fourth in points. Okay, so what Wolves need they're in like an MIBR situation essentially, right? Where they haven't made playoffs, but they need like certain teams to do well, and the teams below them to not do so well, so that they can then make it on points. And Trace was kind of the big threat team because you can see they're next to Wolves. They would have been the team closest to them. And luckily, Trace lost a game to... So Wolves need EDG to do well because they're one of the teams above them, and they need Trace to do badly because they're just below them. And that game, I mean, oh my god, it was... As a Wolves fan, it was a hard... because you're watching EDG, and this is the fucking champs. This is the champs winner trying to defend their title, and they are fucking playing dog shit, and they look completely lost, and I'm losing my mind. How is this team so fucking shit now? Now that I need you to win, EDG, now you're shit. And then they kind of lock in at the end of map 3, and they capture some of that magic, and Trace start absolutely trolling and end up losing. And I was so fucking happy, even though it's still the Wolves need a lot to happen to go their way. But yeah, it was good. But EDG, not good. Trace,
So,
not good.
For anyone who hasn't been following EDG as well, they made a couple of roster moves. I mean, Simon, everyone will have seen that Simon had that big crash out. They then replaced Simon with a guy called Gen.G, who was coming in originally to play Yoru for them, I think, was the game plan.
Don't mention Yoru and EDG.
Yeah, so they're having massive problems with Yoru, but Jenny then left. They got HFMI in, who changed his name. Then they went back over to Jenny, but Shichu picked up IGLing, and nobody started playing Yoru. So now they're playing double duelist on a lot of maps, with Kang playing the more standard, I guess, like old meta duelist picks, and nobody plays Yoru. He's not good at it from what I've seen.
Horrible. No. He's horrible at it.
No, but you're right. Horrible at it. Nobody on EG or EDG plays Yoru. That's true. Nobody on that team plays Yoru.
But then also, Chichu has now taken over IGLing, which is nerfing his ability in a lot of these games as well. Although he did actually play well in the game against
popping off on smokes. This is one of the rare instances where he is playing. Where he is playing smokes, he's playing a lot of recon. He's playing fade. Smoggy's playing fade. He's not a good fade either. Like it's all sorts of batshit crazy. It's all sorts of all over the place. They've
got the Aspas problem in terms of like they had a star duelist player who doesn't play Yoru, and they're having to bend themselves,
Frankenstein themselves, to make it work.
I hate it, man. There's so many demos out there. Just go play Yoru. Go learn it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's horrible.
It just doesn't click for some people, I guess. But it's really rough watching, these players who previously, I mean, dude, you couldn't get two people that more people were excited. If you were talking top duelists of all time, Aspas and Kang have got to be up there as like people's favorites, best, greatest, whatever words you want to, whatever superlatives, and they just have not been able to pick up the Yoru this year. Or to some degree haven't even tried in matches. Maybe they have in scrims. What else is there to say about...
One theory I do have about EDG is that Kang, I've noticed, he stopped shaking his aim, and then midway through this Trace game, he just started doing it again, and they started winning. So I don't know if that's a theory. He's getting this off. I'm just doing this a little bit again, and he started winning. So bring it back.
Let's take a look at the Chinese bracket one more time, though, because there's a couple of teams that we haven't discussed who are now pretty good. So you've got your two Ascension teams up towards... all gamers, Kurt is pointing out, have actually... they signed every player in Valorant, including a player called Player, including a player called Washing Machine, but they don't actually play with them.
Yeah, the thing is, it's their academy plus their main roster, on the same roster. It's not all these players playing all at the same time all the time. I have a Chinese knower who usually I think has a 96% no rate in the chat. He's told me that it's just a sage. Yeah, there's just a bunch of tier 2ish players and then tier 1ish players, and then they have that early from Team Liquid and Bangkok experience of being able to scrim with each other and pick up stuff from each other and stuff and practice anything they want over and over again. I want TMV to do a Spitfires impression because that's the reason this team is popping off.
FPX was another team that, we kind of needed to lose in week 5. It was actually for the playoffs, but it didn't matter because Wolves fucking threw themselves. But every time he was getting a kill, Spitfires, what a player. Absolute goat of the game. But now AG can lose if they want, because that would be good.
They can
I think that they are very likely to lose, though, aren't they? Because the teams that are in the upper bracket, apart from Tai Lu, have been playing well recently. I think Tai Lu are an unusual one to see in this upper bracket. They also got I think they got the easiest possible opening game against AG. But you've got your two Ascension teams up towards the top. Shilai Gaming obviously had another really poor performance at Toronto, but that was them playing with a sub that they couldn't really communicate with properly. And now that they've got that kind of stuff figured out a little bit more, I wouldn't say they're playing as well as they did in stage 1, but they're playing pretty well. Billy though is the team to beat, I think. They're looking like the best team in China.
Yeah. And
No?
I'm my
Who
heavy
would you say?
DRG hater, Rod.
DRG,
They're
man.
the team.
DRG
They're
are in the
the team.
business.
It's probably between Wolves and DRG for who goes to champs, most likely.
But that's
Wolves
kind of
need
sick,
to avoid
dude.
DRG finishing in the top 3.
This might be
I'm-
the
I'm-
only. This might be the only region where we get both Ascension teams making champs. So the winner would
Placement
then
of champs, yeah.
placement
Oh,
winner
yeah.
at champs would stay in VCT, and the loser would have to go play Ascension.
That is
That's
fucked.
that would be
by the way.
awesome.
Yeah, that's
Dude, imagine
crazy.
playing like John
What,
QT
dude?
like one day, and then next week you're up against like a guy with 7 numbers in his name. It's fucking crazy. Like,
No, but
It could be.
the rule
It
is
would be
so
more
harsh.
fucked.
The
though.
rule is
Sure, but imagine playing all of Tier 2 Ascension and then having no spot. That's worse.
no, but I have an alternative. I have an
Okay.
alternative. Okay,
Let 'em all
EMEA was so bad. Let one of them play in
Okay,
EMEA
yeah.
instead.
EMEA?
Are you
EMEA.
are you watching
There's a team that
Americas
begins
as well?
with F in Americas I can think of maybe getting rid of.
No. I'm
Get
saying the
rid of Furia.
Ascension teams.
Yeah,
The
Ascension.
Ascension
Oh,
teams.
yeah.
I
Don't
mean,
come for our partner
obviously.
teams.
Listen, obviously, if we want to get rid of partner teams, I've got a few on the chopping block. Don't get me wrong. But if we're just talking about Ascension teams, two teams from EMEA, they got relegated. There's open spots over there. DRG, they have a player technically from EMEA, I suppose.
You're sending Vukushu back. We're
why are we sending
relocating
Kushu
him.
back?
Actually, say that XLG have 2 players that could feasibly play in EMEA, don't they? Because Raga and No Man, who was I think is Welsh as well, who was at the University of Essex or something studying for a while. So
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Dude, I can't get over the All Gamers VLR page. I just can't, I can't. They're called All Gamers and they have 16 people on their VLR page. I can't handle it, man. They got 3 teams
It's
worth
really
of
funny.
people.
what I
It's
love is they
insane.
have a player called Player as well. They have
Dude.
all gamers and they have a gamer.
Like
but
they entered in
I-
a default name like by accident.
Yeah. I love the fact that they had a player called Washing Machine as well, who was previously their manager, by the way. G was their...
Wait, he was their
Was their-
manager and he subbed himself
He was their
in?
manager, and well, he
Played,
wasn't.
yeah.
I don't think he subbed in. I think he became a player.
It became an option for them to use in some of these matches because sometimes he plays, sometimes he doesn't. I think depending on the map, the comp, the matchup. But
So I
he
think it's a little bit
literally-
like I think it's a bit like
Thanos
Cupid or
was
something.
like, fine, I'll do it myself. Like, and then
Why?
in the server, he's popping
The
off.
manager
Like,
is watching the team like, these guys are fucking shit. Get me in.
Attack
Get
me
in.
in,
the
man.
timeout is not enough.
Isn't
It's
that-
time to time in. Like, let me in the server. Let me play the match. Like,
I mean, that's like Karmine Corp in 23, wasn't it? I mean, Zeish was like, dude, I could do it better.
Yeah, just let me in.
but yeah, it's nuts. I think like DRG as well made a roster switch too, coming into this season with Akamen. I think over Kongshu. Kongshu was like very
Yeah.
similar, I think, to Vukashu as well, where like frag heavy, very positional type player, but didn't play Sentinel. He was more on like the initiator grind set and sometimes like filling in flex. But Akamen came in, amazing pickup because he's a lot more flexible around the map in general, like on a macro sense. Moves around a ton, is playing with Spirit sometimes, and yeah, if you're not familiar with DRG or China in general, like, yeah, that is literally Washing Machine, by the way, for the player's name.
It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, I mean, if
crazy.
you lose to a manager, though, you are washed, aren't you? So it makes perfect sense. Isn't it,
He's
I think?
literally a machine, yeah.
There are 3 great games though coming up in China. If you're a Pacific fan, and you're looking to tune into China, go and watch XLG versus DRG. That game's going to be a banger.
pray
That's
that
happening on the
XLG win.
20th.
Pray that
If you're a
DRG
Wolves
win.
fan, yeah, I mean, pick a
Pray
side.
that XLG win.
Pick a side.
Pick a side. DRG game.
Pick a side.
Because if
And
DRG
then-
win, Wolves are out. If DRG win that game.
Then you get DRG. You get like a
No,
better
but you don't want DRG. That's
He's a child. And then if you look back at the bracket again as well, the other game on the 20th, I think should be not that great. The lower bracket games on the 21st should be not that great as well. But then on the 22nd, you are going to get some bangers, in my opinion.
be EDG.
So
Could be really good, yeah.
EDG
Yeah.
versus all
for the
gamers.
spot. EDG to win Wolves their spot. Is
yeah,
what it could
so there's some potential cinema happening in China, but like I would watch half the games. The kind of
What a salesman.
Thanks.
Buy half
well, I'm
the
just
car.
saying. I'm just saying, like, if you're a Pacific fan, you don't have to jump in and watch them all. You know, you can still just watch half of them, and you'll get a great experience. It's easier entry. But I think that does it for our first segment today. We're gonna sub out Mr. Shire Wager, and we're gonna bring in Minnie and talk about some EMEA stuff. So thank you very much for joining us, Shire. We will see you in the future.
I'm Shire Wager.
All right, we're gonna go to a short break so I can notify Mini. Come on,
All right,
thank you,
sounds
Shio.
good.
Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Later.
That was a good exit. Mini's here already. Also, let me switch Mini in so we can hear him actually. Sorry, Mini, 1 second. All right, Mini, we should be able to hear you.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
My mic okay?
Yeah, your mic's fine.
Yeah, sounds fine.
Okay.
Can we
I'm
get
in
it
a
moving a
janky
bit,
setup.
Sideshow, if possible?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that we had an out to hit for sure.
Not a hard out, but just
You just have things to do
like
with
a
your time.
140 for a segment.
Yeah, that
they're
was
playing
too long.
You're still on
playoffs.
fucking relaxation mode. You're still in Cornwall.
Dude, they're playing playoffs. EMEA is useless. America's
True.
is useless.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll
we can
zip
get through half these
these.
EMEA games without even really saying a
We'll
word.
zip through these.
Yeah, so for those that are wondering, like, why is Kukuka not here? Well, when you're producing a show,
Oh no, Mini's had a
normally-
glow up.
Normally, what you should do is
Oh, yeah.
ask people if they're available before booking them, and I didn't do that with Kukuka, and she was
In
not
the
available.
middle of the meeting, I said, "Aren't you on Plat Chat?" When she said, "I'm gonna go do a flat viewing," and she was like, "No," and I was like, "I think you are."
So, a little mistake on my part. I totally just booked her without asking her. And then she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm busy." I'm like, "Oh shit." She's like, "Oh, you should ask Minnie." I'm like, "Okay." And then Minnie was available, so shout out to Kukuka for booking Minnie. Thank
Wait,
you,
wait, wait,
Minnie.
no. Shout out to me for realizing that Kukuka wasn't available.
Well,
Yeah, also
shout out
that.
to Mini.
Thank you, Minnie.
I'm her manager right now.
That's huge. I hope you're taking a portion of the cut.
I hope it's.
Well, I hope you're taking it all, I suppose, because you're the one that's working, not her.
That's true. Yeah.
All right, we're back for EMEA, and TMV has got better things to do with his time than discuss Valorant. So I guess we'll get this show
Discuss
moving
Valorant with
along,
you.
shall
I've got
we?
better things to do than my time to discuss Valorant with specifically you.
Let's get started with Navi Koi, shall we? So Navi have been looking pretty good for these last couple of weeks. They had a final game of the year. Obviously, this is week 5 that we're talking about. This is not playoffs. If you haven't been watching EMEA, they're on the same schedule as America's. And Navi end up coming away with the victory. I unable to watch this game. Took a look at the stats page. Seemed like Ruxic was still playing really well, as he has been for the last few weeks, but apparently an unusual game. So what was going on here?
Okay, I mean, I want to start with Ascent, man, because Koi stole the FNATIC comp and then copied all the bad macro with the same reads that all the FNATIC games have been having as well, where they just don't be default at all. So that's definitely something they need to look at. Dude, Navi look really good though. I'm kind of excited for them. They're actually gonna spice up the. I thought playoffs is gonna be relatively straightforward, but I have a bit of faith that Navi might make it interesting. To be honest with you, it doesn't. They normally kind of look like an easy win for some of the overdog teams. When I say overdog, like the Heretics, Liquid, I would include BBL in there, and Fnatic. Now, I think they can take one of those. So that's really interesting. I think Hero Ruxic, for sure, biggest stands out. Ruxic's consistency to play at this level is ridiculous. Shouldn't be happening. I don't know how it's happening. He's unbelievable. He actually looks so good. And the problem is the Hero's playing insane, but it's so hard to ignore how Ruxic's playing. Yeah. So Ruxic's like outdoing him, but Hero's playing some of the best Valorant I've seen him play.
Yeah, I think narratively at the start of the year for me, when I watched Navi play, I think I said on broadcast, like, I couldn't understand what they were trying to do. And I think if you're like playing with rookies, and I can look at the minimap and don't know what's going on, it's like, how are the rookies supposed to be comfortable? And last week we interviewed Angel, who said they were like actively simplifying their game plans, actively simplifying stuff for the rookies. And the rookies, both Hero and Ruxic were decent at the start of the year, but now it's like, okay, they're phenomenal. Like Ruxic is like top stats, maybe top 2 stats in the league right now.
Yep. And even Alexic, I would add into that, has grown into like playing better as well. I think he started off, kind of a bit shaky, but then these past couple of weeks, I think as well, has really started to get better as well. So it's like, I mean, it's like any team, right? If you've got 3 people playing really well, you're probably gonna be pretty good. I do think we still, like, for instance, on Corrode, I still think, you know, we got Angel on Gecko. It's like my Gecko is dying 7 times, you know, 7 first deaths. It's like, you know, there's still some things that I wish were different with this team, but yeah, I'm very
EMEA
much
is
with
so
Swiggy.
Gecko pilled on Corrode.
Yes,
We
they
really
are.
are, yeah. But that's like the micro metas of just someone plays it, gets wrecked by Imprac, and go, yeah, we'll just take this. It's like when no one has like no real direction of how they want to play the map. Like that just happens sometimes. You get wrecked by something, you're like, oh, let's just copy that. It's probably good.
And then
I
I
think
look like
it's
a
like
fraud because I'm like, I don't like it, and then everyone picks it, and it's like,
And then
well,
they win.
yeah, of course. And the mini's the fraud, of course. Yeah. I
Yeah.
wish that Navi,
Um,
like even like at the start of the year, had this style at the start of the year, because on paper I thought this roster at the start of the year should have been decent. Like Ruxic to me was like, okay, this guy's fucking sick. Like I knew that coming into this year he was going to be good. I knew the hero was going to be good. And at the start of the year, they obviously weren't amazing. I don't think people had high hopes for them. But if they were playing this style at the start of the year, their year could have looked very different, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree
Well,
with that.
it was you that said on the show actually that Navi kind of had like a lot of pressure on them from a, you know, like, what's the word? Like a maybe like a business perspective or something.
Org
I'm
standpoint?
struggling to find the
Yeah.
right word here. Where it's like they put a lot of investment into this team. They wanted success from this team, and they weren't delivering on that investment that had been put in. And you were worried about that earlier on and thought it might portend the end times.
Yeah, I think that was my stance back then, but having no new information behind the scenes, I don't know if that really is the case. I might have just been talking absolute
Right.
nonsense. I thought that with the way Angel and Shao specifically had approached this year and had been looking, if I was Navi, I wouldn't have wanted to continue with them until this point in which they've turned things around and actually look like they know how to play Valorant.
Okay, and that's have they hit that bar for you, Minnie? Do they look like they know how to play Valorant?
Yeah, they look good. I think Shao needs to
Good.
step up a little bit.
I
individually,
was
but-
gonna say, I think this is like the worst I've ever seen Shao play consistently for a year. Like
Yep.
we've never seen this. Like he's looking like I never thought I would look at a team that he's in and be like, yeah, we could replace him
Oh,
and
you're
get someone
showing
better.
the best, worst ace of all time. Angel 1v5 loses the round anyway, but also gets an ace. In a true 1v5.
Just no
Christ.
time to defuse, of course. Yeah.
And this is with Shao going back to playing mostly initiator as well, right?
And that's the thing. It should be his
playing
comfort.
smokes.
It should be his
Well,
comfort. So I
Is it at this point? Like he's had a long time off.
doesn't feel like it.
Really?
Yeah, I
It has
don't think
been
it feel-
years.
Yeah, I agree, but it just I don't know, man. He doesn't look comfy. I don't think. I don't think he looks comfy. I don't think his util's great.
Yeah.
I think the main thing I'm seeing is just his general fragging. He misses so many jewels that I'm just like, bro, you a year ago, you 2 years ago, like smash them there.
I think he's like the 5th lowest damage in the league or something. Like he doesn't die that often, I think statistically, but he doesn't do any damage. Like he's just kind of there throwing util sometimes,
Yeah,
He's AFK.
a little bit.
dude, 5th worst in damage, Shao.
Something like that. Like I could
Really?
be wrong, but it's
So
really
look-
it's really low. It's
But the
really
fact it's low and
ADR
it's him, dude. He used to be one of
is-
the guys that was clutching non-stop. We were
He's
praising him.
ninth. Ninth
Ninth.
worst in damage. If you
That's-
rank by ADR, yeah.
That's a shocker, considering some of
Yeah.
the people that have been playing.
Yeah. I mean, if you rank by KPR, like a kills per round, he's 5th worst.
Jesus.
He's doing better than Boaster, though.
But dude, imagine that he actually stepped up his level here. They would be really, really sick. Dude, why are you smiling after that comment? I saw that smile after that comment. That's crazy behavior.
Dude, from Minnie. That's what you're saying, not from me.
No, I was talking to you. God,
Minnie had a proper smirk on his chops.
Hey, you both did.
Look, I just find everything funny.
He's just a jovial little lad. He's fun
Yeah.
to positivity. The final point on Navi though, before we move on, they are also playing in the playoffs against another team that's had a bit of like a year-end glow up. So they're opening against GIANTX. What's your expectation for a match like that?
I mean, I think Navi are heavy favorites.
I
would
think
say.
Navi, are pretty heavy favorites. I mean, if you just look at like, I mean, again, I found it funny. Like, I'd still go back to when Giants were 2-0, and we were still all down on them. Now they're 3-2, and it's like,
Nothing's changed.
I don't think much has changed. Like they're
Right.
the only EMEA team in playoffs to have a negative round differential, Giants, and they won 3 games. So, I just feel like we're we're not super convinced by Giants, and I'm totally with Sliggy. I mean, I said it last week. You know, I've been dunked by Angel in the font of Ruxic, and I'm in on Navi, and they play. They've got, you know, we'll talk about BBL in a second, but like the side of the bracket, it's like BBL, FNATIC, and Heretics on one side,
Yeah,
and
that's
Navi
crazy.
have got the Liquid Giant side, and like, could Navi, you know, make a bit of a run through that? Like, I think that's possible.
Yeah, with how they're playing.
Let's move on to the next game of the week, which was FNATIC, one of the best teams, maybe the best team, depending on if you're taking a longer term approach to the year in EMEA, playing against Apex, and a merciful death was on the table potentially. I mean, hopefully you just end them quickly, and yet actually on Lotus it didn't end up being too much like that. I mean, they got like a painful, drawn out death that ended mercifully.
No, yeah, it was though, because you kind of got the belief, and you're like, oh, hold up, maybe we got something here, and then they just went to the attack, and I think, I don't want to call him out too much, I feel like I've called him out quite a lot this year. I heard that Batu was calling, and mate, it makes a lot of sense, man, because it looked like someone whose experience of calling was just ranked. It was take this bit of map control and send it into the site like that. We played ranked every single round. Like A control, we've got no one else over any side of the map, right? Well, then we'll just hit A. We've got C control. Where should we go? Anyone over towards A? Oh, all 5 of us are here. Fuck it, let's hit the site. And they were just running into everyone. It's like, oh, why are there 3 people here? Because you got no map control. You're nowhere. You're nowhere. You're not going to win. You're not going to beat anyone doing this. FURIA would win this against this stuff. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I was just like, fuck it, man. Just get him out of here.
Why did it affect you emotionally at all?
Because they should have won this map. Yeah, they should have won this map,
team that
dude.
you will not watch again.
Yeah, because they should have won the map.
This should be put in a museum. I mean, this is an extinct creature at this point.
I mean, the defense call-in was kind of fun to watch.
Was
they were
lovely.
in spawn, like just giving it to Fnatic the entire time. So they should have just swapped cooler at the half, though. I think at that point.
Yeah. God, I was annoyed. I was tilted.
I don't even know what to say about this team, man. Like, okay, here's a difficult question that I'm going to throw towards Mini, because this has been your job at various times. Which of these players would be on your radar if you were looking for next year? And I don't want you to say who's not. It doesn't need to be negative.
What do you mean?
Purely
Like,
on the positive.
if he doesn't say someone's name, yeah, the Plat Chat viewers IQ is like 3, a single digit. They won't be able to figure that out.
Olizera, I think, can make it back. I think that there's an instance in which Mosey actually looked quite good on Sova, but I think there's this meta nowadays where people don't really want established names. So like if you had a year or 2 in VCT and it didn't go great for you, you're almost like put to the bottom of the list nowadays, and like the tier 2 talent is kind of put way above that, even unjustifiably sometimes. I think that like the balance kind of gone the other way. So unfortunately, I think most of these players are kind of.
You don't think EG Penny is like?
I think Penny to NA, like I think is reasonable. I think Penny didn't have a great time here, but he's on Apex. Like what can you really do in a system where he's good? Like possibly gonna look better.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think I can see a world where Penny gets a chance next year, or at least trials. Like at least get an EG trial.
Okay. I do want to move on. We'll discuss Fnatic later on when we talk about like predictions and that kind of thing, and look at the playoff bracket a little more. But let's talk about Team Heretics. It's now been what did they post on their tweet? Like 795 days since they last lost a group stage game or something. So I've just pulled the number straight on my ass, by the way, but it's been like a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay. It's been a long time since they last lost a group stage game. However, this team is known for winning in groups and not winning in the. I don't want to say not winning in playoffs because that makes it sound like a Cloud9 scenario, but it's like not winning in finals is what they're known for, right?
Yeah.
So this version of Heretics, this version of them where they're playing a ton of the double duelist kind of looks, what is the expectation ceiling for this team? Like, do you feel confident saying that they're the best team in the EMEA?
Right now? Yeah.
I think they are.
I would right now. They're just like, they've got... I mean, Rienz is playing unbelievable. I mean, he has done the whole stage. Woot is also playing really well, has done the whole stage. I think Gen.G I think Gen.G's year as a whole actually started off quite quiet, and he was quite quiet for the kind of the first half of the year, and I think he's now starting to ramp up more and more, and I think like I just think they're in a good spot and know what they're doing. And we talked earlier about Paper X and their sunset. We need a name for this, because Heretics' Haven is the same. Ever since they started playing the FNATIC comp, they are 12-1 this year. The one loss came against Gen.G at EWC. They actually haven't lost in VCT on Haven this entire year. That we need a name for this kind of map, like an EG of Fracture of old, 100 Thieves Bind at one point. Like, where you should just ban that map instead of whatever your permaban is, because you're just not going to win. You just can't win. And Heretics, to me, on Haven, like, they're getting to that level of just like, they're starting 1-0 up. Oh, you didn't ban Haven? It's 1-0.
Yeah, no, it does feel like that. But I feel like their map pool in general is like starting to look pretty
the whole
good.
map pool is really good, yeah.
Yeah, it's like only Corrode where I'm kind of like not 100% convinced. So I guess I would need to see more of that.
Icebox and Corrode are the ones, but like
But
considering
Icebox is rotate.
Yeah.
Oh
we
yeah,
come soon.
oh my god, yeah. And
So,
Abyss was okay for them in the past, I think. Not amazing. They
Yeah,
had some
it's
troubles in Abyss at the end, so.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
compared to like Fnatic, who equally went on deep runs recently, EWC or whatever, like Heretics look in a much better spot with their map pool. Fnatic have got like 2 or 3 maps I could say are good, and then they've got like 4 maps where I'm like question marking a little bit, whereas Heretics have like 5 good maps right now at least.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think dude, they made this group look stupid, because this whole group was like, winner here gets top seeds, and it's like trying to build it up, and then they just absolutely smashed them, really. And like Heretics just looked way better. So I don't know, man. I think this group was just a little too easy for them. Giants, obviously, like they look fine. They can beat a lot of teams that are similar to them. I don't think their double initiator is good. I think it's just gonna get outclassed by a lot of other comps at the moment. But they really just showed us, because we were trying to build it up, because both teams would have ended 4-1 and they would have taken fast if Giants won this. And they just came out and was just like, mate, these guys aren't even on our level. Like, he's like,
Yeah.
why are you trying to build this up kind of vibes?
It was like a good team versus a world-class team in the end.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I
it
started
was
to believe in GIANTX a little bit. Like, I actually watched the VODs a bit more diligently and was like looking at defense. The defense ideas were pretty strong against Heretics, had no problem against it. And then their attack sides, I think they're the weakest attack side in playoffs. Like, Cloud is probably not having the best time on attack right now.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, Heretics will be tested to some degree, presumably, when it gets to playoffs, even if they haven't been in the group stage so far. But they've got an interesting side of the bracket. But again, we'll talk about that when we go on to the playoff pick'ems and that kind of stuff. But it should be very interesting. Maybe Heretics can finally
There's
make
also
some
this thing
damage
where like
happen.
teams are picking a Sentinel to Heretics every week, and Heretics just laugh at them, and it's like, you're picking one of our best maps.
Yeah, just, okay, sure, Rians is about to only die 4 times and get 25 kills. So it's like, well, dude, this guy just sticks back a B, and it's like, oh, he needs to kill 3 here to win this round. He just kills 4, doesn't take any bullets of damage. It's just like, this guy is on the craziest form I've ever seen. He's an absolute rock. I think they're all looking good. I think TMB brought up a good point in terms of Gen.G's probably been the only like person that maybe hasn't been at the highest form that we've seen, but it's getting better last 2 weeks. So
in terms of the opposite of this, a game that ended up mattering but then was fairly competitive, at least by the looks of things, the Turkish derby between FUT and BBL. Now, I think we favored BBL pretty heavily in this one, but it did look like it was going to be at least a better game than Heretics Giants, I think. And did it matter for both teams? I know it mattered for FUT whether or not they made it, but were BBL going to make playoffs no matter what?
Yes, but they would have been 4th seed, I think.
Right.
If
So
they-
it mattered for them whether they were in the upper or
And
the lower
also
bracket
put
to begin.
them above Vitality Champions.
Vitality, yeah.
Mm.
That was
I
actually,
was
like,
actually
the big
joking in
one.
this game that it would have been better for Vitality to not make playoffs, hope that FUT win, and they get in the 4 seed.
And then
They actually
yeah,
have a
that's
better
true.
chance.
Yeah.
They have a better chance of points than starting in the lowers and making it.
But then if they had done that, FUT didn't win.
No.
So-
So Vitality made the
Yeah,
playoffs.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it ends up being a 2-0 here. FUT's playoff hopes disappear. What do you think let's start from FUT's perspective. They made a decision to change things up pretty drastically. Was it at the very start of stage 2? Something like that? Where
Yeah,
they
it
brought
was.
in CNED, got rid of Gaius, their long-standing coach. What do you think of that move in hindsight? Do you think it was still the right move, even if it didn't work out, or has it been showcased to have lost something for Foot?
So
I think-
personally, for
You go,
me,
sorry, you go.
I feel like CNED has proven he's good enough and he can play other roles. I feel like his Omen still has like a long way to go, but he's proven that it's like going in the right directions and he's making big plays and he is impactful. I still think the coaching thing is the big thing with this team. I think Gaius was doing, I think he's an absolute fucking magician, to be honest, because I don't know how they look so off in comparison to when he was there. So I think that the biggest loss is more come down to, unless Atta was doing like a lot of mid-rounding, a lot of stuff outside of the server of macro stuff, I'm pretty sure Gaius is just like a beast, man, and they lost a lot. That's how I view it. But I think CNED's proven that he's good enough at the different role, and he's like on the route of reinventing himself. It's kind of like when Tens was going for the Omen, and it took him a while to get to the level that he got to. So I'm not saying it's the same path. I'm not saying he's going to live up to the 10's Omen, but it's at least like a similar starting point.
Yeah, I agree. I think the coaching thing, like from CNED's perspective, it's like, you know, you maybe lost a little bit of something and you gained a bit of something. You know, like there was kind of trade-offs there. You know, maybe a little. You know, you don't have like a smokes player who's like, you know, full time, like knows exactly what to do in every micro moment on smokes, but you also gain, you know, some very good opping every so often, and you know, some good aim, and like, you know, perhaps an upgraded firepower. So that's, I feel like, you know, a little bit of here, a little bit of there. But yeah, like it is crazy now to see like I mean, Shia was here, he'd have some crazy analogy for this, you know, but like something like we just kind of assumed Foot were good. They were just that team that was like, they're just good. You know, they live in that bracket. They're not like a great, you know, like superpower team, but they're better than, you know, like most of the other teams, right? And it's almost like we took that for granted because you still got most of the same players here. But now, you know, they've slipped behind, you know, I would say multiple teams in EMEA, you know, so I don't know. I always liked Foot. So this, again, I'm going to say it every week. I liked Foot, and now it's sad. And I don't.
Personally, I think the style caught up with them. Like, I don't watch as many VODs as Sliggy, and like don't tune in as hard maybe, but like I didn't see a major difference between guys being involved and not being involved. I personally just thought Foot I never inspired watching them play. I'd never copy anything they do really. I think that their comps are behind the meta quite consistently. I think Cracks gives them an identity issue because he can't play. Like, he's a flash initiator who plays K all the time, and I don't think that's very strong in this meta. Yeta J's being put on Cypher almost every map, and the one map I was like, can we just put him on Vice for a map? Because I think Vice is really strong, and he does it, and he looked pretty good. I just don't think it's just not that inspiring to watch them play. I think that in the past they do very contact-heavy things, and that would work when the game's kind of new, and nowadays teams are all getting better and catching up.
Yeah, and that's fair. I think a good talking point as well is just like the underperformance from Zeus. I think especially from what we saw at stage 1 and what we've seen in tier 2, like before this, I can play way better than this. And a good amount of it is like enabling him for sure in terms of setting him up. But yeah, stage 2 didn't look crazy comfortable for him. His peak is way better.
There's a lot of negatives here about Foot, but in this match, did you end up feeling like good about BBL as well coming out the back of this, or was this just kind of them dispatching a struggling opponent?
But personally, for me, this was a great demonstration of if the team is good enough and they have a good enough understanding, they get double pistol, they can just snowball. I felt like it was a perfect example of snowballing. They did really, really well with pistols. They obviously won 4-0, but they just didn't even let them get into the game because of that, in my opinion. I think Yampi played really well. Yuto was good as frag and heavy. His ults were like really impactful. That's kind of how I viewed it. It was just they just didn't give him a chance, basically.
A bish bash bosh kind of game.
Yeah, man.
That's the thing with it's kind of tough to talk about BBL because they beat the teams that they're better than, and then they can't quite seem to, you know, punch up. That's why I'm excited for the playoffs. Like, their side of the playoffs is going to be good because they have to play FNATIC first up, and it's like,
hold on. When you say they can't beat the teams that they're supposed to be better than, and then they're on the side.
No. They do beat the teams. They do beat the teams.
Right. Sorry.
They're
not the ones
consistently better than the teams below them. But then so far this year, well, they've actually only played FNATIC once this year, and they did beat them. To be fair, that was in kickoff though. But you know, they've played Heretics and Liquid a lot since then, and they just can never quite manage to beat them. But
all they have to do is beat the teams. Like all they have to do is get fourth, really. So if they actually keep this up,
they just
fine.
need to stay exactly where they are, have been this entire season, and they should make it.
They're the foot of this year, basically.
Isn't making fourth in this bracket really difficult though for them if they have
But
such
KC
a
if they
tough
lose to
opening
FNATIC.
game? Well, I'm not even necessarily thinking about low round 1. I'm thinking about low round 2. Well, I suppose then you're playing
like
the opposite side
NAVI,
of the bracket, aren't
Liquid.
you? Yeah, so maybe not. Maybe it's looking all right for them. I want to move on to talk about Vitality though. So Vitality started the year exceptionally, right? Then they have an enormous slump. Then they tear their roster apart. Now.
They're gluing
What the
it
fuck
back
are they
together.
doing? Are they trying to glue it back together? I don't know. News has just hit the timeline, like literally today, I think, wasn't it? Or maybe, like earlier today, that Safe is returning to Vitality for the rest of the VCT season, which might just be one match. Right? So that's what the fuck is going on here? They obviously they do well to be able to get the win against General Mates, which puts them into a position where they're. Was it win and in for them? Was that their game?
No, they also needed FUT to lose as well. So
They also needed FUT to lose, right? So they did their part though. Then FUT lost. They're into playoffs, but they're in the lower bracket. In terms of championship points, they have 8. They're in joint 4th right now, but that doesn't mean shit if you just go out immediately because somebody's going to make 3rd or 4th and overtake you almost certainly. So what is going on here? Following conversations with the team and Safe, we collectively made the call to add him back in the team and build a 6-man roster for playoffs. Everyone loves 6-man rosters, don't they? Should he play, Safe will assume the role of flex rather than returning to his previous in-game leader position. By the way, he was playing flex. He was just also IGL in. But yeah, okay. So he wouldn't IGL. We believe the whole team can greatly benefit from having him back on the roster. We look forward to showing you what our 6-man squad can do this week in playoffs. What's going on here?
I think they believe they have a better chance of winning with him there on certain maps. I guess the maps where they
you literally just took what they said in the announcement and you reworded it.
That makes sense.
Why do they believe that?
Well, because it's Safe, bro. If he's not IGLing, he's a fucking monster.
Is he actually though?
Yeah,
if
he is an actual
list,
monster.
Is he actually a monster?
You just put him on dual list. You put him
Right,
in the
you
double
think
dual
they'll
list
run him
games.
specifically on double duelist maps?
Yeah, you take Kovac out of the double dual list maps, put him in. It's better. As long as he doesn't touch any of the IGLing stuff, better.
Isn't
that's a lot of faith
doing
lost.
okay in the double duelist maps?
No, they do okay in the double duelist maps. I agree. that's their best maps at the moment. But do I think that they would look better with Safe? Yeah, probably. It's Safe, but I don't think it fixes stuff. I agree, but it might look better on the maps they already look okay at.
Right. So they currently play double duelist on what maps? Haven,
I
obviously.
think it's just Haven.
No, they had
really
another.
good on it.
It's
We
just
love it.
Haven.
We love it.
Is it just Haven? I thought they had
It's-
another.
I'm looking at their maps right now. They don't play it on Bind. They don't play it on
Well,
Icebox,
maybe this
they
is
don't
their
play it on
calling to go
Lotus.
and do it then.
They don't
Yeah,
play
it might
on
just be. It
Ascent.
might be a fast fix
Maybe
of some of
now
the
is
maps.
the time. Durka, Yoru, Safe,
Wow.
ISO, Raze.
I mean, that would be a big swap up. If they ended up playing double duelist on a lot of maps and they prep some like quick stuff and they're able to. Who are they likely? They're likely to play against Giants or Navi first, aren't they? Because, yeah. So they're likely to play Giants, which is a bit of a soft beginning, I suppose, in terms of all of the playoff games that you could have. And then they're likely to play against FNATIC or Heretics, aren't they? Oh, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Good luck in that one.
But maybe that's why they felt like they need to do something like this. They believe they have more of a chance.
So they've got 6 days. Who knows how long Safe's been playing, but like assuming that the addition of Safe was pretty recent because they didn't play him in the previous game, they've got about 1 week of prep before they play against FNATIC or Heretics.
Yeah.
Or maybe BBL if BBL can get the upset. That's wild.
It'd be funny if they don't get to play a map that Safe doesn't play for them. They actually don't play him. It's just like the maps that he's not playing. I do think it's probably just a fast fix on some of the maps, like maybe 2 max. I would say. But historically, Safe, at least within EMEA, can absolutely smurf on most people in EMEA, and has done. His champs performance, that's another story, but his actual EMEA performance, when he needs to, in big moments, he fries people. So
if you're going to bring any player into a moment like this, Safe's probably one of those players that you're going to bring in. Like,
Okay.
Not sure.
It's like almost frustrating to see this from management perspective, obviously. Like another roster change or roster moves or whatever you want to call it randomly. But I guess they kind of needed to do something.
Yeah,
so it's like I'm both unhappy and I'm like, oh, it kind of makes sense on some level.
Yeah, I think because they lost to BBL and because they need to go and beat them in playoffs, if we're just talking points wise, I think this is it is the best bet. You gotta take that gamble. Like I don't think they would do it without. Why not?
Mates, just quickly, they were already eliminated. They have disappeared in astounding fashion from most of their matches. They really wanted to win this game from the interviews that they'd put out there because they, wanted an opportunity to do a post-match interview, to talk to the fans, to just have that feeling of winning on stage. They won 1 map. They also went up 8-4 on the final map, but that was Ascent. That's just Ascent things.
Why are we on a game from 2024, Kurt?
Oh yeah, that's
Split
a
isn't even in the
previous
map
game.
pool. You're on the wrong.
That's an EWC game.
Sorry. I don't know why I got to that one.
They
I just
did
wanted
play
to
an
look
Ascent
at the
though.
closest map possible. Where
They did play an Ascent, and the Ascent was actually close. But it was like probably the game with the most clutches I've ever seen. Like the most like swingy rounds. Like look at this. I don't think I've seen a map like this before. That's so many in one map. So I felt like this could have gone.
A classic Gentlemates could have gone that way and didn't.
Yeah, it could have. The only kind of good news for some of the Gentlemates is like individually, I think Comeback showed a bit of his potential, like a bit more than he has previously, and so that will probably get him some more trials. I imagine his stock has gone down a little bit, but I think as soon as he gets trials,
win Ascension,
okay.
I mean, he'll be back on his old team.
Is he joining his old team?
Don't know what the rules are. Don't know what the contract's like. Do you have to buy him back?
I heard he can join his old team today randomly.
Oh, really? Okay.
But I don't know officially.
Right.
I think the nice thing about Gentleman's team is they have a lot of players who can come back next year because they're all good enough, I think. Well, most of them are. So I expect to see a lot of these names next year. Mini in particular, I think. Well, ironically, Mini. He's a great IGL, and I think it's hard to find those people in EMEA. Like, I think there's some of the attack side stuff, like, maybe there's some criticism over, but, like, ultimately, he did his job, I feel like, this year.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's many people who do that in EMEA.
I know what you mean. There is a bit of a dearth of IGL talent sometimes, it feels, in the region. Let's talk one of the other French teams, Karmine Corp. They played against Team Liquid. This one was a weird one. This is one that I looked at afterwards. I haven't watched many of the EMEA games, but I had a look at this one because I just saw how bizarre it was, all of the OTs that were in here as well, all of the clips that came from this game too.
So scrappy.
Remind me of the stakes for this match.
Were
there any?
There were no stakes.
There were no stakes. It didn't look like it.
Yeah, they're basically that.
Right. Do you think the teams were just kind of fucking around a bit?
No, I don't think K-Corp were. I think K-Corp were trying to make sure they could get off to the best start with Pyro coming in, so they could actually feel good. I'm pretty sure Sugetsu definitely looked insanely comfortable. He's the only reason they won this game, to be honest, in terms of the amount of clutches. Most clutches I've seen from one individual in a actual best of 3. I think he was the reason that they won. So I mean, dude, it was just non-stop. I was
a bit confused. I was a bit confused by the overall thought process for Karmine Corp. So I mean, maybe one of you can walk me through it. But they've added a player Pyrol who I don't know anything about this guy, so I've got a bit of a knowledge gap there. But then the roles putting Sadak onto the putting Sadak onto Sentinel to fill the gap left by Elite. And leaving Sugetsu on the smokes. I mean, Sugetsu played amazingly, but it wouldn't have been the thing that would have popped into my head as the way to run this roster. So
it was a bit strange because Pyrol has played like a lot of different roles, and he's played smokes before. So when I heard that Pyrol's coming in for Elite, I was like, Pyrol's going to play smokes, Sugetsu's going to play Senti again, and Sadak's going to play Initiator, and I was like, okay, I can understand why maybe you want to do that. I was shocked when Sadak's playing Cypher, and it's like, oh yeah, it's the second most played agent. And it's like, but he also hasn't played Cypher since 2021, but it's also his second most played agent. It was like, what? How is that even possible? How have you played so many different agents? But yeah, I mean, obviously it's a tough spot for Pyrol because it's first game. And ultimately the game didn't mean that much, right? They couldn't change their seed. The result didn't matter, and they did end up winning. But I don't know. It was a difficult game for me to take too much away from, kind of partly because of that, and partly because Liquid I felt like were playing very loose. They were like in a way that I don't think I've seen them play this year. Like it was not like they've reverted back to a previous form of Liquid. It just felt like last day of school and they don't give a shit.
I thought that they were in control of both the first two maps, and then they kind of just like let it slip, and Saigetsu had to make massive clutches. Yeah. I think even you see Nats individually was like doing stuff like undisciplined things uncharacteristically. But yeah, to go back to like the Pyro thing, like Eng did a really good interview with Yinsu about all the decision making, and I think they said that they trialed 5 different players and tried different roles, and even asked Saigetsu what role he'd prefer, and Saigetsu was just saying he thinks he's the best smokes player for the team. And so it was his decision ultimately to do that. And he has been frying on smokes in general. Like he's been really, really good. So that makes sense. Bringing in Pyro to me was a tiny bit of a question mark. I think roles-wise, like to me, I was like TMV, like he's to me more of a smokes player. I also have to, like I was questioning it a little bit on broadcast, but like they have a whole academy system and they didn't choose anyone from their academy team, which seems a bit odd because there's some players there that they could look into too. And to me, Pyro's not like Hero, where like when we brought in Hero last year, like he was like the top stats guy, you know what I mean? And Pyro's not quite that guy. So Aang did talk about some of those things about why they brought him in, but I still question it a little bit.
Kurt, can you go back a little bit? Sugetsu's fucking lucky he can aim, man, because his Astra stars for Astra Sucks are fucking miles away from the spike, and he had about 3 of them. Every time I was looking at the star down on the spike, I'm thinking, mate, that's miles away. You can full defuse that every single time. So far away, dude. Look at the star when it gets to. It's just so insane. Really, really is. But I mean, he had a lot better game. Yeah, he had a lot better game. But I don't know, man. I'm not fully convinced with this team. Like, people ask me in chat, like, does this lower your liquid stocks? I didn't even really count it that much. But
yeah.
It's a nice win for K-Corp. And I think, like, they can try and ride that momentum. They won't even think twice. Like, no one's even going to talk that it wasn't, like, liquid at full power. You're just going to go, yeah, we beat Liquid. Like we're out here. Like,
I think the positives for KC is that Avaz has been good all year. Had a bit of a rough game here, but like he's been really strong. Saigetsu's been good, and Martin is now looking like he's back in form. They do have 3 players that if they're all on it, like they can just pop off, and they could go on some kind of run, I guess.
Yeah.
The final thing that I want to ask you before we go on to doing predictions is, what are the chances a French team actually makes it to Paris? So you've got Karmine Corp, you've got Vitality, but they are both literally starting in the lower bracket. 2 French teams beginning in the lower bracket, and basically, I mean, they don't have to win. Karmine Corp do, I think. Maybe Vitality could still make it if they made like 4th or 3rd or something.
If they get 4th or 3rd, they'll make it. Yeah.
But it depends heavily on other, like the teams above them in the points
They gotta
still
beat
would
BBL.
have to make the finals. So
Yeah.
they have to go further than BBL. Like, that is just a slam dunk. They must do that. But also, somebody else underneath them can't also win or make the grand finals, because then people above them go through on points too. So, what's the chances?
Pretty low, but they've like put themselves in positions where they've changed the player to try and get that honeymoon period going, so they can achieve it. I think it's very realistic from both teams, to be honest, to be like, we need something. Let's bring something in. Let's change something. Because I think continuing at the level they were going to continue, it wasn't going to happen. But I think when I look at all the teams here, I have more faith that FNATIC, Liquid, Heretics, NAVI, and BBL would finish above all of the French teams. So in my mind, they would have to do at least 2 upsets, right?
Can I ask you guys, do you guys believe in the honeymoon period thing? Like, I personally do.
It's proven.
Hypoc and Panther are kind of going back and forth about it, and I just wondered what you guys thought.
In my opinion, it's proven. There's been too many runs. Every time, Fnatic's maybe not the best example when you were there, because I personally believe you guys got upgrades every single time as well. But I think if you're looking at like other teams, EDG, like Champs Run, EDG, Champs Run, I would still use you guys in terms of Fnatic changing up our players and just having strong runs. It's proven that the honeymoon period is a thing.
I think my only thing would be like they haven't had much time. Like it's not like they've made the change and then had like a couple of weeks of like let's fully, or at least I'm not aware that they have. They haven't had like a full prep time with these players as far as I'm aware. So that would be my concern. That do they have? And then obviously with Safe, we don't even fully know if how much he'll play. Right, so that could be a strange one. And is it a honeymoon if you bring someone back into the relationship?
Interesting.
I think also though you're only remembering the teams that won. Like there are like Foot, for example, added CNED back in. That wasn't.
I remember the
period.
FNATIC Reykjavik double sub.
But
the honeymoon was not looking so hot.
My argument to
many failed honeymoons.
My argument to the failed honeymoon of using Foot is: do you think they would have qualified without making a change? Like, is it worth the risk, I guess?
Oh, yeah, no, but it can still be worth the risk. It can still be the right decision to bring Safe in, but it might not activate the team. It might still fail. I think that we just tend to remember what works. I mean, we were talking about EDG earlier on. They tried to do the whole swap a player around and find something beautiful again.
Yeah, it's got to make sense.
Mate.
It's definitely going to make sense. Dude, there's a lot of teams this year that are just going crazy. DRX changing a lot of stuff up. EG changing a lot. Vitality now, I think we added to the list. We've got one in each region
as well.
Yeah, T1.
No, plenty of teams. All right, let's go on to our predictions and our playoff pick'ems very quickly as well. So the viewers got to vote last week on a couple of different ones. So let's have a look at the viewer report card. We had our Pacific match of the week, which was RRQ versus T1. That was the first time that they played against each other. And the viewers, you guys went for T1, 52%.
Oh.
Very, very tight on that one. And you were correct. This was the first time that they played against each other, not the second time. And then the EMEA match of the week was General Mates versus Vitality. And again here, the viewers, you were correct. 81% of you. I mean, that shows a lack of belief in General Mates that was justified.
81%.
Jesus.
I think. And you were correct. So, I mean, on for a top grade this week. You can have a look back at the community tab to have a look for our EMEA match of the week this week. We've got 2 matches of the week because they're the 2 games that we know happening, essentially. So in EMEA, we've got FNATIC BBL and we've got Giants NAVI. So let's have a look at FNATIC BBL and see what we have predicted in this game. It's a tough one. This side of the bracket looks more difficult.
Oh.
And it's a
TMV,
guarantee.
I thought TMV was going to go for BBL.
Well, I thought you were. So
Okay. Oh, well, I thought that was. I thought we had a mutual agreement that whoever lost in VFL points wise would go for
here we go.
So,
Here we go. Man, I blame Shayo. I honestly blame Shayo. And Luxo pops off all of stage 1 that he's playing. Has a great week 1. Shayo's like, oh, this loud submarine. Rah, 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 rah. And then I go, you know what? Go on. I'm in. Luxo. And then what do they do the rest of the stage? Fuck all.
it was incredible. Shout out to everyone that came above 237th in the league.
Oh, you've got it written down. That's...
Oh, dude, I was straight away on there.
You don't realize
Where
it's
is
on
he?
Slicky's other side of the wall. It's just like it's a massive whiteboard of me and like a bunch of red thread like going.
Who's he picking this week?
He never sleeps. BBL. Someone should have gone for a punt on BBL here. The fact
dude, that's what I'm saying.
All 4 of us have gone FNATIC is. It's not as bad as us guaranteeing Vitality against BBL. That was a shocker. But it's the same level of disbelief in BBL that, again, Yampi's going to be pissed, Sliggy.
Yeah, but I'm okay. He has a great record every time I doubt him. So that it kind of works for me.
The other thing is that this match doesn't, like, FNATIC have openly said, well, Bosa said that because they're locked for champs, they're now looking at their map pool a little bit more, and like this game to them literally means so much less than it does for BBL. So this is a terrible guarantee, in my opinion. But
Wait, so you had this knowledge and you still went for FNATIC?
Yeah,
That's
man.
crazy
I can't,
behavior
like
from
every
you, Mini.
time I vote against FNATIC, they all get snidey. So I gotta throw them a bone sometimes.
I do.
Playing with BBL sounds great.
Oh, there's been some back and forth talking. So like Alpha here saying good luck in lowers, and then Magnum in an interview did a whole interview saying how they're better than FNATIC and play a better style and stuff, and kind of madness, to be honest with you. It's like fair play, but
Was he not making a joke about just liking big asses? Was that was just
Wait, what?
that was just him actually saying that? Was he? He was just shit talking. I see. I thought it was. Never mind. I mean,
I'm so confused. What just
versus
happened?
NAVI.
Are we all on
BBL
agreement?
Sliggy.
Excuse me. Are we all in the agreement that FNATIC have a risky map pool right now? It doesn't
Yes.
feel crazy comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, we can move on.
Let's have a look at our next game then. Let's see who
Hard
predicted
hitting.
between Giants and Navi.
I've got a
Has
feeling
anybody
about
gone
this
for
one, too.
Giants here?
What could go wrong?
Is there a higher chance of Giants winning or BBL winning?
BBL.
With what Mini said, I would say BBL.
Okay. All right. Then we've got to be feeling a little bit better about this one.
Wait, Mini was going to say something, man. He's
I
got
don't
something
know,
good for
man.
us.
I think we're frauds. I think we've all messed up.
Well, you think
I
Giants
think-
is going to win this game?
No, it's just like we're all just like using analyst brain. We're all like looking at Valorant, being like, "Oh, it looks kind of good." It's like the Bren thing, where it's like it looks kind of good, and then we're all just gonna. It's just GIANTX versus NAVI, and they're just gonna happen. It's just gonna be a messy game, and Giants will
Angel's
randomly
gonna die
win.
first.
Angel
like, 4
dies
times,
100 times. Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at the rest of the bracket then and see what that would do. So if we might be fraudulently confident about these two games, but on paper, we're confident about them. FNATIC going through to face off against Heretics would be an incredible upper semi-final. And then Navi playing against Team Liquid would also, I think, be a really good match too. So you've got like two great upper games. Let's start with the lower first, though. Two French teams playing against stiff competition. I suppose Vitality not so stiff, flaccid competition maybe to some degree.
Jesus.
But BBL KC to start with. Who do you favour here? Is there a hope for Karmine Corp?
There is a hope.
There's a hope.
But not
But
enough.
as
hope.
much.
But I
hope
don't
as
think,
BBL.
yeah, I just don't think between us anyone saying that they're gonna do it. I think it's
All right,
BBL here.
let's put BBL through then. Let's put BBL. Now, other side though, are we all with Vitality? Because that's where I would be leaning in Vitality Giants, I think. I'm just
Yeah,
I feel like they're gonna
I don't want to trust
Really?
Vitality, but
I back safe for this.
I
they've got big
would
game
pick
players.
Vitality. I would pick them, but I don't like it.
okay.
Derek and Les are like been so much better than everyone else in the server so far. I think.
Yeah.
He should just.
Yeah, but they also did that in most of their games and also lost most of their games.
That's
That is
true.
true.
That's true.
Let's
Surely
put them
it's
through.
enough.
Let's put them through against Giants. We can sweat about it a little more in the well, no, we won't even sweat about it in the next game, I don't think. Let's go back up to the upper bracket because we've got Team Heretics playing against FNATIC. Now this is a banger. This is El Clasico, dare I say, for EMEA, I think. Often this will be like a grand finals matchup. Could be again here. Where are you leaning? Are you thinking that Heretics gets the win because they look like they have that better map pool, incredible form, that kind of thing?
Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah, Heretics' map pool is just so good, and I think even in a best of 5 is probably even better. So the best of 3 might be a better chance for FNATIC even to steal the win.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
And Heretics need to win this game to guarantee champs, I believe.
Yeah.
Whereas FNATIC.
Oh, really?
again-
Okay.
I think this
I mean,
this
they're
game
very likely
guarantees
to
them.
make it either way, Heretics, but yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It's a
Yeah.
guarantee.
Sure. All right, well, okay, let's put Heretics through then. That should be a phenomenal
Are we
match.
going to agree on every team
I think
just
we
all
might.
the way through? It's just this plain
Well,
sailing.
Frauds.
Dare I say Liquid are favoured against Navi? But this
I'm
one's
picking
this one's
Navi.
a fun one.
I'm
This is a close
believing in
one.
the run.
Okay. Anyone else to
I mean, TMT
get a
has
coin
been
flip?
grabbed by the back of the head and fucking
Yeah,
dunked
my
in the
head.
river, hasn't he?
Yeah, I'm believing. I'm believing.
I think I prefer
Anyone
Team
else
Liquid.
on the Navi train? Mini, Sliggy?
I'm
any
on the
takers?
train. I just think Team Liquid are better. So
Yeah, same.
You can't be on the train and predict against the train, man.
I have standards.
Let's go down to the lower bracket and see what's going on here.
Wait, you're not
then.
even going to give us a coin flip. You're just going to straight up.
What's 3?
What?
Liquid.
Where did you go, Navi?
Not enough people. Are you going Navi?
Oh, it's TMV's gone Navi. Right?
Have
I
you
do
though?
hold that kind of
No, I'm
sway.
going
worth
Liquid.
3 actually.
Mini-
I've gone
Minis-
Liquid.
I'm,
Well,
I'm actually
okay,
a
I was
majority
I was waiting for you
shareholder in this, and I
to-
go 3.
I was waiting for you to give us a Navi. I didn't realize.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm saving the coin flips for when it's genuinely a coin flip. I don't want. I did none of this like deliberately going for the coin flip, deliberately avoiding.
I
the
was just checking,
superstition.
dude.
Fuck that shit. Let's go down to the lower bracket. Navi are playing against BBL. Is this another situation where Navi are good but not quite good enough?
This one would be very close. And the funny thing about this game is if it happened and the bracket played out like this game would probably determine who goes
Who
to champs.
goes through?
Like, this would
Yeah.
basically be
Really?
everything on the line.
Right, because you win this, you get 4th place as well, and you get 3
Yeah,
points off
and
the back of
like
that.
if you assume FNATIC would beat Vitality, like this game would literally be whoever wins
Yeah.
would be in,
Yeah.
and whoever lost.
Navi would
be out.
overtake BBL and go to 9 points if they won this game.
Yeah.
That's
Damn.
crazy.
That's
a
sick.
Well,
game.
I wanted them to beat Liquid, so I would pick Navi.
I could
I
see
got
them winning.
BBL.
I gotta back BBL.
I feel like I want to go BBL as well, but also let's do a coin flip. Just
It's
after I say
completely,
it.
completely
This is a
ignored
coin
everything you
flip.
just
But
said.
this one is but this one is a coin flip game, isn't it?
No, I agree. Yeah, I'm in for that.
Really? BBL have been so much better all year.
Yeah, but this is the best
Yeah, but
Navi's
this
played,
is-
man.
And you know
The
what?
coin- but the
BBL
coins
have been
goes.
better all year. You're right. The coin is correct. You're so correct on that one. And then at the bottom here, this is another game that would dictate champs as well, I think, because if Navi lost this, they would have no chance. But if
Well, they would be out if BBL beat them.
Sorry,
This would be it at this point,
Vitality.
like
if Vitality
Oh, if Vitality
lost
Dude.
this game, they would have no chance of
God, if
making
they
it
beat
to
FNATIC,
champions.
then that game would be crazy. But FNATIC will beat them.
Yeah. As much as I want to back safe here, I think so.
I mean, depending on what we see from... Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, even if they pummel the crap out of Giants, I don't think I'll still be confident enough that they'll beat Fnatic, even if there's a chance. But I hope that's a great game.
Yeah.
Has a chance to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
So-
taking no risks.
No, broadly speaking, we're just agreed here across the board. Heretics against Liquid.
Heretics.
Heretics.
God, we are fucking...
I've injected
boring
no
ass.
fun into the podcast whatsoever. I feel like
That's
I'm
fine.
the influence.
You know what? That's fine.
Just-
Let's just
dude, that's
get
what I
this
do
shit
every-
done.
That's what I do every week, and people seem to like it, so fair enough.
Yeah, but we can't be on the podcast at the same time, I think.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
That is
We
true.
need to just replace each other.
Yeah.
We'll pair each of you up with Shio, so we've got fucking insanity.
Yeah, that's true.
Or like one of you can go with Shio, one of you can go with Bren, so we've just got nutcase shit alongside the analysis.
We got to even it up.
BBL Fnatic then towards the bottom. I mean, EMEA is a solved game. It's checkers, not chess.
Well, this is
it's
where we can
actually
insert some chaos if you want. BBL revenge. I'll say it.
Is
I'll
it-
just say it to fucking say it. Go on.
Yeah, go on. I'll
fucking
put
do
him.
it.
I'll put him in there.
Well, there
Let's
we
go.
go.
Let's go. Let's have some fun.
BBL. Look
all
at
three
this.
of you are putting BBL
Yeah.
in now.
Yeah.
Of course. This kind of shit happens all the time.
Sure.
man.
Wait,
it
you
literally
can't-
just happened with RRQT1.
You,
Here
you
you go.
with us or not?
It doesn't
guarantee
matter.
it. Let's guarantee
Yeah,
this
but I wanna
game
know.
the other way that we guarantee
Still,
it.
still got intrigue.
No, I'm not with you. I'm not with you. I'm not
Okay.
going to guarantee BBL beating
Well, that makes me
Fnatic. I'm
feel
gonna be
better
the
about it.
boring little sod about things. Team Liquid BBL, though, would be a great game in the lower bracket final. I really like Liquid BBL. I don't know why, but that matchup always brings a lot of joy into my little heart. See, maybe
Yeah.
it's like Yampi playing against Nats or something, like IGLing against each other. I really like it.
Yeah.
But who's winning this game?
Oh, Liquid.
I'm going
Man,
to just say
Liquid.
BBL.
Yeah, I think Liquid.
Mm.
Oh, this is gonna be cool. Who's the
Oh.
guest? Who's at the
Slide.
door? Hello. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Give me us Mimi.
This is some bullshit. Pull up the bracket, Kurt. Pull up the bracket, Kurt.
How has she found my
BBL,
room?
I've not watched a single BBL game this year. They're not
Well,
beating
then how
Fnatic.
How can you even comment about it?
We injected one bit of fun into the podcast and Mimi's.
Fucking hell, like actually
Dude.
vetoing fun.
Jesus.
Wow. I thought Mimi was going to add some energy.
Didn't really back it up with the best statement of haven't watched a single game of them.
Change that? What? You can't.
Do you want to do you want to take Mimi's influence and put it into a coin flip?
What she
Sure.
Well, I wouldn't even.
Wow. Fine.
Does she count for 2? Is she the majority shareholder?
Sure, we'll give it to. Go on.
All right, all
Let's
right.
flip a
coin
coin.
flip it.
Fine. Flip a coin.
How the
I
fuck
believe
does
in
she
the
know
coin.
where I live?
How far has she travelled, Sideshow, to get there? Like how much?
I mean, she lives on the East Coast. I live in the UK. It is BBL anyway. I mean, literally pointless
Hold up for
tangent.
that.
A pointless tangent.
Yeah.
Okay, where were we? BBL Liquid. BBL. No, sorry. Yes, it is now BBL Liquid again.
I'm saying
All right,
BBL,
BBL
for
Liquid.
the fuck of it.
Yeah, Liquid.
I don't know. This is actually a coin flip.
Yeah, this one's very close.
Well, you can make it
Sideshow,
so,
what are you
right?
saying?
What you
I'm saying
Josh?
Fnatic win this game.
FNATIC.
but that's fine.
sake,
I guess I would go with. I think I would go with Liquid, presumably. Like if you know what? If BBL were good enough to be able to beat Fnatic in this game, I'll give it to
Yeah.
BBL. But I just
Oh, watch
don't
out.
think that's happening.
Yeah.
But,
The
but like
the fun police is going to come knocking again.
Yeah, we just-
getting a little too crazy right now.
Let's go BBL.
Oh, here we go.
Let's get the fun.
Wait, is that
flip back.
3-1?
Man.
Oh, for
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
I mean, apparently. All right, and then it would be
Now
Team
Heretics
Heretics
never win a
BBL in the
grand
grand
final,
finals.
right?
You guys are so stupid.
Heretics never win a grand final.
No, they're winning. They're winning.
They'll
This is easy.
smash this.
Nah, they
Back
win
to
this
ball.
grand final. Even I'm not.
Don't lose a
stupid.
map.
Let's go.
Don't lose a
3-0.
map. A
Don't lose a
3-0
map.
grand final.
Wow.
Okay.
They
Do you
would
think
have a veto advantage as well.
Would they 3-0 any grand finals again?
Nah, not against Liquid. Honestly, not against Fnatic as well. I feel like Fnatic's probably got one map
with
in them,
double
surely.
ban? With double ban, Sliggy?
Ooh, with
Double ban against Fnatic.
Actually, yeah, with double ban, I'm back on board. Only Liquid, I think.
You guys have
This is their
BBL
first-
taking the entire low bracket.
Yeah, it's gonna be a sick run.
That is a crazy run. I
That's a
didn't
run.
realize we
What?
predicted
This
them
happens
literally going the
sometimes,
whole
Kurt.
way. Sometimes, not often. I think. Which of the super important
My
games?
man's
Though? The
so
super
used to
important
Americas.
games are potentially Navi playing against BBL down there and
Yeah,
Fnatic
that would
against
be crucial.
Vitality. That lower round 2 is astonishingly important in EMEA. Yeah, that's a sick one. That is a sick one.
Or
Right,
Navi
that does
Liquid,
it.
because if Navi win that, they're in a good spot.
Yeah, no,
So
it could
that
be
game
fun.
as well.
yes.
If Navi won that.
Yeah, absolutely. The Navi games are going to be fun to track, for sure. What a resurgence that would be at the end of the year if they were actually able to make a run out of things. That'd be bonkers.
Yeah, cool.
That does it for our EMEA stuff, though. Tune into the EMEA playoffs. I know we were saying like it's a solved game, but a lot of those games are going to be electric.
it's
Well,
not.
famously, you're right. Like, famously, we're always correct. Like,
That's
nothing
true,
that
yeah.
we've said there will ever come, ever. Yeah, so actually, maybe you're right. Don't watch it, because we are
Yeah.
always correct.
Yep. You don't even need to know. Yeah, and of course, the only reason you watch Valorant anyway is
Actually,
for
that
the
was a
results.
spoilers. We should have put a spoiler alert at the start of that, to be fair.
Spoiler tag on our predictions. All right. Well, thank you very much, TMV and Mini, for joining us. We're going to keep Sliggy around. We're going to add in Mimi and Bren, the fun police and the fun haver, and we're going to talk about Americas, who've been playing in week 5, and we've had some great games and some stinkers. So we'll end on a wet fart, I think, in this episode.
Oh my god. All right, we'll go to a short break.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mini and TV.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
See you guys.
Bye bye.
Mimi? I can't wait to see what Bren's setup looks like. It's going to be awesome. Bren agreed to do this during the show yesterday. There it is. Is it nighttime where you are, Bren?
No, but the lights are down because Alice is sleeping. So I've had to point a lamp at my face. I've put a lamp on the floor and like pointed it up at me to get lighting. So it does look like I'm being held hostage.
Oh,
It sounds like it.
Yeah,
That's
it does.
good.
This
I'm
is
gonna keep
awesome.
eating my burrito.
All right, take your time, Bren. You got 2 minutes. What a day. What a day, man. Whew. We got to make sure Alice doesn't wake up or she'll get mad at Bren. She'll steal his burrito.
There was a game, like a board game in the UK that they were selling when I was a kid, and it was called Don't Wake Dad. And there were like heavy undertones of like, Dad's gonna beat the shit out of you if you wake him.
Josh, I am in your walls. I'm in your walls. I know where you live. I am in your walls.
I know you're in my fucking walls. You just bust into my. I was thinking, oh god, maybe that's the people coming to clean the hotel room. Nope. It's just Mimi coming in to be the fun police.
I think we're all here. We got some. Whoa. I was looking up Don't Wake Daddy.
Don't wake Daddy.
I probably can't watch that actually because it's a copy.
Can we get a full screen of Bren in his interrogation chamber for a moment?
What's going
You're
on?
in a
here?
liminal space. Where are you? I can't even tell that is like a real.
I'm in the back rooms.
What is this mic, bro?
I'm in the back rooms. I can't. This is the only mic I brought with me.
The camera framing is amazing.
I like it. I like it. Sounds good.
It's really good.
I can't be too loud. Okay. No
It's
stuff.
funny as well.
Back is up against a wall.
Yeah.
We're all in the same hotel, and like I feel like I look fairly normal.
Yeah, you got
Bren
the
looks like he's
premium room.
actually in purgatory or something, and Mimi looks like she's in the sunniest place on earth. I mean,
Here, wait, I can do you one better.
That is actually so crazy. What are you doing, Mimi? All right, there she goes.
she's ripped out her own webcam cable.
out.
She completely disconnected. It wasn't even just a webcam cable. I think it was a power cable.
She's ripped out her power. That's so funny. All right, well, that's going to kickstart America's real nicely, I think. This week was... Oh, she's back. She's returned.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't think your headset mic is being used.
I can hear the hum of the
Does
fridge.
this sound good?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah,
Sounds
that's
bad.
your webcam
Is it the
microphone.
webcam mic? Okay, one
One-
second.
It's definitely the webcam mic.
It's the webcam mic.
The hum of
Dude.
the fridge. The ambience is just... it's crazy.
Look at this setup, man. Look at us.
This is good. This is the most professional podcast in the industry. Okay. America's this week, I think, was this kind of energy. Because there was some games that mattered and some games that were fucking pointless. And then there were some games that were pointless, we thought, that ended up being the most important. And then there's some games that looked like, oh, could be important, ended up being useless. Anyway, let's get started with it. Let's start with going through kind of like team by team. So Sentinels, first off. Undefeated stage, 5-0, the only team in Americas to do so, by beating the piss and shit out of 2G on 2 maps. But they did end up losing on Sunset, which was the opening map. This game didn't matter at all, unfortunately, because EG beat FURIA already. If FURIA had won, then this game could have mattered, and my god, we would have been like edge of our seat shit after Sunset, but it didn't matter.
It mattered for me to beat TMV in VFL points though, so it was a pretty big game.
Who did you
It was
have?
a really big game. I had Zek and IGL, but he had Bang as well. So not that I'm much of a hate
Right.
watcher, but didn't mind him struggling a little bit in some, at least the first map. I would say the 2G. Oh, dude, he's out of here.
He's gone to dispose
I'm
of
still
a
here.
burrito
I'm
or
still
something.
here.
He's still here.
I'm still
Don't worry.
I'm still here. Don't
2G
worry,
have a
guys.
nice sunset though. Like if we're starting off positive, it's positivity week.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
got a nice sunset. They really do.
Yeah, they do.
Move to
They
the
did
tops.
well.
That's true. They're,
What
I
could
mean,
it be?
they're neon breach merchants. They're really pretty good at the comps. I think especially the sunset, and multiple times they've shown it where they just have really nice coordination with the breach stuff, and Spike works really well. They have like some creative set plays, like some of the stuff they do like up through mid with the neon's kind of cool. Unfortunately, they don't have a lot of like depth with it, and I think when like their like set ideas go wrong and rounds get messy, they're not the greatest at like figuring out how to like play off each other or like set up like double swings on the fly, and then the rounds kind of get out of control, and that's where I think they lack a lot of the depth. But at like the preset stuff, they look like a pretty good team, and they just snowballed the hell out of Sentinels off of winning some of these early rounds in the second half.
This guy is so good with Neono. It just feels like a one round every single time. He just looks impossible to hit. His reaction as well, like to stun the third guy here, is impressive. I agree with what Mimi was saying. I think as well, like when this team has like the right roles and they have like a good amount of thought or like they feel comfier on the map, it kind of all clicks and it looks great. I think if Silence, like I feel like this team could win if Silence and Spikes plays well. Like I think they're so great that it's like they're good enough to get carried. I think that was like a main thing for this game as well, was just like put ourselves in the shop window. Obviously with FURIA kind of fumbling a little bit, and there's going to be some switch ups with teams. So I like what they did. Spikes was insane on this first map. I don't know if Sentinels came in like, I mean, they're scrim partners, so like it gets a little weird. But I thought maybe they thought it was going to be easier than it was, and then because they were like relatively loose at the beginning. But I don't know if that was just because they're trying to play different to how they play in scrims, and they actually know they're like good on the map. So it might have been that. Apparently they played like 39 times this year or something.
Yeah.
I think they have lost to 2G in scrims. It's not
for sure
dominance.
Yeah, you
so
are.
it's, I don't know. It's just this game left me feeling like what could have been if the IGL didn't
if every
crash
map
out.
in the pool was Sunset.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
If we played BO1s.
But just if the team didn't have a disadvantage, like if they had Spike from the get-go, if they didn't have all these issues that are arising throughout a year.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. It's
okay, but they also got 13-4, 13-4 shit stomped on the next two maps.
Right, but my point is that they had one competitive map with all the shit that went on.
Yeah.
They built up, and like ultimately this team was just they were always going to be a couple of steps behind. So if they didn't have such a bad beginning to the year, maybe they could have had a few more maps into that. Like, what a difference it makes when a team is actually competent and has good game plans on the map. Like, we all know that the player quality is good enough to actually take a win versus Sentinels. But my point is, like, that's the major difference at Tier 1 these days, is did you get it put together in time before the other team?
Yeah. I want to, like, because obviously the implications of this game now is not only is 2G going to not go to playoffs, not go to champions, but also they don't even get to play Ascension because they didn't make playoffs. They're straight up sent to the farm up state. And this is something that we knew would happen to Ascension teams that bombed out since the beginning, but I don't know. To me, it does feel really anticlimactic to see a team that like did so much to like make it to Ascension last year, to go on the run to win that tournament, to then spend an entire year in Americas, even if it was unsuccessful, and like move their whole operation, and then not have a chance to defend themselves in Ascension. And I know you can easily be like, oh, well, they should have just made playoffs if they wanted that. And yeah, they should have made playoffs. But to me, it does feel a little bad to not be able to at least like see them play in that tournament, because I think that can also be a good way to like be a measuring stick as well for the teams from Tier 2 that are going up into Ascension to have that same opportunity. I don't know. Just thinking about the format.
problem is,
I would like to see Ascension teams play that and have a chance to defend themselves from relegation.
Yeah. No, and I think that's the general feeling of the community at large as well, is that it feels a little harsh that they're fully relegated. I will say, devil's advocate, right, is that no matter what, it's going to feel shit. Like, if 2G play an Ascension and they win, it's like, oh, fuck, everyone in Tier 2 is terrible. Because it's not like you're expecting 2G to look great next year either. And then if they play Ascension and they lose, then it's exactly the same scenario as if they didn't.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
then they're just
I suppose
shit.
it's not. Well,
And they prove it.
At least then they prove that they're poopy. Yeah, fair enough. But I think that at the end of the day, though, it's kind of pointless to discuss this kind of stuff, unfortunately, because everything's changing in 2027 anyway. So next year, we're not even going to have the same scenarios happening, because this is the only year in which that is relevant. Most likely.
Yeah.
Next year is in 2027.
No, but next year,
they
you're
might
not
implement
playing
something
to
for the year
like
after.
stay
Right.
in for 27. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
In all likelihood. I mean, we don't know what the changes are at this point, but it's very likely to affect stuff like the Ascension teams. But before we move on, though, are you worried at all about Sentinels Sunset? It's something that they haven't played very much. I think this was only the second time that they played it. I wasn't huge on how much they were playing full retake on their defense side instead of challenging a little earlier up. It didn't look as fleshed out to me as the other teams that I'm thinking of as champs contenders. But it's also one of the weaker maps in their pool. Everyone's got some weak maps.
Sure. I think because they're scrim partners, I didn't worry too much. Because I think they probably just tried to change up their style of play, is where I'm guessing. Like if you've played like 39 times, you probably played 20 or 15 or 10, like at least double digits of Sunset. So they pretty much know where the Cypher is going to be within the first like 10 seconds of what's going on in the map. So I think they just play a little different. I wouldn't, it doesn't change my mind too much.
Yeah,
to be honest.
I would also expect rapid improvements after this match for Sentinels on the map, just mainly because they have a VOD to look back at with X-Ray compared to scrims. There were countless times, countless rounds where you could tell, okay, well, why are they doing this with a defensive setup? That's an easy fix. Like in this scenario, we shouldn't be giving up the entirety of backside B. We should be at least holding on to some level of it so that we can retake whatever the problem might have been. And Sentinels are the type of team that they will correct it. If this year has shown anything, I think, with their weaker maps, because they used to have similar problems as problems on Lotus in the year. I think with some of their decision making. And now it's looking really crisp. So
let's talk G2 playing against C9 next. So that's the next best teams in Group Alpha. What a weird group this is. What an astonishingly strange group. We had to sacrifice Group Alpha in order to make Group Omega a banger. And this was like, I still don't have a read on C9. I still don't know how good they are. Because they just sat in the middle of this group.
I feel like we never know, because normally it's the I respect them going for a different path on this one, like sucking groups, and then maybe we'll be okay in playoffs. Like you got to try something different. I mean, this was 4 pistols.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? It's the pistol round win, right? Because otherwise you're looking at a really competitive series.
Not really competitive.
No. Give him a pistol. Yeah.
Give him a pistol. It's competitive.
Give him a pistol. Put
It's competitive,
the 2 on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they apart from those 5, I was saying this at the end though, apart from those 5 rounds in a row that they won on defense side of map 1, I didn't really feel like C9 had like a string of being in control of the game at any point. And not all of that is from snowballing.
Sure, that's because they're playing against G2 as well. I think if you compare how they played versus Sentinels to how they played now in this game with G2, it's night and day between how they played. They played shockingly against Sentinels. Like Oxy was completely disjointed from the rest of the team whenever they were trying to make plays. I do agree with you. They weren't ever in control when they were playing against G2, but the quality of the gameplay was way better. It was way better compared to previously. I do
feel like you saw some of those same mistakes coming in like towards like the end of some of these maps. I mean, they were talking about it in the interviews too. Like that they were like super nervous about this game and like felt like they were kind of choking and like I don't know. To me, like both of these losses to G2 and Sen, which are like I think the clear 2 favorites to be finalists in Americas, to kind of go out in this fashion against both of them just puts a storm cloud over this team that you combine that with like the historic choking in playoffs, and I don't know. I really need to see like a turnaround game to have any faith in C9 going forward.
Sure, I can get on board with that. I think I don't know. I thought G2 looked good, so I didn't like think too badly of C9. I think some of their calling could have been better. I think Babybay shutting down when we look at Ascent over towards B main early. You know, when they were doing that clone and he ignored the clone and he got the shot. I felt like that was such a big impactful round for them to kind of overthink that they have to go heavy over towards B main to take it. I think Babybay was one of the big reasons that they managed to kind of snowball a little bit into some of the games as well.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
I feel like he was actually
his best game,
impactful.
I think, this one.
For sure his best game, yeah. So, I don't know. I felt I felt bad for C9 because I do think with a pistol here, they're probably taking a map. But, dude, I don't know, man. Babybay played great. So, I don't. We'll see. I still don't know where to place C9. Basically, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because they've not played against anybody middling all stage. They've only played against the Pooh and the Great. So,
but against the Great, at least Sentinels, I felt like they had a
minus
no,
88
dude,
is
it's been bad over
crazy
there.
work. It's
It's
crazy.
what is the record?
work.
What's the record? Has anybody never won a map? Yeah, there was a team, right? Wasn't there? It was at DFM 23 or something.
DFM got 2 maps back then.
Oh, they won 2 maps. Has anyone
got
ever
2
done
maps.
worse than this Furia? That's a question more for the chat. Okay, we're not going to go and investigate it right now. But if you're in the chat right now, answers on a postcard if you would, because I'm not. It's got to be at least competing for records. What Furia were able to do.
I think this might be the worst. I think this actually is the worst. Yeah.
Sticking with the order of proceedings, though. I mean, we'll talk about playoffs later on, but Cloud9, their opening is going to be against Leviathan. Are we on board that is actually going to like fairly assess their power?
Yeah, it's the first time we get to see him play against the other group that looks insanely even. So it should be good. And I would have loved to have seen him in that other group and actually like work out where they are, but we just have to wait until playoffs. But it's C9 in playoffs, but at least this time they already look a little shaky. So I think that might work out well for them. I don't really know. At least they have like the demos to look back and see what's going wrong a little bit.
Imi fucked us up as we were going into casting this game. We were on. Yeah, wait, were we casting this game? I can't remember.
You were. Yeah.
Okay, so we were casting the game. We were getting ready to go on, and Imi comes over and he just puts his hand on Bren's shoulder or something, and he's like, "Who are you predicting for this one, then, boys?" And we're like, "You're about to go on. Like, we don't want to fucking boom you or anything."
I'm
I do not enjoy speaking to the players or coaches on game days at all because I don't ever want to like put anything in their heads that could throw them off. So I normally don't speak. I don't even like say hello to people when they're on the
I like the way you're phrasing that makes it sound like you have like some like innate manipulative control over people that you just can't stop. If you say one word to the players,
No,
you
but-
could.
I know that some of the players. I know that some of the players think that we hate them. I know some of the players think we hate them.
Maybe because you don't
of how
even
we
say
discuss the team
hello
for
to
Plat Chat.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
that might be why.
That would be in
might
my
why.
mind. I start playing a game. I'm like, why is this? I said hi to this guy. I didn't say hi back to me. Can't focus on my
No,
game,
I mean,
man. It's not
obviously
saying
if they
hi to
say
me.
hi well, I mean, no, sometimes it will just straight
No,
up
I
back away,
did. I
actually.
did once. I once did honestly say. Amada was like asking me in a makeup room once. He was like, "Who do you have for this game, with that upcoming game?" And I'm pretty sure I said, "I don't think you guys could."
That's crazy. That's crazy behavior.
They did end up losing. They
I mean-
lost that game, and I was like, "Well, I
Yeah,
probably
told
shouldn't
you
speak
so.
my mind
I mean-
anymore."
Imi comes over and he asked Bren and he was like, "Who have you got in this game?" And Bren's like, "Oh, nah,
Yeah,
no."
no, yo, I can't remember what I said.
When Sato and Okeanos came on to do the show on whatever day after they had played the night before, when they walked into the green room, they asked me and Ender like, "Oh, who were you guys predicting? Be honest for your last game." And I was just like, "Oh, I was hoping you guys would lose." And then I was like, "Well, because it would make the other games more interesting. It would make the other games more interesting. I promise. I wasn't trying to play on your downfall."
Let's move away from this though. Let's move very calmly away from this. Let's
thought this
talk
was
about.
okay.
Can I have one more note on this? It's
Oh, go on then. Yeah.
It made me so thankful that they fucked up Teo. Because, dude, as soon as I saw the 2 after plants, man, I'm so glad this agent got nerfed, dude. The 2 after plants where Trent's just tapping,
Yeah.
you have to tap it twice. Like, I'm so glad they changed it because I did not miss that at all, man. It looked horrible. Just as soon as you're in after plant and you just know that they've won because Trent has 2 salvos. That's so dumb.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's harder now, arguably.
Yeah,
to play
because you can do
against.
1 than 2. Yeah.
But at least the rest of the kit is a lot worse. Well, let's go on to the other side. Let's go on to Group Omega, one of those games. NRG, they finished stage 2 with a victory over Crew. They now finished 4-1, top of the group, which I think is like what a lot of people might have been expecting for NRG at the when we came into stage 2. But the path that they took to get here was a weird one because they opened up by getting crushed by 100 Thieves, and have kind of been piecing themselves back together into a great team ever after.
Yeah, and it's so good that they're there, but I still feel like this team is not like, I don't feel as confident with them, even as like maybe someone else in their group that they've beaten, like Leviathan. And I think a lot of that goes to this game where I felt like they just very much struggled with their attack sides, both on Sunset and on, honestly, across the entire series. On Sunset specifically, I felt like they didn't fully realize how fast the timings were for Crew to rotate when they were playing this Neon Yoru comp, and it was like every round NRG would do the classic thing where they do like slow default, they get a little space, but they weren't ever like leaving an embed or someone to hold space, and they'd walk back and take the whole long timing to walk back and call into their lurk. But Crew is so proactive at like re-pushing that space, they'd realize, hey, no one's holding this space, full rotate, and there was just a outrageous amount of rounds where they were just hitting into a 4-stack for Crew because Crew was out rotating them. And I don't know. I was just a little weirded out by their attack side the whole time, and I felt like they couldn't get a grip on it and ended up having to rely on some really like good performances on defense and like on Lotus, someone like Brock stepping up to win this game that to me I felt like I was almost expecting them to be able to handle a little more handily.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with that as well. I think Bonkar's definitely done a good amount of focusing on trying to help the calling, like in terms of either like set default, like this is what we're going to be doing. I think they burst site quite a lot. I think they have quite a lot of just set site hits to just go on with. If you actually look at their game plan for most of their games, it is just let's try and abuse this site until it stops, and then I feel like they're trying
they
to
just slammed B a million times.
And they've done that before on like some of the Haven games, I think, and even on Bind as well. I think they were just rushing A all the time as well. So I think they're trying to cover up like maybe some of the lacking mid round with that. So I would like to maybe see that a bit more and be convinced that they can do that. But I think they're just trying to cover it up now with going fast, which again is like completely fine. But I think you gotta have the full game. But I do think the map was pretty good. It's only Sunset where I've looked at it and been like, you guys aren't good at this map. But 1 out of 7, that's nice.
I'm feeling pretty good about this team. I'm not that worried about the stuff that you brought up, Mimi, because I think they're trending nicely in the right direction with a lot of it. So to Slicky's
I mean,
point,
it was better this game than in previous, for sure.
Well, I mean, it's only been the first game, I think, where I was really put off by it. And then the fact that Bonkar's giving them so many barrier calls to work with, they come into a game and they have a very clear vision of what they want to be doing. And whether that's, like, it's not always just one site that they want to be doing, but it's like, we want to be... Let me try to think of an example, but like on Bind, we want to be doing a lot of like B-long pressure into popping short or something like that, right? Where they have like a vision of what they want to do on the map, and then they can kind of riff off of that. I think this might have been an example of a scenario in which Bonkar's game plan at the start didn't work. He was complaining a lot about their scaling on the attack side, but I think it's a combination of two things, because their scaling was horrible back when they didn't have proper set site execs. And I think here, I don't think it's that they didn't have the right game plans and so they were scaling badly. I think it's because they were shook by how much Crew were shooting back. I think they were actually lacking a bit of confidence in their gunfights in this game. Because holy fuck, when I was watching this, did it look like there was a gap in mechanical skill on this map between Crew and NRG. That didn't last, but this map was like, oh my god, Shy looks like God's gift out here. And then Mazzino's winning insane rounds as well. And obviously Kesnit and Dante are like spectacularly skilled too. But in almost every tense scenario on this map, Crew were just lights out. And I think personally, my read on this game is that it knocked NRG's confidence a little bit, and it didn't let them go for the normal attack kind of confident planning that they have been showing in the last couple of weeks. So I'm not as bothered about it personally. I think that maybe it shows that they can get slapped around by a team that's on a heater, but it did only happen in one map. So I'm okay with it.
I can get on board with that. I think it's a really good sign that for probably one of the first weeks in a while, it wasn't like the Madder show. I think that's like the best takeaway as well. Like it wasn't just Madder just absolutely carrying. It was actually like everyone else's performance that was like pretty decent. So I think that's good. And I agree with what you say with Crew. I think, dude, Shy at the moment, I think this is why Crew's so scary. Shy at the moment just has these rounds where he just looks like the best player in the world. And he's got like a couple per map. So that's why, dude, America's playoff is going to be so sick because I have no idea. I feel like any of these teams at the moment, from what I've seen in terms of their peak, can actually just go on a run here. So I'm really excited. But I think NRG are loving the fact that they get to avoid one of these like 50-50 games, and they get their head start. But I also think coming on top of this group is like pretty impressive. Really.
Yeah. And 4-1, not even just like a tight top of the group. Let's flip things over to Crew slightly. They are starting in the lower bracket because they finished 4th in this group, which is kind of insane, to be honest with you, with some of the performances we've seen from Crew this stage. A little bit unfortunate for them. Feels a bit like I don't want to overreact too much, and I know that this is going to make Crew sound too good, but it's a bit like a Gen.G situation in Pacific. I don't think that we'd have Crew as like champions winners or anything like that, but in the sense that they still did quite well in their group, but they're in the lowers. In that way, I think it's a bit similar. But the champs points are very interesting for Crew. They're on 7 points. Everybody else in playoffs, basically, apart from Sen and G2, are on 6 points. It's like they're a bit ahead and Lev are a bit behind. But Crew, if they can make it to like a 4th or 3rd spot, are in a really nice position because they would overtake MIBR. Whereas the rest of the teams, if they make 4th, they don't overtake MIBR. So like Crew just need 2 big victories in the lower bracket and they're good. Probably.
Sometimes. They're sometimes good. When they don't tilt, they look pretty good. Yeah, dude, this is what I'm saying. This is doable. But starting the lower bracket is rough. America's is sick, man. It's all so close. It's all so close, especially with the champ points. It's pretty cool that we have like the top 2 there, and then it's just every other team. Other than Lev, right? Lev is the only team that can't really qualify for points. They're the ones that have to go on an actual top 2 run, which might actually be doable as well with how they're playing, which is insane. So... yeah, I'm excited, man. It's really open.
Who are they going to play?
They would play Lev Cloud9. Okay. So whoever loses from Lev Cloud9 will drop down to play Crew. It's a very difficult side of the bracket.
It could be really tricky for them. The only thing I'd worry about with Crew is that typically when they've gone on a run, I think they've had like the buffer of being able to go down to the lowers. They feel very momentum based. They need a good start. And they definitely don't need the whole tilting aspect that you were mentioning as well, Sliggy. So I don't know. That's gonna be hard for them though. Either or, Cloud9 or Lev.
Lev especially would just be a fucking heater of a game.
Yeah.
Because they take chunks out of each other, and you've got the LATAM rivalry and stuff going on. It would just be so sick. And they both need to go on like a pretty decent run in order to make it.
Having watched the games in America, I don't believe it will happen. But if we're fucking narrative Andes, then the Cloud9 loses the opening match, crash and burn to open up the Crew lower bracket run is exactly what is going to happen.
That is so
it all collides.
Wait a minute.
It all makes sense. Let's move on to talking about Lev then. Sliggy's correct. They are the only team in playoffs where they must make the grand finals in order to make champions. Every other team, even MIBR, who are eliminated, have chances without, obviously, making the grand finals. But Lev have got to. They can't make it on champs points. So the path for them looks difficult. They did, however, get a better path for themselves. They could have gone, in their match, they could have gone anywhere from the number 2 seed, which they acquired, to eliminated, depending on what they did against 100 Thieves. That's how close the Omega group was. And they ended up winning it 2-1, so they got their number 2 seed. But this game meant so much for them.
Why do I feel like they can do it?
No,
Is that
I think
crazy?
they can do it. Nah, I don't think that is crazy.
This team has been improving so much week on week, and the team, like you hear in the replays, the way that they're talking to each other, they're vibing really well. They're meshing really well at this point. It feels like it would have to be a pretty drastic tier gap. Like the only hiccups, obviously, being in my mind right now, maybe Sentinels and G2. I think any other opponent should be a clear-cut win, and even then versus Sen and G2, maybe with the right prep. I don't know, but it feels doable.
Yeah, I think if they can keep the energy and performance they've had, because Sato and Okeanos not just are bringing that energy and that vibe that you're talking about, but they also it's so wild to contrast the team that we're watching now with very clear roles where everyone is very comfortable, with King super confident as an IGL, and the team all really happy with how he's leading, with Calm coming back into form again as he kind of had that late year build up in 2024 as well. You contrast that to the stage 1 team with Rossi, where it was who is IGLing this team, and we're back and forth every time, and the roles are all weird, and people are switching around every game, and it's they made such a good decision in picking these two up going into stage 2, and I think at least in Americas, they are far and away the best example of a mid-season change, maybe even going back to last year, that could they could completely turn around a trajectory for a team to now be a real contender to go deep and possibly make champs.
Yeah, it does look completely different. I think there's such a well-balanced team. I think there's such a nice, well-balanced team. I think Texas guy come alive recently as well. I think Sato legit has the potential to be the best in the world. He really does. I'm just seeing the stuff he does and doing it consistently is just it's just insane, because it's at such a high level that I'm just blown away every time I watch him. Every other round, he's doing so much stuff. I don't think this was
already the second best duelist in Americas, an all-round solo duelist behind Zekken to me.
Okay,
I think
he's definitely the best Yoru in Americas.
Yeah, because he plays the Yoru, the Neon, the Jet, the Raze, which is really tough to find people who play all of those anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's your bar, you have to be able to play all of those. It's really he's already, I think, a top 2 player.
Dude, and he has everything, and he's the vibes guy. and he gives you the vibes as well. This guy's just stacked, man. There's things where you just have all the cards of all their stats. This guy's just up there with everything. It's just unbelievable. So yeah, I like this team. My only thing with this game was I think 100 Thieves lost on map veto, which makes me worry about 100 Thieves map. Last week, I literally said, in my predictions, I even watched it back just to double check I said the right 2 maps. I said that 100 Thieves are going to go a map down because they're going to have to play Sunset or Lotus. And then somehow there's both of them in the map pool, and I'm just here thinking, as soon as I saw the first map and it clicked in my head, and I was like, dude, I'm just wasting 2 hours here. I know they're going to lose these 2 maps. They're just not good at these 2 maps. We're everyone's here wasting their time. They're for sure going to lose these 2 maps. So that makes me worry about 100 Thieves map pool, and maybe Level think they're better on these maps than actually they are, just because 100 Thieves are not good on Sunset or Lotus.
Part of the problem, though, the reason that they did have to do that is because they haven't shown Ascent at all. So they target banned Icebox here, I believe. I don't think that's normally their ban, is it? I think that was a target ban. Could be wrong.
The ban used to be Lotus.
Yeah, the ban used
before
to be
the
Lotus
Loud game. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and then in the Loud game they banned Icebox, but they also haven't shown an Ascent at all. So they second round banned Ascent, and they literally haven't shown it once.
That doesn't surprise me.
In what way?
The state of Ascent right now, where most teams are playing double Sentinel comps, I think that really tests your aspect to be able to play a nuanced attack side. And 100 Thieves love pacey beginnings, and they love forcing rotations, and they love trying to find gaps when teams are trying to set up to reclear space.
Yeah,
that's how I see the 100 Thieves play style, and I think that is almost opposite of how you have to play in a Ascent attack side. So I can imagine. I mean, I'm just going off of stylistic. How 100 Thieves play, but I imagine it doesn't suit them, that map, so it's understandable they're banning it. But all they got to do is run into a team.
Wins.
Yeah,
half of their map wins were on bind. 50% of their map wins in stage 2 were on bind prior to this game, and but most teams don't ban it. Most teams can't ban it in America.
Yeah, we'll play it, and a lot of people have because there was a lot of changes. A lot of teams have perma bans as well, so they weren't normally allowed to just play it. But it makes me so worried, and it felt a little bit. Dude, we watched them at the beginning when they came in. They bought in Cass and they played Bind and Corrode, right? Their 2 best maps. And then I just ran with that and I was like, my goodness, if these guys are just like this on every single map, they're going to champs, they're getting like top 4, it's going to be incredible. And then you see them on these other maps and you're like, oh boy, we're in trouble here. There's a giant difference between the maps at the moment. They look like a completely different team. So
It should be good on Sunset though. That one is the map that I think they should be putting time into getting up to a really good point, because that map, if suits their style, it lets them play aggro. They can find opportunities to play like heavy retake styles as well, which should be good for them. If there was one map in the pool that could go from being like meh to being good and it would make a huge difference, that's the one I would be focused on.
They should watch a T1 demo. It would help them out a lot, I think. Steal a lot of their stuff.
Let's move on from this game though, but we'll return to talking about both of these teams when we're discussing playoff picture more generally. But for a rare moment, I feel like we've done very well for the last 4 weeks being very positive. Sometimes earlier on, it was bloody difficult, I'll tell you. We're starting to ramp into playoffs. It's like the best part of the year, to be honest with you. End of playoffs into champs, like it's going to be good from here on out. The quality of Valorant's fantastic. However, we must spend a moment being negative just so that the positive can shine. Because FURIA, I mean, Kurt has summed it up beautifully here, I think. They finished stage 2 without even fielding their roster. Now that is astonishing, isn't it? And certainly we were discussing earlier whether it might be the worst performance of all time by a team, because it says that they have 1 win this year. That's a fucking lie. That was their sub roster.
That was Turtle
with
Troop.
like YFP Turtle Troop players playing for them. So
I'll start with this one.
That's it.
Go on.
Well, if you don't have anything nice to say, you shouldn't say anything at all.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna sit here. I'm a little bit just confused though. That's the one thing I want cleared up, is that I thought Basic had his visa like 3 weeks ago, and they're like, nah, it's not even a point in flying him out, is there? Like, why? What's going on? I know you have to wait for your visa to get back to you in the passport, because I've been through that process myself, but yeah, it's just, I don't know, I'm just a little bit confused. It feels like they're trying to speedrun getting kicked out of partnership.
I seriously agree. Like,
Yeah,
obviously it's hard to get visas, but there's 2 other Brazilian teams that had no issues.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
I mean,
figure it out.
yeah, that's
Like, what the hell?
I mean, they did have issues. Like 2G had to play with subs at the beginning of the year, and but they got a team by the end of the
They
year.
did something to make it work.
Yes.
They made it happen. They fixed it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, this was just a depressing time. They only got double digits in 5 maps this year. 5 maps that they even got double digits. Every
crazy.
game was like a 13-4, 13-6, and I think it's especially sad to me because I'm thinking about some of the players on this roster, and it's like, Heat was so good last year on crew, and they had such a good end to that year. He was like one of the hottest prospects from like not just Brazil, but South America as a whole. And then he comes here and it's just a dumpster fire. Tui's goes from being on Loud, from being a first-year America's champion, to being like the guy who stepped in when Loud lost some of their biggest players that had won champions with him the year before and had a pretty good 2024 despite the team not being excellent, to then this. And and then you're adding into the mix that it's like they found some like tier 2 players to come up, but then they're also like bringing back like Paula, who was on MIBR before and wasn't particularly good when he played with that roster, comes up again.
He has an American visa. He has an American...
it's just like it feels
no,
like they're picking up
that's
whoever
different
they
though.
can.
I don't think that's how it works, because even if you swap teams, they have to do the entire reapplication process.
I think he's got citizenship.
Oh, does he?
I think so. Yeah, that's why.
Okay, well, I didn't know that. Yeah,
but I could be pulling that out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere. But yeah, it's
Source? I
you're
made
all
it up.
completely source. I made it up. It came to me in a dream.
My uncle actually works in the visa office.
My biggest gripe is that regardless of what his situation was, they made it work. You know, the organization
Yes.
made it work. They
Sure.
fielded a starting 5.
Yeah, I think this
they
as well
literally
highlights.
did. FURIA literally did field a starting 5 because they fielded Adverso.
Yeah, they didn't
and
play
Adverso
4v5.
isn't a- Well,
They
no,
told
but I
us
mean,
not to interview him at all because he's not really on the team. Because they're gonna get
I
their
mean, that's
5th
crazy.
player.
that's hilarious.
Don't do any
which
content
never-
with
which
Verso.
never
He's
happened.
not. We're gonna get our 5th player. Don't worry, he's coming.
Dude, they were
Oh, he's
literally
coming.
He's
bringing-
coming. He'll be
He's
here.
coming at some point.
I mean, every week I would be asking the people at America's like, "Is Basic here this week?"
They're like,
no,
no.
probably next week.
No,
Probably next
maybe
week.
next week.
But I think the
Dude, they could
There
have
has
fielded
to be-
Babybay and they might have gotten a win.
no,
Whoa,
That
because
would've
that's
been
not
crazy.
No, I'm
because
kidding. That's,
it-
he doesn't speak
the
Portuguese.
game-
Unless.
the game doesn't boil down to just throwing together like 5 really talented players these days. You need like a clear objective when you're building teams these days.
Yes.
You can't just pug it out anymore. The game it's not at that point anymore. It's not like CS where you have limited variables in terms of what you can throw into a game. And maybe I'm oversimplifying CS to a degree, but
You
in
are.
Valorant, you think about the amount of fucking variables there are, the amount of agents there are, the amount that goes into a map pool that's changing up every fucking 2 months, 3 months, whatever, where you have to constantly keep up to date against other teams, which in theory should be an advantage because everybody's starting at a similar level when that happens and there's a big reset. But I don't know. It's just the one thing I feel bad for the most is the players. Because the players don't want this. They don't want to be fucking phoning it in 5,000 miles away. They want to actually prove that they can compete on a big stage. And ultimately, I think they've just been failed by piss poor management by the org. Really, it's what it boils down to.
I don't know that that's the thing is though. I don't think that they. I suspect that they have been fucking trying their asses off to be able to get a win. And they're just a bit lost in terms of how to get there.
Bro, they only
they're
just
so
got their
far
coaching,
behind.
no?
Yeah. Last 2 weeks.
Like last 2 weeks. I remember
Well,
watching
but
their coach play or watching their
They
coach
will
in
have
the
been
camps.
doing coaching. Like the coach
Yeah,
will have
sure,
been involved
but-
in all of the scrims. You know what I mean? Like obviously
Yeah.
it's nerfed compared to the other teams, but we're
Yeah,
talking
I don't
about
think you can put like
next
and
level
push the
shit.
narrative of like they weren't trying or anything without like.
I'm not saying they weren't trying. No,
further
the players
context,
were
you know?
trying, but I'm saying they're being failed by the org side. Like you are constantly at a disadvantage. You don't have your full roster in. You're having to scrim with different bits and pieces that you weren't originally planning on from the beginning of the year or the midway portion of the year. Your coach isn't in to
I
actually
think-
interject with timeouts. Like this
I think
team
we're
has
being
been...
too negative. I think we're
Okay.
being too negative
I'm very-
about a
I'm
team.
sorry.
A
Very
team.
sorry.
This team could have made playoffs.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's had to be
Josh,
VG.
I respect you pushing the narrative of positivity so much, but like this team hurt. This team hurt the players on the team, and they hurt our league. Like Group Alpha,
They were so
if they had
close to making
one
playoffs.
I think that highlights.
I'm done.
All
I
they-
respect you.
All they
Josh.
needed to do, Kurt, was win a 2-0 against EG, and they would have been into playoffs.
That might highlight some issues with the format more than
Yeah, that's true.
speaking positives of
Dude,
Furia.
I did start believing though. Was I the only one? Like first 5 rounds in or something, they
Yeah.
had a bit of a
Dude,
lead.
they
and
were
I
Those
was like-
first 4
I was like,
rounds,
holy
they're the best
shit.
fucking team in the world.
Yep.
I was like, oh god, they actually might have to lock in here. It's happening. They lost pistol and got 3 in a row, and I was like, my god, that's pretty hard to do, man. They're actually here. That's 2 big buy rounds, and then then it just kind of crumbled. I will say I respect the attitude of the players in terms of like how upbeat they were even when they lost. Like I was impressed with just how they handled it, but everything on the server was shocking. But it is what it is.
Yeah,
Just rough.
bit of a nightmare. Let's move on to one of the other Brazilian teams who are also eliminated. Also finished, I think, bottom of the group, if I'm right. MIBR. Or were they
Yeah.
second to bottom and Loud is at the
Actually,
bottom?
maybe yeah. No, the
They
second
would have
to
been.
last
They would have
now.
been.
'Cause they
Yeah,
beat
they'd
Loud.
be loud.
Oh, right, of course, they beat Loud. Yeah, of course. So they're second to bottom in the group because of this win over Loud. And this game, I suppose, like, traditionally shouldn't have meant shit because it's 2 teams that were already out who can't really affect the playoff seeding whatsoever. And yet it actually meant a
Bye, Josh.
Oh, well, we're
Well,
taking
he
turns
was
at this
saying that
point.
it actually ended up meaning a lot, and it was a very impactful game. But they still should not. The
just
jump
so
scare.
tough.
I still think they shouldn't have won this because both of these maps were like a crazy comeback.
As in MIBR shouldn't have won?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know. Okay, so if I was looking at, like, Icebox in particular stuck with me, that, like, Loud could
Alright,
just
that's
not
cool.
figure out how to win a post fight at all.
He's back.
What happened?
That's messed up from Kurt just kicking me off the show like that. That's
Butter boy is back.
What the fuck?
The hatred from
That's messed
They
Furia
up.
shut
got
him
taken
down
out.
because he told the truth about Furia.
Go on, what were you discussing?
Oh, doesn't
I can
matter.
MIBR
go.
Loud.
I can go. Keep going. So MIBR Loud, I felt like this was only close because they won all the pistols again in terms of Loud. Like I think MIBR dominated them. To be honest with you, the scoreline doesn't suggest it, but I think when dude, you can't be getting 10 rounds when you won double pistols, man. You can't be looking like this. It's a shame. I think Loud were very loose coming into this, and I guess because they're out, but it just showed as well. Like they didn't look great on their map pick. I think MIBR.
I like Verti's
looked
opping
okay.
on Icebox. I mean,
Yeah.
he was getting a huge amount of value from the op. That was quite nice.
Did they do anything else that was like inspiring?
Not particularly. I mean, I feel like Robbie had some decent moments on. Was it on that map as well? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Bottom of the scoreboard, but I don't. No, it's not been amazing. You know, what's slightly concerning as well is that these teams both have a lot of talent on them that's still up towards the top of the pack when it comes to what Brazil has to offer, and that's a bit strange. I think when you're thinking about the region. I think it was Sassy we had on for this game actually when he was talking about like he's been wondering what the hell to do about the fact that his region's sucking so much. Not that he's going to do anything personally, but just having the
Sassy's
conversations.
But it's it's an IGL thing, right? It feels like across the majority of Brazil.
Dude, this one bullet. Ooh,
Oh yeah, no, this
was
this
nice
was
from Cortez.
this was a crisp way. Yeah, to end it.
Yeah, it was
I don't-
really nice.
It's a weird one with MIBR because the chances now of them making champs is actually really good for them. Like really, really good. I would say over 50% that they probably make champs off of the champ points, so it would be in 4th spot. But I don't feel great that they're going, really, like playing like this. I do think that Verno is in a really big slump at the moment. And not like Util, just pure, next Jewel decides the round and he just doesn't.
I heard you talking about this last week, actually, while I was driving in my car back on vacation, and I heard this conversation. And you were talking about the IGL in structure within MIBR.
Yeah.
My understanding was a little bit different from how you were
really?
framing it, though, is that Verno was actually doing quite a lot of microing mid-round. From when we were listening to the MIBR comms, I'm not saying me personally, but I'm saying the America's Talent team, and they were talking about it on broadcast, was that, yes, they do share some of the mid-rounding stuff, but a lot of the like early to mid-round, and not just barrier calls, but then the whole movement of people around the map and what util you want thrown in what place in order to set up a game state. Apparently a lot of that is coming from Verno. Like he's being quite micro heavy early on. And then once you get into like a late round pivot, or you've already inserted somebody and then they make the call to come back to them or whatever, like then it ends up being quite a bit more shared as far as I understand.
So that would make a lot of sense, because the amount of times where it's like someone going into his crosshair, and I would back this guy majority of the time, I'm just seeing him lose like way too many of them from what I've seen. So that would make a lot of sense if he's like thinking ahead of like what he needs to do, just looking at the minimap more often. That would explain a lot of that. But I think I don't feel confident if they go to champs looking like this, really. I think they don't have a good map pool, and I don't know if Vernon plays to his peak. I think they're a solid team, but
And I'll say I think it's just straight up bad for society as a whole and the world we live in if MIBR goes to
Society.
champ. after what happened. Yeah, the Jorker would know that this is wrong. That a team can slump as hard as they did at Toronto and just have a completely disastrous stage outside of the win over 100 Thieves and still make it to champions. I mean, that's bad for the league in America. That's bad for the teams who went on runs. Like if Lev makes top 4 and MIBR goes to champions instead, I'll crash out.
Lev could make top 3. Lev could make top 3, and MIBR would go to champs instead of them.
That might be the worst case scenario.
It's just it's the worst timeline, and I fucking think it's gonna happen because it's gonna be a G2 Sen finals. Lev's gonna make top 3, and it's gonna fucking happen. And I'm gonna lose my mind.
It's way worse than you think. So, NRG. It's way worse than you think.
It's really good, so that's uplifting.
Okay, it's if C9, 100 Thieves, NRG, or EG all come 4th. And G2 and Sentinels come 1st or 2nd. If any of those teams that I listed come 4th, MIBR go instead of them.
That's
MIBR
fucking incredible.
have the tiebreaker against all of those teams.
My pitch for next year's format: abolish championship points.
Okay. Let me give you the devil's advocate argument then here, because what we've done is we've taken some of the 4th place team that goes to champs. We've made them maybe marginally worse in some situations. Like MIBR, for example, might end up being a little bit worse. Maybe Wolves will make it in China or something, and they'll be a little bit worse. But what we've gained is fucking cinema at the end of this stage. Genuinely cinema at the end of the stage. We've got 3rd seed, lower bracket final matches that are deciding everything about who goes to champs. We've got teams that are eliminated that are still in the running who are fucking hate watching other teams in order to get there. At the end of the day, the 4th seed is probably going to do bollocks all anyway when it comes to champions. They generally do. Even when we had LCQ, even when people were arguing for LCQ, you get the most in-form 4th seed ever. They all disappeared. They all fucking just vanished into the abyss. So I'm all right with this trade-off because it's made the end of stage 2 a lot more exciting, I think.
Sure, I don't think it needs the only qualm I have is the tiebreakers. That's it. Because I think the champ point stuff.
Well, that was
pretty
fucking
fun.
stupid.
That's like the one thing where I'm just looking at the Americas tiebreakers compared to every other region.
Did you know the Americas rules are different to all the other rules, Mimi and Bren?
No.
We have different champs points tiebreakers in Americas compared to every other region.
Yeah, because we have freedom of speech in America.
Thank you, Mimi. Finally, someone said it.
Yeah, America's really free, actually.
Yeah. Especially right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck yeah. What?
What the fuck? Okay, well, here's my... You guys want to hear my pitch?
Please.
Yeah.
Next year, full recency bias. The game changes so frequently, the map pools change so frequently, we should only be sending the best of the last month to champs.
So just whoever wins week 5 goes.
I'd forget the group stage. I want tournaments every week. Every single week.
And none of them matter but the last one?
Yep. One tournament per week. We see what
none of them matter except the last one.
No. But you only take into account like this. Instead of stages, you just have stage 2 tournaments, and then you just collect up the points based on the finishes. You see how well the teams are doing. Anyway. Yes, but you don't take into account like the previous ones, and you see the shit teams less, and you see the good teams more. So better format.
Okay.
This doesn't sound like a format.
I'll be honest. I haven't fleshed it out. I haven't actually put too much thought into it. All I know is I'm just offering something new to the table.
You know what? I respect that.
So
no one else has offered that. I think we can say that for sure. So good on you.
That's great. That's really good.
I'm telling you, just sleep on it.
I will. I'll fucking sleep completely on that idea. Now that we've talked though about the 3 different Brazilian teams, well, 4 in fact.
I don't think I sold the tournament idea fully to you though. It's as much as you want to talk about this. Think about this, okay? No more struggling for storyline narratives. The storylines they write themselves. Every single week, you can follow the team for a lower bracket. You can follow Bren's idea.
What's the point in the first 6 months of the year?
Well, it's just tournaments.
For what?
They're just fun
but the
to watch.
tournaments don't
to
give
go
you
to go to the events, to go to the other global events.
The other ones.
But you're doing one
Yeah.
a week, motherfucker. There's only 3 global events a year. What are you doing for the rest of the year?
It's just
Playing tournaments.
It's just fun to watch.
Well, yeah, I agree.
It's fun
that
to follow a
watch,
team
but
go for a tournament. Each tournament has its own storylines and narratives, and you follow them in a macro sense because you can see the overall strength of a team. But every team goes into it fresh. They're not left thinking, "Oh my God, we've lost the 3 games, so now we're not going to make playoffs anymore because we're in this."
most
group
tournaments have group
like,
stages before they go into the bracket.
No, but Bren, if you want just
He's a
tournaments with
straight
brackets all the time, why don't we just do like a monthly lock-in tournament with every VCT team? Single elimination,
I'd be
BO3.
down. I hear the word tournament, I'm down. I think that's good. I think that's good. Listen, as much as I put absolutely zero thought into this idea, I think it has legs.
But I mean, if you just did a kickoff before every tournament, before every global, okay, that could work. But weekly is crazy.
Well, weekly is just that you get a little bit of a taste test of seeing how the teams are doing. Put a little.
You couldn't even finish a tournament in a week. How are you even doing that?
I don't know. I haven't thought
B
it out.
stream, C stream, D stream, only the
No, I
grand
genuinely,
finals
I
is on
haven't
the
put
stage.
thought into this, but
You'd
I
be an
just think it'll
incredible
be-
politician because anytime someone's asked you a question that challenges you, you just be like, "No, that's a good point. I haven't thought about it." I mean, but how can they argue?
You
with that?
figured out my retirement plan. That's literally I'm going to take over the left-leaning demographic by being an absolute fucking idiot on the media, and I'm telling you right now, they are not going to be able to keep the cameras off me because I'm going to be the biggest fucking moron that's ever led the left. And
He's gonna
when
be
I say
leftist
this,
Trump.
I'm genuinely going to be coming out with the most outlandish shit. The media's going to like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And then suddenly, before you know it, I'm leading policies. I'm in charge. Like, what happened here? Hold on. This is the society that leftists want. What the hell? What's going on?
Right.
So
I
it
trust
begins.
you enormously.
You should. I think I've got a trustworthy face, but it begins with
Can we-
tournaments.
He says that in the police interrogation room.
Yeah. Yeah.
We can move on. I didn't mean to derail it. I just didn't
This
like
is
how
reading, like,
dismissive
a
everybody was.
deposition.
Bren, we
I
tried
didn't
to
like
move
how
on and you brought
dismissive
us
everybody
back.
was of the tournament format idea. I
Okay,
didn't
no,
like,
it's a
I
great
didn't like
idea.
it.
Yeah,
So
it
thank
has
you
a
for
lot of
It's a
fleshing it out. I
phenomenal
appreciate it.
idea.
It does
I
have some
just-
penetration. Brent,
I
next
just think it'll
week,
be more interesting.
come in, get it all laid out proper, little spreadsheet,
PowerPoint.
and then come back to us.
I'll tell you what. I'll try and
You're
make a
gonna die.
PowerPoint.
I'll try, okay.
Okay, I wanted to move on though. I wanted to move on to this topic, which Wyatt was talking about on Americas, and Sassy vaguely touched on as well when he was having his interview. And it's that with all of the changes that are happening, 2G are out of the league. They're relegated. Maybe they'll stick together to some degree. Who knows? But they've certainly got players that other people will be wanting to pick up. FURIA should definitely be looking to rebuild. MIBR, who knows what's going to exactly happen there, and same with Loud. But Wyatt's point is that we need a Brazilian super team for this region to do well again, to kind of invigorate the scene, etc., etc. Now, we haven't really had a super team. We had MIBR's Aspas, but I don't think you could call that a super team. It was more like Aspas and some hand-picked upcoming players that were going on. But I wanted to pick your brains and ask, like, if you were to make a Brazilian super team, let's say you had infinite money, for whatever reason, the whole of Brazil just agrees, MIBR is now the team that's going to represent us, and so all of the good players are going to go to MIBR. Money's no kind of problem. And also, you have access to any Brazilian or Portuguese-speaking player in the scene. Who are you looking at? Who are you looking to try to draft?
Luke
Okay.
Shaw, definitely. I think.
I think
that's where you
Luke
got to
Shaw's a
start.
slam dunk, isn't he?
Yeah, that's a slam dunk.
I keep
Guys unreal.
Cortezia from MIBR.
Well,
I've liked him. We have
I-
role
I-
conflicts,
What-
unfortunately. with
yeah,
the second
exactly.
I would
So
Sentinel.
what
put
are
him
we
on
doing there
smokes.
then?
Put him on smokes.
Put Cortezia
Yeah.
on smokes?
That makes sense
All right,
to
well,
me.
here's my problem with that. I'm going to throw out a counter option.
Go on.
What about Les?
On smokes?
Because Les looks like one of the only people that would be able to like IGL lead a team like this, and wouldn't you want him on smokes with Luke Shaw Senti?
Probably.
No? I mean, I'm down with Luke Cortezia, but then we're gonna have to
No,
pick
it's
an
like I
IGL from
forgot.
somewhere.
I kind of forgot.
Can
I was
I,
thinking about the Americas Brazilian players. I forgot because Les is European now.
That's
yeah,
true.
yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
bring back Sassy? Is that part of the thing? So he's IGLing. He's my initiator.
Okay. All right.
He's filling everything. IGLs. He's the leader. He's initiator. Scan.
The initiator one's weird because if you don't bring back Sassy, it's just like, is there anyone other than Cowanzine?
Yeah,
I can't
I
think of
think it has
anyone.
to be Saucy.
Yeah, you got to bring him back.
Why not just bring in Sadak too while we're at it?
Yeah, I think if
He's
you
not
bring Saucy
Brazilian, but-
Sadak less, then
He's not
then
Brazilian.
I think you need a duelist player, and there's no one more tried and true than Osboss. You have to lock him in, right?
Well, no, hold on.
Okay.
So
And then
I don't want to be a hater.
You fucked
but
this up.
and then
Oh boy.
you're gonna round out that roster with Pancata, right? For smokes, and then you have 5.
Right. So you've trolled. You've done the little trolling, but I do think there is a question about, like, would you go for Sato instead of Aspas if you were making a Brazilian super team?
I think you would, and I say
Right, I
that
think I might.
in the nicest way possible. But I think Sato is kind of the truth at the moment. He's got incredible flexibility. His mechanical ability is, I would argue, maybe on par, maybe even above. But I don't know.
And no
It's
Brazilian
unfortunate.
team signed him. M80 had to sign him to tier 2 for him to even get on the radar, and then a merger with
Well, that's their loss.
to get
And then
picked
I'm
up.
questioning
Sorry.
their eyes.
Oh
to
no,
be
he
honest.
was on a Brazilian team prior to M80, wasn't he? He was on
Yeah, Galoris.
Galoris or something.
But
yeah, and then
I'm talking
yeah.
VCT.
Oh right, yeah. But
Like,
I think
none
that's
of the
because Sato
VCT
was he
Can
was 17,
I-
wasn't he?
Can I have
Yeah.
Aspas on the bench in case there's a double duelist meta?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know that. We
Because
got
I
all
think
the
might
that
money
would
also
be
pick up-
insane.
Because what I was thinking was maybe you pick up somebody like Spike or Silence as your flex.
Oh,
From
dude,
I like
Spike
silence.
too.
I like silence a
Spike
lot.
too, man.
But this is
Yeah.
cool, right? We're actually like, this is the thing. They have so much talent here. We're actually having
The
conversations
big
about who
problem
we should
is
get.
like
Surely we can
good
make a super
initiator
team.
players and good IGLs are like the gap.
Yeah.
In
They
Brazil.
are, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
always
Because
the
we're like,
ideal
oh, there's
state, yeah.
all these Senti or duelist players that we would love to have, and then it's like, well, we could either bring Saucy back from the Coast Stream or Cowanzine or question mark.
Yeah, you gotta just give Sassy a bag. That's it.
Well,
Otherwise, it doesn't
isn't
work.
it more likely you could give Sadak a bag? Because he's still actively playing.
Sure, but I'd rather have Sassy. I don't want to play Harbor. I don't want to play Harbor Phoenix.
True. True.
I mean, yeah, okay, valid. All right. I think it's worth thinking about because while it's unlikely that a literal super team would happen without an org just willing to throw like mad money around, it's at least interesting to think about where the gaps are in terms of upcoming talent. Let's move on though to predictions. Let's talk about predictions. Let's talk about the playoff pick'ems as well. So the Americas match of the week last week. Bearing in mind the viewers have got everything correct so far. They predicted the Pacific, EMEA. They're on for an A+ rating this week. The Americas match of the week was 100 Thieves versus Leviathan, and 53% of you went for 100 Thieves.
That's tough.
That is tough.
You fucking idiots. That's exactly what I did as well.
Oh, C, dude, they got 2
C
out of 1. We
plus.
give it a
C's
C+.
get degrees. That's good.
Wow.
That's
Dude, this is-
66%.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
rough
yeah.
out there.
Normally they get a B- for that though, don't they?
Yeah,
A 2-1?
that's what
Maybe
I
it's a
thought.
3-1 where they get the B-. I'm not sure.
I think I don't even know.
okay,
I
then.
just picked this.
God, it's rough out here, man. It really is. Jesus Christ.
I mean that cat is like that's such a good C+ sticker.
I'm a big
does
fan
it
of
get
that cat.
This is the only
does it
sticker
get
I've
worse
used in
than
the
that?
game,
What's
man.
a worse sticker?
This is my only spray I've used in the game for the whole time. It's so good, bro. Look at it.
It is good. There are 2 America's matches of the weeks because it's those 2 games in the playoffs that we know are happening. So let's have a look at what you can vote on them. You can go to our community tab and vote on them, but let's see what we predicted for them. Let's start out with Lev playing against C9. This is a stonker of a game. And we're still 50-50, which I think is so valid personally. Like, is anyone super attached to their pick?
No,
No.
I thought I picked Lev. I was like, I stared at this for like 5 minutes and then just I couldn't decide.
Okay.
I think I
So-
want to switch to Lev, like just preemptively. Waking up this morning with clarity in my heart, I think Lev's gonna win.
Okay,
I,
well then let's hear the take from Slicky. Slicky, why are you on the Cloud9 train?
just because I think they haven't been fully tested yet, and I think that we think Lev is better than they are because they're beating. Well, I think everyone's really hype on Lev because of the 100 Thieves game. But I'm telling you, 100 Thieves would lose those 2 maps against most teams. So I'm pretty
That's
sure
valid.
that I don't feel confident at all. Like I don't feel confident. I haven't seen C9 tested, but this is like the test. It feels like a 50-50, and I knew you guys would be really hype on Lev because of the 100 Thieves game. But I just didn't want to make it a guarantee. Pretty much where I'm at. It's not like I feel great about C9, but I don't feel that bad on them.
Are you excited for Lev because they beat 100 Thieves, Mr. Brennan?
No, that's not my main reason. I think they've just been improving every week. They've been getting better and better. Little things that have been going right for them. They seem to be their team culture seems to be a lot better than what it once was, and it feels like this is a team that's just seeing them interact with each other around the studio and whatnot. They give me the same vibe as a team, like almost 2023 EG, if that makes sense. I don't know. They're willing to be quite clear, transparent with each other when stuff is going wrong, and they all just want to win and do the best that they possibly can, and they all get along with each other really well. So I just see that this team is on an upward trajectory, but also it is hard to judge their current level. I think they're one of the hardest teams for me to judge their current level. Same with Cloud9. So I don't know. This should be a bit of a 50-50. I think the thing that swayed me was just thinking about Cloud9 in playoffs, to be honest, because they are their own worst enemy at this point. At the back of their heads, you can tell that they've spoken about it in interviews, talking about we just need to not choke in playoffs. They're even thinking about it themselves now at this point, which doesn't bode well for me.
But is it a choke if they're not favorites? Like
Well, I think that this is more of a 50-50. I wouldn't say that
sure.
Lev are favorites.
But I would say every time
if they
play
play badly in this game, though, Sliggy, I think people will still talk about it.
Yeah, because of their history.
No doubt.
Yeah. If they lose a close 2-1, people will still say it, but I don't think it'll be that valid. But even if they don't win a map, like, I don't even give... If they lose a close 2-0, I think that's still not good enough for them here, really.
But I would
Gotta
say...
be able to get a map.
Everyone's stocks are so much lower on C9 that, I don't know, it won't be as... I think if you ask the majority of people, they'll go like 60-40 for Lev here, I think, as well.
Really?
So, yeah.
I think this is fairly coin flippy in my head. I think this is about a 50-50.
I think that's a very fair way to put it.
Okay, well, let's have a look at our next game that is on the other side of things. So this one is G2 playing against 100 Thieves. Yeah. I
feel great about this.
Is there a point in the season, maybe like earlier on when G2 were still trying to figure some stuff out, where we might have thought this was winnable?
Week 1, when we first learned they'd be playing with Caster?
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah.
We still don't know if Leaf is back, right?
I think they win this match with Babybay. Babybay was actually sick in that last game. I really liked him on the chamber. He was playing super well. I think he's gotten very comfortable in the team. His util usage is good. He's just super happy and chill, and is bringing great energy to this team. I'm not gonna go out there and be Babybay is the best tier 1 player in the world and is better than Leaf or anything ridiculous. But I think that the team's system and their structure and the way that they've brought him in and how confident he is playing right now, I think even if they have Babybay, I still think G2 win this game.
Yeah, they have a massive advantage even in map pool, I think.
Yep.
As 100 Thieves permaban icebox, G2, I think
bind.
ban bind, so you take away one of the major win cons, and then
100 Thieves can win on Corrode.
Forget Corrode, man. They're
sure.
picking Ascent. Do you think 100 Thieves will win it versus G2 on Ascent?
No, definitely.
Do
Well,
you think
actually,
they'll pick
we
Ascent?
haven't seen 100 Thieves on Ascent at all, but I doubt
don't-
it.
I don't
very,
think it
very heavily doubt it.
I don't think it matches their style of how they want to play.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. The only way I would have gone for 100 Thieves here if I thought they could have got Bind and Corrode in the same pool. I just don't think they can.
Yeah. I was talking about this with Bren vaguely right before the Cloud9 game. We didn't talk about it on broadcast very much, but I did want to pick your brains too. We've been so sucked into talking about Babybay and that kind of stuff that we haven't really stepped back and looked at the big picture of the fact that G2 is heading to champs. We know this without really playing matches with Leaf at all for I mean, at that
But are
point,
they?
months, right? So
The way that I look at it is I'm looking at Babybay doing a fair amount of content, streaming a fair amount of times when it would normally be Pracken. I think they're scrimming with Leaf every so often. Are they not? That's what
yeah, I
would
mean,
say.
They've
I
said
did
they're
say
scrimming with
I said
Leaf.
matches,
Okay.
but yeah, I think they. But
Then it's
how
fine.
much? I mean,
It's not like Leaf needs some.
you think it matters?
Pro. I don't think Leaf needs pro like matches to get back to form. Like, do they need anything like that really? Like, bro's been playing since 2020. He's fine.
It's kind of what I said to Josh as well. Is that Leaf is a very special player, I think, because he doesn't really play ranked at all. He just kind of watches. He watches a lot of the other teams. He's got a very high game IQ, and he really only gets his reps in through scrims and officials.
Yeah. My
So-
theory is that he always talks about how much he's playing. You know, he's leveling in RuneScape. He's playing other games, so he's watching VODs. I think we are going to see Leaf in the best form he has ever played. He has not had to touch Valorant in months, for all we know, besides a couple of scrims. All he's been doing is playing RuneScape every day, watching every G2 game, watching every Valorant game. He will have a complete download on every piece of Valorant that has been played. He will have level 100 in every skill, and that is going to translate back into Valorant. When he finally gets to touch the mouse again in an official, he is going to come back and smite whomever they play.
He's the
He's
player
just
that
gonna have the
artists.
sickest reads.
He's the player that Artist wishes he was. Artist used to always talk to me about like how he doesn't need to put hours into game to be the best. He's like the biggest hours player I've ever met. So he has to have hours. But I feel like Leaf can just turn up and be good no matter what. So yeah, I think he'll be fine.
Okay.
man.
All right. Well, let's go into our playoff pick'ems then. So we've already got our predictions for. Oh well, actually, we don't. We need to flip it. Oh no, because Mimi, you've avoided us
swapped.
flipping a coin, haven't you? You've flipped over to Leviathan. So we're going to go for Lev in the opening game, and then we're also going to go for G2 in the opening game against 100 Thieves. So that sets up an interesting match. In fact, two pretty interesting matches. Sen playing against Leviathan and NRG playing against G2. Let's do the upper bracket first. Anybody going for Lev on a punt? No. All right, that's fair enough.
Well,
Sen have
okay,
just
well-
looked super good.
There is the argument that they haven't really been tested.
Sen?
Sentinels, yeah. The only
Tested by
time
G2,
was,
I think.
G2
but-
at the beginning when G2 were at their weakest and G2 still took a map.
At their weakest,
How
but
much
it's not like they were
better-
playing horribly.
How much better would Lev have to look than C9 for you to think that they could challenge Sen when C9 didn't?
we're talking like a 13-8.
Right, so they have to
Okay.
pretty dismantle C9 in order
On
for
the
you to
maps,
get excited
yeah.
about this.
I can add on top of this as well. Like Lev really likes Sunset. Is that the map that you guys are feeling unconfident about Sentinels as well?
Yeah.
And they probably get
Yeah.
a Sunset. So
What
that's at
is
least one
Sen's
good
ban?
map.
What are they banning these days? Like, what did they ban in the game for
a
them
great
to
question.
be going to Sunset? They banned Ascent. Okay. Yeah. They've been
Lev's
banning
Ascent
Ascent
is
recently.
pretty good, so they would probably want to keep banning that, which means we'd have to
Okay.
give them one map, which presumably
Yeah.
Sunset.
Yeah,
So
I think Sunset.
there's,
All right.
there's a world, but I'm still gonna predict Sen.
Yeah, okay. we gave it its fair time.
we-
though. We
yeah,
gave it
After
its
all
time.
that,
We looked into it, yeah.
yeah.
NRG G2. This one maybe you could give a bit more credit to an upset happening, could you? Because NRG are top of the group. G2. Let's assume they're not playing with Leaf. Let's assume they're playing the whole playoffs without Leaf with Babybay,
Sure.
just to simplify things. Anybody punting for the upset here?
No. If Baby
No.
Bay looked like he did first week when they played against Sentinels, then sure. But he looks so much better now. Like, he looks like he belongs. It's fine. He looks
Yes.
great.
Okay.
G2's fine.
Okay. Let's go back down to the low bracket then. Cloud9 are playing against Crew down here. And this could be the narrative that Mimi was discussing earlier.
Mm. It's fucking happening, isn't it? Crew's gonna come in warm. Cloud9's gonna be crushed by their close loss to Leviathan. They're gonna falter. Oxy's gonna have a one rough game in map 1, and then it's gonna snowball, and Crew's gonna win.
I think if
I do think
C9
there's a
go
chance
down
that Crew
here,
just wins anyway, right?
yeah, same. I think if C9 lose that first game and they're actually down here, I'm probably going for Crew.
I think
All
these
right.
these lower bracket seeded teams always tend to do better because they don't have like the mentality of coming off a loss. Like for the most part, they're coming off of like a strong end to just make it into playoffs if they're in their season and are going to be highly motivated to like hyper prep for their one opponent, play their one game in the lowers, and then like get a run going. Like look at what EG did in the stage 1 thing. Like I actually have a lot of faith that these lower teams are
Okay.
going to come in.
These
with
lower teams is doing a lot because the other lower team is EG down here playing against other Thieves. Are you actually going for EG as well, Mimi, following the same logic?
Oh, absolutely not.
Hold on, because there's a
Bren?
world. Because EG typically perform way better in playoffs. I don't know why that is.
You mean typically as in they literally just did it one
They
time?
did it once, yes.
Right.
They did it once.
But they did do it.
Yeah. They did
I
it
think we
once.
got sold a bridge with the EG stage 1 3 match. They've had 3 matches all year where they looked good. I can't be buying EG stocks off that.
Oh no, yeah, dude. I think 100 Thieves could play them. I said earlier that I think 100 Thieves would lose against most teams on Lotus and Sunset. I think they can take EG on those maps. I'm really down on EG, man. I can't be asked to watch them anymore. Why do they look like this? I'm so. I can't believe they look like this.
Yeah, it is rough. These games banger rematches basically from the Omega group. So if this is how it plays out, you've just had tussles between these teams constantly. NRG Crew, it's a repeat of last week. Are we expecting a similar outcome? They did kind of trounce them on those ladder 2 maps, NRG.
But I think Crew lost because they tilted because of that Guardian buying Haven.
Yep.
I personally would go for Crew, yeah.
I think if Cruz won that opening lower round 1 game, they got momentum. They're feeling themselves.
I agree.
I think.
Oh, really?
Crew.
All 3 of us.
I would go for NRG, but I've been
hot in
outvoted.
that game. They I don't know. I liked some of the stuff they were showing on defense. I think they were exploiting it. Dante, he didn't have the greatest game, but I think he bounces back in this one. Fucking send it.
so
Crew lower
great.
bracket run.
First in the groups, lose everything. Jesus.
So then, Lev. So
Wait,
if this bracket
this
was.
is gonna.
We're sending
this
him
is
out
shaping
to
up
chance
like
with this
Crew.
bracket, by the way.
No, this is shaping up like we're gonna go on a run.
Well, yeah, Crew would make
opposite.
champs with that victory. No, Crew would literally make champs with that because they would get 3 points, they'd be on 10, and they would very likely make champs by winning those 2 games.
Oh, okay.
It's not
That's what's
guaranteed,
happening,
obviously.
then. No, that's what's
Not
happening.
guaranteed, but very possible. So
It's-
then this Leviathan 100 Thieves game would decide whether MIBR are likely going. Because if Lev win, MIBR are very likely going. If 100
they are
Thieves
going.
win,
Unless
then...
Lev makes grand finals.
Oh,
which
well,
isn't
actually,
happening.
I mean, no, the MIBR could still make it even if both of these teams go through, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
So
They would
let's
do.
just play out the bracket and then we'll decide
Let-
what happens to MIBR afterwards.
Leviathan,
Or we'll see
I
what
think.
happens.
I
Yeah, I
Leviathan.
think Lev take that one.
I think
I'm,
it
I'm
has to
getting
be Lev.
weaker on the 100 Thieves map pool. Yeah, I think they've
I
just
just-
got a...
Hopefully it'll be a different map and it'll be a little closer from 100 Thieves, but
I think,
Crew
is there an argument
got-
that 100 Thieves can just play the same map pool but work super heavy on...
Sunset.
Their
Just
Lotus
getting their
comp is so
sunset
bad.
up.
Their Lotus
Yeah,
comp is so
maybe.
bad. Their
Just
A
scrap
Rubble
the
fight
Lotus.
consists of them walking A Rubble. Scrap
Yeah.
Lotus, but then what? You can't run the same map pool back then.
No, I just mean leave Lotus until last.
Just the
And-
sunset, I
have
think he
have
means.
Come on, just
sunset.
lose 2-1.
No,
No,
sorry. You win on Haven and Sunset.
Yeah.
Ah,
So you just
so you
try
put
to
all your
keep
eggs
the
in those
same map pool.
baskets,
Yes.
and then
yeah,
suddenly
yeah.
you end up on Lotus as the 3rd map, and then you're like, oh well, we
Well, you got to
put
win
all our
2-0.
prep into those first 2 maps, so we're
win
gonna give up
2-0,
now.
I mean, I would also pick Lev though. And are we down for Lev?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Wait
Okay.
for Crew Lev, or just
No,
Lev
no.
100
For
Thieves?
for
Okay,
Lev,
okay.
100 Thieves. We haven't discussed
Yeah.
Crew Lev yet.
Crew
Let's
have
talk about
made
Crew Lev now.
champions now. They will lose this game. That's
Yeah,
that's
I'm
all the
on board with that.
prophecy says. That's all the prophecy says. They make champions, nothing more.
They
Dude,
peace
with
out.
how they've looked, it's crazy that we have them here. I think we have to go Lev here.
Yes, they
Yeah.
actually get stomped in this match and then get last in champions and then keep the we go to every
yeah.
champions narrative alive.
Okay. So then Leviathan are playing in the lower final to make champs. They must make the grand finals to get champs. Otherwise, MIBR goes. So Sen G2, who's going down to the lower bracket to meet them?
Oh, this is.
I think
hard.
this is tough. I think, what was the map veto the first time around? I think they played on Corrode, didn't they? I don't think G2's Corrode has gotten that much better. than it originally
No,
was.
it hasn't.
I think it's still a good map for Sen to lean towards.
I think Sen are looking better too with the form that
Yeah.
Narrate's in these last few weeks. They've actually improved quite a bit as a team. So I would give it to Sen. As much as Babybay is fitting in a lot more, but at this point we don't know if they're going to run lethal. Babybay, like G2's skin in the game is essentially, I'm not going to say it's non-existent, but they're in champs anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like yeah.
Well, so
I guess
Sentinels.
so are
So is
Sentinels,
Sen, yeah.
but I think
both
Sen
teams are
strike me as
really.
Sen strike me as a hungrier team right now. A hungrier team to prove themselves.
Yeah, maybe. But both teams, from what I've seen, are very hungry to actually win Americas.
Yeah. I think you persuaded me with just saying Narrate, to be honest. I'll go Sentinels. Because I think
by the
his
way-
form is wild right now.
Yeah,
it's been
he has
crazy,
the
man.
he has the highest average first kills per round of any player in Americas who has never played Duelist in this stage. Out of any non-duelist player, is the highest, and he's I think he has the 15th lowest first death per round as well. So it's not like he's inting; he is just getting an outrageous amount of first kills with very rarely actually fucking stuff up for the team. And he's found such a better balance than if you look at his even earlier on Sen or when he was on KC, he was doing a lot of the same stuff and was inting or getting greedy in a lot of rounds. And I feel like you've seen him taper that off while still getting a lot of success at just egoing people and winning.
So are you on the Sen train as well?
Yeah. I meant to say that earlier,
Alright.
but I just remembered it now.
I
so.
think this game will be such a banger because the only
Yeah.
reason that Sen won last time is because they abused Babybay on Lotus on attack when he was defaulting over towards A.
they were
So-
owning him.
It would be so sick if they did the same game plan and now Babybay's had an extra month to kind of play if he can hold his own against them trying to abuse him. It could be so sick, man. Because I think they're shameless enough to do it again.
So then G2 playing against Lev in the lower finals. Does Lev make champs?
G2 Babybay. He's thinking back to the days on FaZe, the lower bracket final, LCQ 2022, his last chance. As FaZe doesn't make partnerships, he's not in Tier 1 anymore. Has a bad year in Tier 2. He's remembering this game. That lost to 100 Thieves. All the guys that have gone around him, Dicey, Flya, Poise, none of them with him playing Tier 1. He has his second chance. He's making the fucking finals. He's beating Leviathan, and G2's going all the way.
I love the narrative.
It's a good narrative.
G2 are winning this game though.
You think?
If
Yeah.
you think if Lev get to this point,
Yes.
they're not the
I
same
think
Lev that entered playoffs.
They might be. I think actually the
And
same Lev that
Babybay's
entered
not the
playoffs could
same man who
scrape
lost
through.
100. Without my bullshit narratives, actually, I think G2 wins.
If this happened, Aspas would make another champs, right? Like
Yes,
G2.
it would. Yeah.
Yeah, then I'm
Yeah.
on board.
MIBR, I hate watching Lev so hard in that lower final game.
That would be sick. If we actually got this, though, there's so many sick games here. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that lower
And
bracket
then-
final is a hyper banger
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
get here.
And then send G2 rematch.
Man.
I'm just predicting with the double map veto, to be honest. Whoever wins the upper finals winning the grand final for me.
Yeah.
So
probably
in
Sen
our
wins.
scenario here, let's say Lev won this game, and then it's a Lev Sen finals. Is it crew? It's crew Lev G2 Sen that go champs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And if Lev lose, then it's MIBR crew G2 Sen.
yeah, remember that all of the brackets that we and other people in the community are going to be creating probably have Sen and G2 making the finals. If Sen and G2 don't make the finals, if instead it's NRG or something make the finals and 100 Thieves comes third or something like that. I mean, dude, how would that even happen? But if a Sen or a G2 end up in fourth place, MIBR are mega screwed in all of those scenarios. It's just that a lot of us are going to discount those scenarios because they feel very unlikely because Sen and G2 are just so good. But yeah, MIBR are actually sitting pretty good to go to champs.
Yeah. That win yesterday was everything.
Yeah. Crazy. All right, well, that does it for our playoff pick'ems then for Americas. You can catch us next week, but before we leave you, we've got the most important segment, Wyatt's Weekly Award.
the green screen, was that a new introduction to that clip?
No, that's not a new one, surely.
No,
is
like
it?
no,
That's-
I'm not saying it was recorded new, but like the drone footage of the guy playing
No.
basketball. That's not new.
No, it's old.
Why have I never seen it before?
Because we have so many.
Yeah, got 1,000 of them. The winner of Wyatt's Weekly Award today is going to go to a player, but it's not for the stuff that they've done in the game. Actually, I mean, it can partially be for what they've done in the game, because Crazy Guy has been doing a great job with RRQ, but it's for what he's doing outside of the game as well. RRQ, Crazy Guy pledged to donate all of his personal Stage 2 prize winnings to charity. I think he said it was about 25,000 or something. Oh yeah, it says as of today, RRQ secured at least 40 grand with the potential to earn more depending on the results of upcoming matches. He also gave away his Ascension 2023 winnings to charity as well. I think he's doing it for a lot of like local Vietnamese charity stuff from what I've seen like the community talking about. But that is sick. That is so wholesome and such a lovely thing to do for somebody who's, you know, I mean, esports is kind of wild because you can come from fucking, you know, somewhere completely random and just end up earning outrageous amounts of ridiculous money at various times. So that is incredible for Crazy Guy to be giving some of that back to charities that are close to his heart.
Yeah, most worthwhile Wyatt's Weekly Water winner
Yeah, that's
that
very
we've ever
balanced.
had.
I'd say it's
Very,
like
very
tied with one Dust gifted 1 sub to Wyatt, but it's a close 50-50 for me.
It's about the same monetary value, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, phenomenally based from Crazy Guy. So
Bren,
shout
when
out
are you
to
going to donate your prize winnings back to the Gloucester cheese rolling competition?
What, just donate the wheel of cheese back?
Actually, we already
After I win
donated
it.
them our
Look-
ad
look up-
revenue from the.
Yeah.
From the
We
time
donated
we
played
the
an
entire
episode.
episode. It's
Dude,
not on
it
YouTube
didn't even-
anymore.
It's not on YouTube anymore.
Yeah, it got taken down.
That's
The whole
crazy.
episode's taken down.
By the,
Wait,
by
really?
the
Hilarious.
one media company that was
Wow, they
recording
got
some
us.
Yeah,
footage of
and
people
our
throwing
and our
themselves down
account
a hill.
got flagged for 6 months.
No way,
Wow.
really?
That is
That's
crazy.
Brutal.
Kurt, would you mind, can you Google my esports earnings all time? Like if you go to esportsearnings.com, because I'm willing to match Crazy Guy. I'm willing to put all of my esports earnings ever from prize money to charity. Now,
It's gonna be like 2 pence and a Cadbury's cream egg, just like it's
Here we
do
go.
you even show up in this database?
I don't know.
There's
I don't
no
know.
way.
Here we go.
Wait,
538. Wait, that's more than I
It's
expected.
600, yeah, you're out of pocket here, mate.
$638.
That's more than I expected. Okay, well there we go.
Valorant player, by the way.
Where?
Not.
Oh, yeah, Valorant player.
How did
Wait,
you make
Valorant?
$200 from Valorant?
When did you get
Oh yeah, I think we played in a
$200?
content creator tournament or something, did we? What was it?
Us.
Yeah, the Boom TV Code Red tournament or something.
Oh,
6 grand.
Oh my
6
god.
grand for first.
2021 was a different era.
And
That
you
really
just lost
is.
in
to
our
Sean?
in our current state, we should have won that.
Yeah, we lost to Sean. We got
Yeah,
messed
we
up by. I think he was playing Yoru or something. No, he can't have been in 2021, can he?
No, he
Must
was.
have been playing Omen. I think he was
was
an
playing-
Omen player back then.
He was playing Euro.
Yeah, it might
Was
have been
was,
the bad
was
year.
Yoru even released?
Yeah.
I can't
End
even
of, I think.
remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, there we go. That does it for episode 230. Thank you for joining us. And next week's also going to be very positive. We'll have plenty to talk about. Playoffs happening all over the place, apart from Pacific. In which case they're setting up for Tokyo, which is going to be even better than a lot of the other regions and all stuff as well. So tune in next time. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. There are literally hundreds of thousands of you watching every week who are not subscribed. Please subscribe to the channel. It would help us. And in the meantime, we'll see you next time around. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's Wyatt's Weekly Award.
I pressed the wrong button.